Hello guys, we are here. Welcome YouTube. Thank you for joining us if you have already. The games are well underway, but before we get into the games and all that jazz and everything that's gone on, let me introduce you to my man in the sky, the guy you've seen on the PTG. Hyper G is in the mix. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Just about, and about everyone else.
Yeah. Oh right, okay. I'll probably not be on the live stream as much as we think.
No, but that's it. Thank you for coming. Also, as well, the man of the hour for Masters and everything that is Masters coverage, Matty P. Hello.
Good morning, Lucky Sixes. Wow, it's only finally here. It's absolutely so exciting. I might wet myself a little bit.
Mate, it's so good. And as well, I get in the atmosphere. I wish you were here, Matty. I do wish you were here.
Yeah, I wish I was there too. But unfortunately, the real life wife's got a broken arm.
I know.
And so I'm afraid I'm on horse duty this weekend.
Yeah,
I'm afraid.
We and all the Ninth Age community wish her the best and wish you the best
Thanks,
with your
mate.
horsing duties.
That's very good of you. Very good indeed. I think on behalf of the Ninth Age community, whilst we're thanking people, I want to say thanks to yourself and to staff for this tremendous effort that you've put in here. It's absolutely phenomenal. So,
mate, I'm looking forward to it.
We were just saying with one of the guests who I'll introduce in a minute, this is just unbelievable. It's very impressive, mate. Very impressive, and thank you.
Well, I have no idea how we've done it, and I don't know how long it'll last, so we'll enjoy it while it does, yeah? But enough about that, and enough about us, Matty. Who have we got here today?
Absolutely. Well, we are joined by two of the stalwarts of the Ninth Ageosphere today. He's usually to be found in the streets of Copenhagen, sporting his blonde locks and his excellent demeanour. But as he joins us today, he's on the Channel Island of Jersey as part of his jet-setting lifestyle once again takes effect. Of course, he's friend of both PTG and the Paired Weapons podcast. One half of the host of Hammer Time Pod, it's Henry P. Miller. How are you, buddy?
Hi, guys. Good to be here. And yeah, as you say, great job, Lucky Sixes and Hyper G for arranging this. It's fantastic to see. I just put up links on the Danish
Awesome, thank you.
And I also put a link up on the Ninth page.
Oh, great.
I already can see some people liking, subscribing to the channel and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you very much for that. And if anybody's watching and wants to share it, please do. We want as many people on commenting as possible. There's already some people I can see in the chat, and we will get to that after our next guest, Matty.
Well, the next guest that we've got is another stalwart of the Ninth Age, but this one's based more so in the United Kingdom. An aficionado of pretty much every race. He once told us that he'd actually won a tournament with pretty much every faction. In fact, I might have to ask him, I think it was every faction. This, of course, is incredibly galling. A true genius of the game. Welcome to the broadcast to Scott Baxter. How are you, mate?
Scott
Baxter.
Wow, I've changed my name today.
Matty, that was so good. That was so good. But we're going to be referring to you as Scott for the rest of the
Well, I mean, it's the nicest alternative name I've been called, so I can't complain there.
I'm sorry, listeners.
I know, mate.
A little bit hungover. Shane, buddy, how are you?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Again, just the same as you. Gutted that I'm not there. The real life issues come in the way sometimes, but I do have to correct you on another thing. I haven't won with every army. I'm still missing the UD or the Tomb Kings. I cannot crack it.
Right,
I just cannot, no matter what I try.
No, I'm not having it. That's why we did it. But also, what we should say actually is another reason we've got you on is because you actually kind of, in your own way, had a big part in the Masters this year anyway, in running a tournament, ranked tournament.
Yes, the Underdog Brawl. Otherwise known as the veto event, which
is literally on
very
every
controversial.
Pod is what everyone's calling it. But in the same manner, it has got a lot of traction and stuff. A lot of people are saying, "What's your favourite tournament? What's your highlight this year?" A fair amount of people have been saying the veto event was Scott.
Well, I'm never going to live that down now, am I? Thanks, mate. But yeah, I mean, it was all really it came about because it's UB. You know, you're not restricted by what painted models you've got or anything like that. So you can take whatever you want. And I just thought I'd just finished playing in one of the UB events online where I'd taken my Dragon Chariot High Elf list.
Yeah, man.
And I'd come up against 3 almost identical Warriors of the Dark Gods lists.
Okay.
And it was 2 units of 6 Feldraks and 2 Feldrak Elders, which, it's something in the book. It's really good. But I thought, do you know what would be a bit interesting if we tried something a little bit different?
Sure.
And I'm not saying that the Ninth Age needs comp at all, not like old 8th edition, 7th and 6th
Sure.
in Fantasy where there were broken things beyond belief and it needed comp to really work. But I wanted to just mix up people's lists a bit. You saw a lot of repetition, a lot of the same things, and I wanted to challenge people to try and take different units in their armies and different armies themselves. I mean, I'm probably quite well known for taking lists that are not quite the norm. 9 times out of 10, they don't work. They're absolute rubbish. I mean, it's piloted by me, so it's probably 90% of my fault anyway.
So what you wanted to do was you like, you know what, I want to impose my will of how I game and how I create lists on everyone else.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Oh, mate, I love it. And also get rid of them bloody Feldraks.
Yeah, well, they didn't always get banned.
No,
I
sure.
mean, there was certain lists that and certain units that did pretty much always get banned. Warriors of one of them from core, but so the basis of it was basically you could instead of submitting a list for the tournament, you submitted an army, and then you before each game you arranged with your opponent certain unit entries that they couldn't take.
Yes.
So like a unit entry from core, from special, from one of your unique selections. You couldn't take a magic law, and you couldn't take a item enchantment.
Yeah.
So it did create some really diverse and really interesting lists.
Sure.
And it really pushed people, and I think it showed in the final results on who did well and who didn't.
Yeah, man.
As to who's used to their armies to trying different things, and also who can cope without their crutches.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it was a great event, and well attended, and people loved it, man. People loved it. So that was once again, guys, everybody, including staff as well, who's travelled down just to basically mingle, right? Their best job. Thanks very much for coming. Really appreciate you taking the time. But let's talk about this stream. So, yes, we've got, as you can probably see, viewers, we have the table, pretty much the whole table, in the live stream in front of you there. We'll make do for now. And as you can see, we got Tanker versus Ali as our table 1, game 1. So that obviously is the Orcs and Goblins of Ali, and let me see if I can give you his list very quickly. So, I mean, filling up the screen already on the bottom side. We will do our best to sort of identify what units and stuff are which for people. But yeah, and then Tanker being the High Elves. And again, if I can get my tech right, there is his list. So what we're basically going to be looking at and concentrating on is the table itself. We'll sort of give them a bit of time to do their deployment. It looks like Ali's dropping, which is interesting as well, so we'll talk about that in a sec. But also on the other side, you've got the live, table of the Masters. So currently, obviously, nothing's happening, so this is probably more relevant for later on in the day, but it will just simply be a case of refreshing, and we'll talk about, and so you'll see the table change as the results come in, which is really interesting to me. We also have the Masters Open. Don't think we're just going to be completely ignoring that, so we've got the Masters Open, and we can sort of scroll down and see who's doing there, but we probably focus on the top lot for easiest things. But yeah, so we've got a bit of a summary going on there, and we've got some cool things also to show you throughout the day. So it should be fun-packed, and we should have lots of things to talk about. There's already measuring going on, which is good. I think we've probably got 95% of the table. There might be a little bit left. We have to guess about, but we'll go from there. What are you guys thinking about this matchup while they're sort of deploying and all that?
My initial thoughts was that it's very good for the high elves.
Yeah.
It is a lot of sword masters to try and chew through, isn't it?
Yes, and the shooting to go with it, right, as well. So the idea is Tanker going to push, or is he going to let his shooting do the talking and then counter with his sword masters?
Well, it looks like Ali's lining up for the bum's rush, doesn't it? So, I think.
And you can see Tanker measuring it to make sure he's exactly.
Yeah, yeah, he's pushing him back everywhere he goes. I mean, I guess he's got. He's got a bit of mad get launcher artillery that if he can thin out the elf numbers before he gets there, I imagine he'll just target these sword masters straight away. If he can get a bit of the casters on their chariots into stuff and roll high on the impact hits, and then give them a second wave of troops. But I mean, by the time he gets there, he's going to have lost a lot of those common orcs to shooting.
Sure.
It'll be if he can get the. I mean, obviously the Great Green Idols have been their res is their real defense, but even then, those sword masters they're gonna be hitting on twos, wounding on fives, aren't they? So
sixes on those.
Sixes, sorry, yeah. So I mean, it's what's he got access to magic wise? Has he got access to perception?
The high elves have the Master of Crime Ring Tower,
Okay.
so that's 5 spells. He's going to have Awaken the Beast, Raven's Wing. Maybe doesn't take the Alchemy spell in this matchup. He'd probably switch that to the Hereditary spell. Then he's also going to have.
He's a High Prince though, isn't he?
He's got the Pyro though.
The High Prince has
well.
all the spells, doesn't he? For the Master of Crime
but
Ring
he
Tower.
can switch.
Sure.
Can switch one to the Hereditary.
Yeah, sure.
So I would imagine he would probably switch the Alchemy spell to the Hereditary.
Yeah, that makes sense actually.
Because there's not that much with armor in this, so that's what I would do. Then he's got Raven's Wing. He's got Awaken the Beast. He's got the Cosmology #1, Altered Sight.
Altered Sight, yeah.
He's going to have Healing Waters as well, and he's got a very convenient water terrain there as well, which maybe would help him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's stepping back though, does it? It looks like he's.
I think if he's deploying there, he's deploying really far back because if you look at where Ali is deployed, that the line is probably not exactly centre. So actually we're.
He's right
conveniently so we're going more on the camera looks more at the high elf end, which is probably where the action's going to be. But I think if Ali's right up on that line, he hasn't dropped because he's still got some more things. So I think we were just early on in the deployment and things. But maybe we'll get Hyper G to have a look at the table once they're all deployed. But
look like he's dropping for first, right?
Yeah, so maybe they've done a bit back and forth. Hyper G, do you want to have a quick look at that table and have a see what's going on?
We could do with finding out what spells as well.
Tanker also has the Pyro
he's gone for,
which is going to be really essential in this matchup to, as you say, thin the numbers out. I think the priority for Tanker is going to be the Spider and the Chariot Wizards initially, to try and get one or multiple of those guys off the field before the lines close, because they're going to cause a lot of problems. And then I think after that it's going to be trying to thin down the hit point pool on the Great Green Idol, or both of the Great Green Idols, because they're also going to give him some problems. The Orcs themselves, he's probably not that bothered about, because both the units of Sword Masters can take a charge from them and come out the other side.
They're not really big enough units to really,
No.
you know, once they've taken the damage to really dish it back, are they?
Yeah, so I think he's, rather than thinning the numbers of orcs, I think he's going to be focused on the monsters and the chariots.
Yeah, sure.
Which makes sense. I know it sounds like a silly thing to say, but I think movement's going to be really key because although, you know, Tanker has those Sea Guard Reapers, he doesn't have the kind of the Queen's Guard or the Sea Guard to really back it up.
He has Queen's Guard, right?
Has he got Queen's Guard?
He's got Queen's Guard, yeah. So, 20 good. So I think they're the ones that are literally pinning themselves in the
I
water
thought it was
now.
3 units of Sword Masters.
Yeah, so
silly me. Never mind.
Yeah, it looks like they're the ones in the water, the old 20 deep. He looks like as well he's got at least one character, perhaps the Pyro Mage, in there. Yeah, we'll try and have a little look at things. I think the other Sword Masters are on the very left, then Queen's Guard, then... that doesn't look big enough for spears, actually.
I actually thought it was orcs on the top left, but I could be wrong.
I think orcs are on the bottom right because the Great Green Idol seems to be in the middle.
Yeah. Tanker's using not high elves.
But it's all cohesive.
We hope.
Yeah, which is the way. Those are his lancers that he's putting down right now, I think. Let's have another quick cheeky look at his list and see if we can pin that together. While we're doing that as well, having a little look, let's say hi to the people on the chat already. Young Seward, Swaggart, McDaddy. There's a lot of hashtags going on. Obviously, Chafer Masters seems to be trending, as we've said. Goblin's Grotto, thank you very much. Dan, Witchkurt, which I always get wrong, and I like that I get it wrong now. Yeah, thank you guys for all coming in. There's about 10 people in the chat already, which is very, very good work, chaps. So well done for joining, and thank you for joining, and keep the comments coming. But yeah, so it looks like he's got one big unit of spears. Where do we think that's gone?
So it's a bolt thrower on the table, just on the edge of the table at the left, and it's going to be 23 Swordmasters. The Queen's Guard with probably all the characters. Mm-hmm. And then he's got the unit of 39 spears with the Rhymer banner.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a character in there. It looks like he's got like a block of 40, so maybe the prince is in there.
Sure.
And then another 23 Swordmasters. And then what we can see at the front is the Lancers just behind the hill, and the Elaine Reavers on the far right. And I'd say he's dropping for first turn. And
yes, I just saw Ali move past me actually, so I think while Tanker was dropping, Ali just went for a quick whiz.
Yeah, you can see that he's measuring from the bottom left corner of the spears.
Yeah.
For his general, so I'm assuming that's the general there.
Yeah.
And I would guess that the BSB is in the Queen's Guard. And you can see just the bottom tip of another bolt thrower behind the spears.
Yeah. And
I would imagine that the third bolt thrower is probably over on the right side.
Yeah, that would make sense. Just split them up, just so that you can't get them all if we go for it. And imagine him putting that behind the spears is just saying, I'm going to go through Great Green Idol and keep going for him, or something that's not infantry. He's going to be using the single shot.
Do you think that the orcs are already deployed?
I thought they were because Tanker was measuring them earlier.
Yeah, it looks like it, right?
But I think Ali might, as you can see on the very top right, I think there might be some units that he wasn't. So perhaps they did a bit of back and forth.
It looks like they're moving on to
it looks like Vanguard. Yeah,
there we go. So, yeah.
I think Tanker Vanguard first, which means that he's actually going second.
Yeah.
So perhaps Ali dropped him first.
Maybe that was him putting all down.
Ali had pretty much deployed everything at me before Tanker had started, so that would make sense.
So what does Ali have in his deployment?
So we'll have a quick look at his list to see if we can marry that up. Where do we think the?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Yes. How are you?
So I believe we've got first blood.
First blood already?
First blood.
In the tournament?
I think so.
In terms of humans?
I mean, I could be wrong because I can't look everywhere.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think one of Kev's monsters has taken 2 wounds from small insects.
Right, so we're well in.
Boo! No, Kev. No. We need Kev to stomp straight through Jeff. That's what we need. Go, Mr. Mino.
So Jeff inflicts the first wound that we've got there.
I believe so.
I'm gonna make you the new pin, my friend, while you're doing that.
I don't know how close I need to get to the camera to hear me.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
No, we can hear you okay, mate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you, mate.
We're looking at Kev versus Jeff.
Brilliant. So Jeff's got first blood in that, and that looks they're already marching on each other as well. Very cool. There's Jordan. So yeah, just give us a bit of a show around, give people a feel of the
Hey, Kev.
of the tournament and what's going on for people that aren't here. Obviously, you've got the Masters chaps there. 1v2 of last year happening. Loads of really good first round matchups actually.
Yeah, so there you've got the Beast Herd Civil War between Jeff Keeling and Kev Stonebanks. Obviously, the second half of the Paired Weapons podcast. As you said, that was Jordan Bladen, the host of the tournament, just wandering past there in his camel hair coat, looking very smart. Hey, there they are. So we've got Jack Payne with his Warriors list, and Craig Johnson, the reigning master, with his unexpected Dread Elves. Mikey Newman there with a whole host of grey VC, as you can see. And Hugh Scarlin there with his KOE. We'll all be interested to see how that goes. Jeff's checking the internet because he's bored. Playing against Kev. And in the background there, you can see Mr. Ninth Age himself, Ed Murdoch, and Jake Courtine. That is Demon Legions versus ID.
Jake's doing his pan-pending pacing.
Yeah, right.
They always
yeah,
does.
he's patented facing. Yeah,
Absolutely.
so you've got Josh there. Is that Luke Williams under the mask? I think it was. So that'll be Sylvans versus UD, I think. And this handsome fellow, of course, is Staff.
I'm just gonna see if I
Tom Clues under the mask.
I'm going to change the stream slightly so that the stream itself can see a little bit more. Because I think I've zoomed in. Ah, there we go. Right. Bit of maintenance, guys. Bit of maintenance. Bear with. We can see more of the board if I just simply zoom out. Isn't that better? There we go. So yeah, for people.
Maybe we can see a bit more of the deployment now.
Yes, with the people on the stream can see a little bit more. Technical issues. Wouldn't be PTG without some technical issues. So there we are. We've got them out of the way. But yeah.
Hey, well done, Lucky Sixes.
So that's much better, much better. So yeah. So as you can see now on the left side, there is that bolt thrower, like you were saying. And the Gargantulas coming down that side for the Swordmasters. Do we think that's a good matchup for probably the Swordmasters, right? You just sheer amount of attacks.
Yeah, I don't think the Spider can do much against the Swordmasters, just also because there's a lot of shooting on that side.
Yeah.
So the Queen's Guard can put everything into the Spider. There's going to be one or two bolt throwers shooting it as well. Maybe some magic. So I think that Spider's not in the best place. However,
It looks
Great
like he's
Green
pushing
Idol
with the
can-
Great Green, yeah.
yeah, the
gonna
Great
say-
Green Idol can do work on the Swordmasters.
It's got that target
So-
saturation over that side, which obviously if Tanker rolls really well and removes the spider in one turn, then he should have a second turn's worth of concentration on that Great Green Idol. But if he doesn't, then that could be a bit dicey for him.
Sure. Yeah. Having both at the same time as well might be an issue.
It's what Ali has to do at the end of the day. He doesn't have the shooting himself the range damage to sit back. He's got the get launchers, which are going to be great, but then they're not anything like what the highborn shooting is.
Yeah. And you can see Ali actually as well, we were saying about hasn't got the shooting and Tanker does, trying to use that hill to his fullest.
Yeah, he's
hiding-
obviously
hiding one of
using
the
it as a
Jarrett's
fire
behind
shower,
there,
isn't he? Yeah.
What was that, Henry? Sorry.
He's hiding at least one of the chariots behind the.
Yeah.
That was one of the key units that we mentioned at the start, that he's going to have to make sure that he takes them off at some point. We can't really tell which chariot it is. There's a couple on thaumaturgy and there's one on witchcraft.
Sure, yeah.
So I would imagine that's probably the one that Ali is assuming is the most important in this matchup.
That'll be the witchcraft one.
You can see that he has another chariot, this great green idol at the back. There's a chariot just hiding behind that one. So you can also see that he's sort of hiding that chariot because you can see that it's an important piece as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's already sort of good way to use the terrain in terms of to try and mitigate your disadvantage, right?
Has Ali got anything on the right hand side to sort of start dealing with those reavers, or is he just going to be reliant on the get launchers, which is not an ideal target, really, I guess?
I don't know. I think it's just mano a mano over there in terms of that. Have the reavers been able to get into because git launchers are 12-inch minimum, aren't they? Or have I made that up?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
If they're a catapult, then maybe. But I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh.
But it is a possibility if there isn't anything they're not dealt with.
Sure.
I mean, if he's kept one of the thaumaturgy mages behind there, Hand of Heaven or some kind of other direct damage spell will be really helpful at dealing with them. But you only need a couple to survive to really, take out those war machines, which could be quite, damaging for Ali there. He needs them to thin down the units of sword masters and potentially the lancers as well.
Yeah. So we're sort of saying deployment-wise, with Ali dropping for first, probably to try and rush the list as much as possible. Probably Tank has got the better matchups and better setup, especially as he's able to deploy so deep.
I think it's that Vanguard in Reaver unit that's potentially going to cause him some issues. I mean, looking at his list, he doesn't appear to have really any light arms shooting, so there's not anything, and this can be a problem when you're dealing with fast cav.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Going back to the chat, we've got 17 people in there now, so thanks very much. Thanks to Bobby Clark for joining us. A lot of people, I imagine, doing it painting like you, so keep that up. If you can, tell us what you're painting as well. Let us know in the comments as well what you're thinking, if we're sort of missing something, or if you've got any questions about the stream or units or anything like that. We'll do our best to answer and let you know about everything else going on in the stream. What we do have...
Looks like we're moving to magic phase now.
Yes.
Do we know what spells people took yet?
I'd probably defer to staff to see if he's able to find that out, and then he'll get back to us if he can. Hyper-G, if you're able to find out the spells in that one, then that'd be great. Obviously, we'll do it in time and see what's going on. Would be interesting. Oh, it's a good roll. Good thaumaturgy roll.
Ali drew the card 3 for the magic phase, which is a 5/5 on the card. So you can expect something like 7 or 8 dice against 5. So
Ali's channel
that looked like
3.
a hand to heaven. On 3 hits or 3 wounds and some saves.
So some silver helmets.
So hand of heaven against the lances.
Oh, that's 3 6s.
What for Ali? Did he just roll 3 6s?
It looks like 3 6s.
Fantastic. I've had a good suggestion from the chat as well. I'm probably going to remove the aesthetics of the overlay just for a second, so we can make this a little bit bigger. So we'll just have the thing. Oh,
Ali's master rolled 666 for his first magic spell into the hole.
Right, okay, so that is confirmed, Matt. I don't know whether anybody heard that. Ali's mage has gone straight into the hole, turn 1. 666. Killed 1 silver helmet with Hand of Heaven. and died.
Straight down the hole.
Straight down the hole.
That's so Orchid Goblin.
Not rolling 3 dice then.
So, and it was thaumaturgy as well, so I would imagine
he rolled 2 6s and a 1, and then re-rolled his 1 for the third 6.
Okay, so
down the hole.
just to confirm, that was his master with all the stuff. So that's
would he not get? So he would get the +1 for thaumaturgy, but would he not get the -1 for rolling 3 dice?
3 dice.
So then he wouldn't go down the hole.
So I'll confirm whether he's gone down the hole or if he's just died. He might have just rolled 4 and died on that as well. So we'll confirm that later.
See the dice.
Yeah. It was 3 6s though, wasn't it? So maybe there's that, or maybe there's something. But I'm just gonna try and move this again. Technical issues. I'm gonna try and move this camera so that the live stream can actually see a bit more. So let's do this. Excuse the thing for the time being. I'll take the overlay off, and you can see it, so it's a little tiny bit bigger for the screen as well.
What is the what's the 3 6s miscast? Is it 3 wounding on 4s, no saves?
4.
Yeah.
So it might be that he's gone down.
So I might have killed him anyway that way.
Yeah, because I saw Tanker roll a load of dice immediately afterwards. So
It looked like just now he's shooting his git launchers. I didn't see exactly what. I saw that one of them hit. He rolled 2 hits, rolled 2 ones.
So dice are certainly playing a part in this first live stream.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
This thing, losing that, if he has lost that master, that's going to be
that's
brutal,
a huge downturn. Yeah. We're gonna while they're moving on to Tanker's thing, we're gonna move over to the man on the ground, zooming around and checking out the other people. This is what's going on in the Masters. Lots of thinking. Jeff's already on Kev's side of the board, which can't be good for Kev. But we'll see. I imagine we'll get a bit of it into that as well.
Looks like Tanker's got two Reavers left. So maybe something to target them in the magic phase or in the shooting phase.
Yeah, sure. Maybe
against the. He wants to obviously take some pressure on the war machines there with those 2.
Yeah.
And you can see that the chariot in the backfield is sort of zoning them somewhat at the moment. The one that's behind the Great Green Idol.
Yeah, you just see it in the shop because of.
So it looks like Tanker's decided that the chariot's too close and he can't zone them. So now he's trying to hide them behind the impassable.
Yeah, I think the git launcher did go for them and get them down.
Makes sense. If that master's gone now, then he's going to need those git launchers to try and put pressure on some of Tanker's more damaging units.
Apologies for that little break. The breaking news from Jeff and Kev's table was that Jeff made a 23-inch charge. I don't know how exactly that happened or worked, but that is quite a big, interesting thing on that table.
Oh no, really?
I imagine the Razor Tusk was involved, plus magic, plus all sorts of things. Fantastic. We'll while Tanker's sorting out his movement, we do have some extra things going on and extra things to bring you. We'll stick with Tanker, and we will show you a little rundown of his list that we created, and hopefully you will enjoy. Just to give us a break while he's doing his movement, and then we'll come back after the movement phase and crack on with that. But yeah, enjoy watching the lineup of Tanker.
One of the more concise armies is up next, and one that offered us a huge surprise in regards to who was leading them. Last year's winning army should mean they are a good choice anyway, but all sorts of controversy have surrounded a choice that will be looking to let its dice rolling do the talking. A simple 3-4-3 formation with ordnance covering the front and cavalry on the wings is Tanker's obvious choice to line up with. There's a surprising amount of points in a few units, but with the recent appointment of their manager to Team England, will it affect his team's focus going into the biggest event of the year? Let's take you through it. Some say that a certain upgrade is slowly becoming untakeable, but others, well, they just take it. To say that this team is a one-man show would be considered praise that he'll gladly eat up, so just don't say it. A transfer embargo put onto the team shortly before the manager's arrival can be the only explanation for the inclusion of units that fans have long considered to be low on morale. Despite that, their previous reputation cannot be ignored, and this could well be what steals the show. If ever there was an auto-include in the team, the ladies would be quick to point out that the lads are nothing without their wags. Don't expect them to stay in the formation the graphic shows them in here, they just never do as they're told. Ella and Reavers have a tough job in the team, and they usually find themselves on net duty as well. But someone's got to do it, and these highborns, it will always be them. Slightly more upgraded than Reavers, as some people's bugbear unit, eyes will be focused on what this unit of Lancers can bring to the pitch. There's not much more to say for a unit that will always be hanging around the team sheet or warming up eagerly on the bench. This could be their chance. One of the largest units taken in the tournament graces Tanker's centre, and that wall of pointy things even has spears too. If opponents don't lose their eyes on the sharp parts of their ears, that war banner practically built for them will ensure their weapons do the job instead. This setup isn't unusual with the other characters in the team, as a bit of a shuffle up in tactics followed a recent change to pitch dimensions. What the Prince gained, the Commander lost. Or something like that anyway. The Mage has long been pushed to the background because of the tower upgrade, but Tanker still deemed this one worthy of a go. In case there weren't enough pointy things in the army, expect a few more here. In a field graced with juicy targets, it's no surprise whatsoever to see all three lining up like they've never been away. And they probably haven't. Could it be the highborn elf reign of terror continuing under the leadership of England's captain? Picked out of the draw first, is it a sign of things to come?
Right, here we go. So we are back with Tanker. They're on the Magic. Not a lot happened in movement in terms of that. When Henry gets back, he had some good insight with the Queen's Guard, and it was mainly focused around zoning those two monsters on the left-hand side.
Yeah, there was an interesting move as Tanker pulled back his Queen's Guard there. This is something that players should be very, very careful of. Obviously, I'm not casting any dispersions here, but when you move backwards and sideways, you can only move in a straight line. And it looks to me like they are slightly more angled towards the spider than they were a minute ago. So,
sure.
little bit of gamesmanship there, I think.
Bit of cheekiness.
Potentially that was a swift reform though, right? If that is. So that could have been that as well.
Yes, it could have been, yes.
But yeah.
If it was a swift reform, they would be facing the other way, surely.
Yeah, no, yeah. Just, you're right.
But yeah, who knows? It's getting the angles on the cameras always difficult.
Yeah.
So how do you guys find the balance patches that they've done, the points changes? How has it affected your lists?
It's done me favours because Feldrak's got cheaper. So
hey,
more,
I know.
More Feldraks.
Underpowered.
Yeah, I mean,
they
we
needed
can
all
only
the help they could
only get 12 now, but they're under 800 points now for a block of 6 with a blind with discipline and full command. So, and halberds, because they got nerfed in 3s with paired weapons. Fair enough, but if you're running big blocks of them, and I do, then it's basically I've gathered myself up an extra magic item or an extra warrior in the block. So
cool.
Yeah. What about you, mate?
You don't need to find any more models either, for that matter.
No, I'm okay for that as well. I'm okay for that. Yeah.
I know all my lists as you well know, don't tend to take the usual filth. So all my lists went down massively in points. My vampire counts went down almost 200 points.
So I think this looks like a lot of dice. So this could be shooting going on.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens in terms of that. Re-roll in. So this looks like the Queen's Guard, to be honest.
Oh, here we go.
That's the hit and picking up 6s, right? Yeah, 3 6s. So on something. And 3 more hits, 1 more 6. So I think that's what that is. It's looking at probably the cover, the spider, yeah. So done. That looks like a lot of 3s.
That's a single shot.
So I think that was a shot, yeah.
And maybe he's rolling.
So he's as sort of Henry was alluded off screen, and Matt, you said about then with the Queen's Guard. I think he's looking at trying to just clink in the wound so that those units just can't go into the sword blasters, right?
Is that 4 wounds?
It looks it because it doesn't look like those are actually.
What's the armor save on the
4 up,
spider? Yeah,
well, it would be 4 up, but AP1 from Queen's Guard, so 5 ups. So that's actually, I mean, the longer that goes on.
From those 4 days there, I can't see any 5s. I think they were the ones that Ali rolled for the armor saves.
Yeah, it does look like it. I mean, the longer that goes on, the more Ali's just got to run away, right?
Well, maybe that's his plan, isn't it? Is to rush forward and then turn around and bugger off again.
Oh, or I think
it
just
looks like the flank of the Lancers there. Yeah.
I mean, has Tanker done that on purpose in order to bait?
I mean, I'm just looking at the flee angle there. If he does flee,
it's not the best, is it?
No.
So you're suggesting then he declares a charge with the spider into the flank of the Lancers, and then if they flee, he bounces them with the orc block.
I mean, he could do, yeah. There's the option there, and then there's a whole load of panic tests. And I mean, obviously, panic and high elves is not the worst thing in the world, but
yeah. To answer a question on I think from Swagger McDaddy, yes, the wizard is dead. We just don't know whether he got sucked into the void or he just died on the 4 dice. So, but either way, he is dead.
Either way, he's dead.
Yeah. So,
which is an unlucky thing for Ali.
Yeah, turn 1, man. So that's.
He's fleeing.
Yes, so he's declared a charge because he saw a thing. Do we think that Tanker put that there on purpose? Or is that a mistake?
I'm not sure.
I think it's worth noting there's a bit of latency on the YouTube feed here as well.
Yeah.
So we should probably comment on the feed rather than what we're seeing on Zoom, I guess. Okay.
Oh,
cool.
it looks like he's holding.
Oh, he's held.
Yeah, I think that it looks like it must have been a mistake then in that case.
Because I think they looked at the flee charge and it was too long for him to flee, I guess, and he didn't want to be in the way of his spear. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Getting him into combat.
If he did do that, then then Ali can really push up with those orc blocks then, and he's got no real counter charges because the Lancers are away.
And that just confirms as well with those counters behind him, he did take 4 wounds to the Queen's Guard in shooting, so that was pretty briefy. Henry, we were saying that the Queen's Guard sort of moved over to basically shoot at the big Gribblies.
Yeah, the Queen's Guard moved back a little bit, I think just because they could. They have the quick to fire character in there, so they don't lose anything by moving. So just by moving back 2.5 inches, just gives him a bit more time, and he's probably going to be moving 2.5 inches back every turn. But this move with the spider looks maybe a bit unexpected, but I think for tanker, it's not all that bad. The spiders, if he kills all of the lancers in one turn, he can overrun, but it's just going to put him in front of the elves, which means that he's either just going to get charged by the spear prince or shot off. So I don't think it's obviously it's a sacrifice for tanker because he's going to lose 400 points of lancers, but it doesn't really change the game for him that much. So yeah, probably a mistake there by tanker, but it's not going to cost him all that much.
Yeah, I mean, eventually he should get the spider, but I guess from a tanker's point of view, it's just a shame the spider gets any points whatsoever because he was looking to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think for Ali's point of view, he's got to try and just get as many points as he can with that spider because he's not looking long for the world, is he?
Yeah, sure. And it's either that or run away, and no one wants to run away.
So the objective is secure target. Do we know where the counters are?
That's a very good point. So we'll ask Mr. Hyper G when he comes around. I did have some breaking news from the Craig v Jack game in that I think whoever's got Dance Macabre, which I think is Craig, three diced it, moved a lot of his stuff, and through a few different events got a giant that Jack was not expecting. So that's some interesting stuff on that front as well. Hang on, I've just got to go. Talk amongst yourselves.
So as we said, the Great Green Idol has
Right.
quite a good match.
Okay, Lucky Sixes is gone.
Yeah.
This is Hyper G, because Lucky Sixes didn't report that right whatsoever. Craig had 3 dice, cast a bubble, Dance Macabre, got it off against Jack's 5, completely diced him, and then that meant that Craig could Dance Macabre, move all 3 of his repeater bolt throwers forward, and then shoot in the turn, because he was originally out of range. All 3 bolt throwers hit and killed the giant. Jack's down the giant. Back to Lucky Sixes.
That's a damaging.
There you go.
Damaging spell.
3 dice against 5 as well.
It happens. I can't think the last time I actually passed a 5 dice to spell against 3. It never works. But yeah, no, you're right. The Sword Masters against the Great Green Idol, you got to favour the Great Green Idol there, but it's what chip damage those Queen's Guard can do first.
Yeah, and the bolt throwers as well.
Yeah,
and the magic.
I mean, the bolt throwers, you'd be assuming they'll be multi-shot, just to try and get those 6s, but
it's not the best target for them.
No.
So getting into the Lancers there, what looks like is Ali is now using this to absolutely push as far as he can, right?
He's already down quite a big chunk of points, isn't he, from losing the Master? So he's got to try and get points somewhere.
Yeah.
But this is where it can kind of cascade, can it?
Interesting use of a bottle of hand sanitizer there to
always
top up his
accessories of the.
Maybe I could just use this opportunity just to talk a little bit about our sponsor. I'm just going to continue.
Going back to your question a little while ago about the secure targets, pretty much where both Great Green Idols are now is where the targets are. I think the bases are actually covering them as we speak.
Oh yeah, you can see one of them just to the right. BSB Great Green Idol, like a little circular marker. I don't see the other one.
Yeah, so
that's quite interesting.
No, go on, Henry. Do your plug.
Yeah, so we have a show sponsor on Anton Podcast. We're sponsored by a company called Weird Farm Miniatures. So Weird Farm Miniatures are a 3D print company based in Denmark. They do 3D prints from all sorts of different companies. They have actually quite a good website that gives you all the different companies. You can also search by 9th Age faction. They're very 9th Age compatible, so you can search on their website by faction, or you can search by print company. They have a really big range of really interesting 3D printed models, and the kind of service that they offer is fantastic in my opinion. The guy Nils, who runs the 3D print shop, he's like really good with customer service. Like if you need some kind of custom thing done, if you want something resized, if you want a special base done, he's like really happy to help. He's a ninth age player himself, so he really understands like the needs of our sort of market. And I must say, like the quality of this resin and the sculpt is phenomenal. If you're interested in having a look at the quality before you buy anything, you can go on the Amateur Podcast YouTube channel, and we have like a little video where I've compared different 3D prints compared to his, and the quality of this is fantastic. He uses a special kind of resin which isn't very brittle, so this means that it's a bit bendy, it's more durable, really good quality. So I can't recommend this company more, and obviously it's a show sponsor as well, so go and check out weirdfarmminiatures.dk. I think it's weird-farmminiatures.dk. Search them on Google, you'll find them. Really good 3D print shop, affordable, ships worldwide, and really good quality.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of their stuff at the moment, mate. It looks fantastic. It is weird-farm.dk. I was looking at their mercenary model for an Inquisitor. You could use that as an Inquisitor in your EOS army.
Yeah, they do a lot of D&D stuff as well.
Yeah, 59 krona. How much is that?
£7?
Okay, that's well, it looks like a really nice model, so that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, he ships worldwide, and I know that some people in the US have bought stuff from there as well. So yeah, should be pretty good, pretty fast service as well.
While we're talking about.
Yeah,
we're on the Magic. While we're talking about sponsors, actually, for you viewers that are tugging in, I'm going to pass you over to Mr. Hyper-G, because we've got a bit of a special time 2-week offer to go to Chaos Cards, which is a gaming accessories sort of company that do lots of like dice and dice trays and all that stuff. Also support the 9th Age, and we have a bit of a code that if you use, you get some money off. So I'm going to pass you over to Hyper-G through this hashtag tech to talk to you about that.
Hey folks, so yeah, the website like Lucky Sixes mentions is Chaos Cards. They're a great website with loads of gaming accessories, board games, that sort of thing. The best way to find out exactly what they've got is just to go on and have a look. But yeah, they're really very great. We're very grateful for the fact that they've offered us a discount code for anyone who gets this particular discount code and puts it in when they purchase. The code is in capital letters. Chaos, which is hopefully something that we're all familiar with as a word. Won't go into reasons why. And then a hyphen and then PTG in capitals. So hyphen dash, I don't know, grammar. Married to an English teacher, forgive me. Hopefully I'll put that in the chat right now if it's not there already. And we'll keep mentioning that throughout the weekend. But yeah, you'll get a discount on anything you buy from there if you go on.
Do we know what the discount is?
It's either 5% or 10%. I'm not entirely sure. I'll double check that now. But it is. It'll all come up when you put that code in. It expires at the end of January, so you haven't got to do it this weekend. So very grateful to those guys over there. Thank you, Amy. You've been a star. And yeah, we're back to Lucky Sixes.
Well, it looks like 7 wounds have been done on the Lancers, and Tank has saved a few of them, but I couldn't quite tell how many he saved. We'll see now. Like he's putting dice down to see how many. So this is attacks back. Looks like a couple more wounds. Re-rolling maybe.
And maybe they're the horses. I don't think he rolled any 6s there, or did he?
No, that looks like the goblins striking back.
No, this is the goblins, yeah. So don't think he did any wounds with the goblins. Looks like 2 spells got cast on the combat as well.
Yeah, and it was Ali's turn, so I would imagine.
Yeah, so 3 were killed. And I guess there's going to be charge, flank, big flank, 3 damage. Looks like if they don't flee, they're going to be running away. But I think in this position, I don't know if you even want to overrun, because it kind of puts you in a worse position, I think. At least the Swordmasters have to charge you and get closer to the Great Green Idol. And you have a chance to whittle them down.
Are the
I'm not
lances
really
going to
sure.
break? Because I'm not sure he's broken steadfast there. Here we go.
Yeah,
I
they
think
will
But
that's
it's-
because
the
yeah,
right-
the
'cause
spider
it's,
has a rank.
Yeah.
Okay, of course, yeah.
So that looked like a re-rolled break test there.
Second one was a double 6 as well, so that wasn't any good.
Yeah.
Just go with regards to sound chat. I know there's a bit of chat on there. If I've adjusted them slightly for the YouTube thing, if this is much better, let me know. I will keep muting myself so it's easier to hear the actual experts come in on, because that's the main thing. But yeah, no, it looks like the. Let me know in the
So
chat
has
if it's any
overrun.
better. Leo
So, yeah,
Brown, this is Tanker versus Ali in turn 1. For those latecomers, Tanker is Highborns, Ali the Goblins.
I think I probably agree with Henry. Then I'm not sure if you'd actually want to overrun, because that flea path that he had with the lancers would stop tankers, other units really getting into combat, even when they rally, because they're not going to be able to move there. They'll just be able to reform and then potentially get the orcs into them. Whereas he could have then tried to hold with the spider, turn around, maybe so that the swordmasters don't get quite so many models in. Although that being said, there's not a great deal of wounds left on the spider, so it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, how much does the swordmasters worry about the other orcs down that side, the common orcs?
Absolutely zero.
Yeah, right.
I think
so,
if they go into a flank,
I was gonna say, so
I think that's about the only thing that they could.
Does him charging the spider then allow him to actually get one of his swordmasters on the right over into the mix into all the stuff that's on this left side?
I think that's what he's looking at now, right?
Yeah.
So actually, because he doesn't care about the combo charge, and the combo charge actually probably works against Ali because it's in making models less, apart from maybe ranks and things like that. Swordmasters don't care about anything, do they? Apart from the Great Green Idol, I would guess.
Yeah, you're correct. So I think that maybe that was the only charge there.
Have we got 6 wounds on the spider at the moment? Is that right?
That looks like it. So they only need, was it 2 more?
Yeah. So it's hitting on what, 2s, wounding on
5s.
Are they? Is it res 6 or res 7?
I think it's res 6 the spider.
All right, yeah. So wounding on 5. So yeah, you should get that through.
Confirmed.
It's a character spider though. Do they have any different save or something like that?
No. Not as far as I know.
No, because it's still a monster, isn't it? Or gigantic or whatever it is. In terms of what's his loadout? As poison attack, gargantua, paired weapon, shield breaker, light armor. So yeah, so the light armor won't do anything. So it's just a 4-up.
I'm not sure if this is a bit of a mistake here from
Yeah,
Tanker.
it's getting a bit too close to that chariot, I'm thinking, for a combo.
I think if it was me, I probably would have just moved back and forced the Great Green Idol to try a charge. There's only infantry, the idol, so it doesn't have it's not the fastest thing in the world. So
yeah, I mean,
it
with
would
that,
allow him an extra turn of
is
shooting.
he just looking at just sheer weight of attacks? The issue is, as you said, is the chariot can go in as well. He can move the idol over as much as possible to limit the attacks, right?
Correct.
So what's he going for here with the Queen's Guard? I'm very interested. What's he shooting at here?
I mean, is that chariot on a hill now?
Quite possibly, yeah. Quite possibly that chariot's slightly on the hill.
To me, it looks like it's off the hill.
I can't tell if it's.
It does look off, but I don't know whether it's slanted.
On.
He might have 3D might kill us in this angle.
I think to me it looks like it's kind of hiding behind the hill, and that would make sense from it. So
it's behind the hill. It looks like.
But now he's measuring. But maybe he can see it. I don't know. But to me, it would make more sense if Tanker had shot everything into the idol on the left, to just take a few wounds off before it inevitably charges the swordmasters.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's measuring towards the chariot, just to maybe he can see it with a few guys. But they only have 4 wounds, the chariots, and not that much save, so.
Yeah, is it?
sort of makes sense.
Yeah, maybe. Just to confirm as well, a question that was done before. The master didn't go down the hole. It was just the 4 dice, and then died through that as well. So that was some pretty bad dice on Ali's part to not only get the 3 with 6, but also to get the the 3
4
wounds
pluses.
as well. Yeah, so, unlucky Ali. Very minimal magic as well. So I guess to get two spells off in that last phase on the Silver Helms was actually a pretty good feat in itself, right?
Well, yeah.
Well, there's a bit of doing down lists and things. If we go over to Mr. Hyper-G's camera, just very, very quickly, see what else is going on.
Can we see how Kev's getting on, Hyper-G? And then maybe if we can, maybe a little trip to see old Matty P's Dark Horse, Shay.
Yeah, so just going around the tables, this is what's happening here. Yeah, it looks, I mean, there's still a lot on the table there for Kev, so it's that early 23-inch charge, which was raiding chariots onto raiding chariots, by the way, I'm told, is an interesting one. I guess that is the king of matchups where the charge is the winner, right? Oh, here we go with Jay.
Yeah.
So the blue versus Warriors. So yeah, that's again old Luke UD. Feeling a bit of pressure as well. A lot of people have tipped him, he said, so he was feeling the pressure.
Well, he's a very solid player, isn't he? And he knows the army inside out. And I know from experience using UD, they are not an easy army to do well with, and they have that point where it all kind of balances on a knife edge, and if things start going wrong, they really go wrong.
Oh, that's the Haristo dwarf gun line with hammers, which is an awesome list, but also a terrible list. Any objective is good for that list, right? Adjective, sorry. Going back to the game. Once it focuses.
It looks like old site will cast on the Queen's Guard in the magic phase, so they're going to have +1 to hit in the phase.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what their target's going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like
I haven't
from
quite
this point,
seen
it's
the
one
spells.
that you just led off at this point, isn't it? Alter Sight. You can have that just so.
The way I think Alter Sight is quite an interesting spell. Like it has a lot of spike potential.
Yeah.
Like if you can transfer the Queen's Guard from 3+ to 2+, for example, and just get like a roll where you don't roll that many ones, it's really good. But on average, you have to see it as.
Oh, chaps,
okay,
I'm gonna have to drop out for a second. Be back in a minute.
Okay.
How many hits? How many strength 4 hits do you actually get? So, like if you math it, like maybe the Queen's Guard do 3 more hits to get +1. So that's 3 more strength 4 hits against you.
Yeah.
And let's say it's a Grey Green Idol. That's only 0.5 wounds. So that's how you should see this spell when you're deciding to cast it.
Sure.
So
we're really looking at
basically that spell is only doing like 0.5 wounds against Great Green Idol. So.
Yeah. So from Ali's point of view, it's an auto. You can have that early doors, and
for
so tanker, it's a bonus.
Make that much difference. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make a big difference, but it could be spiky if the dice roll really high. This looks like some shooting. I think maybe that's the Queen's Guard against the Chariot. But
I'm assuming it didn't do a great deal because looking at it, it looks like he's the line of sight goes to the flank, so obviously he's going to get cover from that hill.
Sure. Yeah. So hitting them very, very high, even with Queen's Guards, because they've moved as well. So.
Yeah, that's what they're measuring now, right? So it's 2's base, no penalty for moving, 3's long range, 5's half cover, and ulti. So looks
4
like
hits.
2 wounds.
potentially 2 wounds, 2 armor saves. Well, one was a 1. So
You've got to love those wizard adepts, the goblins on chariots. You know,
Yeah,
35
excellent
points for that
character.
chariot for
So
an additional 2
6.
wounds and an armor save is just really good.
yeah, man.
So I think that was 3 wounds or 2 wounds on the chariot. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, that was a bolt thrower.
Yeah.
As well, I think.
So yeah, it looks like they're something. He pointed at the swordmaster, so I don't know what that was.
Yeah, so I guess he's moved into combat now.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to actually see what he shot with the bolt throwers, whether they went into the Great Green Idol and did nothing,
Yeah.
or...
Well, I imagine at this point, because you've gone Queen's Guard into that chariot, you've got to be the Great Green Idol, right?
Yes.
Because
Gates jamming again.
that's the biggest threat really for the swordmasters at that point. The swordmaster's going to be there a long time trying to kill that Great Green Idol. How many wounds did it have? Sorry.
Quite a few, I think.
Yeah.
Great Green Idol.
Yeah. Is that another 8 wounder?
6 hit points.
6. Okay. So well, there you go.
So the spider went
just
off.
smashing it up. Yeah.
We expected that though, to be fair.
Yeah, I think I only had like 2 wounds left anyway. So I mean, even a full wounded one wouldn't have done great against him. But
That's a big chunk of points, though.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to kind of see Tanker's thoughts on the Swordmaster versus the Great Green Idol matchup. He's playing it like he doesn't really care if the idol charges in, but to me, it's not the best combat for the Swordmaster.
No.
We see. We're talking about the left-hand one.
Yeah,
because,
exactly.
I mean, he's going to get hit by that chariot as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's probably going to be that, part of that back rank's going to be off as well. Unless he's got something in plan here, then I think
does
this
have
is
the
a really
potential for
shitty
the
fight.
flea, but I don't think it's
it definitely wasn't a flea there. I don't think.
it's not.
Yeah, but
It
why
looks like
would
it
he
will be
do
an
that?
on dice.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like it's close enough to be an on dice one,
yeah.
and you don't want to risk that with a.
I mean, Great
And
Green
if-
Idol.
and
Has
it-
the Great Green Idol got like a stomp 6, or is it just infantry? Isn't it? Oh, it is got stomp 6.
Stomp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got thunder, so I mean, this is looking a bit fruity. I'm also not sure that
That was a
block of
terror
orcs.
test for the Swordmasters.
I'm not sure
both
that
of them are
block of
going in.
orcs on the
Yeah,
hill
exactly.
can't
Yeah,
see
both
them
on the
either.
chariot as well.
Yeah.
And he's chaffed the bigger, the rightmost block of orcs, so he doesn't want
Yeah.
the absolute combo charge. I don't know whether that unit. I would imagine the middle unit has his killy orc warlord.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. The chariot and the idol together into the Swordmasters just isn't that good. The only reason I can think that he wants them there is because he thinks he can hold them and he can get the objective. Maybe
Right.
the magic. I don't know. It could be that the spell that he cast was the hereditary spell, but I'm pretty sure it was altered sight because he only rolled 2 dice.
Yeah, well, altered sight's out of 5, isn't it? So that would make
Yeah.
sense.
And the hereditary spell is a bit harder to cast.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idol's not going to die in 1 round, and he's going to get at least one round of stomps, and there's going to be D6 impact hits from the chariot and all the rest. I mean, the chariot's probably just going to go in there, suicide itself. It's actually better.
Yeah.
It's actually better for Ali that the chariot's already taken 2 wounds, because then that's less combat res.
Yeah.
That looks like some charge rolls.
Re-rolling off the hill, so the orcs
Got
get
an 8,
charged in as
so
well,
it
aren't they?
looks like that's it.
I mean, it shouldn't be re-rolling off a hill because there's not majority of the model on there, but
I think that was the group of orcs, wasn't it? That's the bottom right.
Was it the orcs?
Yeah, I think that.
Ah,
Was
right.
There's
okay.
a
Sorry, I
double
was thinking
6
of-
there.
Yeah, so that one's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's going to maximise that one and I suppose minimise really from his point of
makes-
view the Great Green
Yeah,
Idol.
that makes sense, to be honest.
Is there a? Could he have done that the other way around? Put the Great Green Idol on the right, swapped him over, and then got an overrun into the Queen's Guard with the Great Green Idol?
I
Does
don't-
he overhang them?
I'm not sure they're going to do like they kill the swordmasters, but it will just be the grind, won't it? I'm not sure that this. I don't think Ali's plan is to blow through the swordmasters. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they've got enough. I mean, it's not on the right. If they roll 6 on the impact hits, yeah, they probably could. But I don't know. A lot would have to go right to kill because there's
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
quite a
23
long overrun.
Yeah, 23 swordmasters, right? So that's you got to kill a lot. I think really Ali's only thing is that whether or not the armor can hold out against the swordmasters. Probably a lot on the chariot, but if the chariot stays there, that's a huge thing for. The swordmasters need to do some damage in this next combat phase, for sure.
Yeah, and he's rolling 6s to wound. I mean, you'd expect the chariot to die.
But as you say, only for 2, right?
I think he may have called his war cry this turn because he was.
Yeah, because he's rolling.
rolling.
He was rolling 3 dice for a lot of things,
For
wasn't he? So
everything,
he got
yeah.
the
So
it looks to me like he's got
This is
all
not
3
good,
in
not
here.
good for Tanker right now.
No, man. So he's just checking how much they can maximise, because obviously that unit can get in. It's just whether or not they can maximise as much as possible.
Did you say there was some characters in that unit?
I would have thought that the main feral character. Let's go back to his list while we're doing this.
He's got a feral orc warlord
Feral
with
orc
paired
warlord,
weapons
yeah.
and touch of greatness,
So
and a 2-up save.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he's in one of these 2 units, but where exactly he is another thing.
Do you know what? I think I think Tanker's in a pile of. He's in a lot of trouble here.
I agree.
There's only so much
He should
swordmasters
never have.
to
He
do.
should never have shoved those swordmasters forward.
I think also interestingly, we mentioned the scenario and the objective earlier. The 2 objectives look to be one just north of the chariot in the backfield, and the other one is somewhere in the bottom left corner. And Ali has a unit of scoring, very safe behind that hill, so it should be able to kind of sneak that objective on the last turn. And the way that the game is currently, I don't think Tank has any hope of getting the objective.
Not with any scoring. I guess his lancers were his best bet, but to try and nip in, but there was no space for him to go.
Yeah, so this is not looking great for Tanker. I think he probably should have led those swordmasters once the 2nd or 3rd unit was declared on them.
Yeah. I mean, this is only turn 2 as well, isn't it? We should turn 2 or turn 3.
Yeah.
This is Orc's turn 2.
Yeah. So
It's a show really of Ali's, being
Orc's
deserved
turn
to be
3.
in the Masters, because a lot of people would, as soon as that master went down a hole, their head would go down, their bottom lip would come out, and they wouldn't play the game. And obviously Ali's just said, well, we'll crack on, and he's gone for it. He's gone to try and get the points. And
and fortune favours the bold and the brave and stuff. And he's obviously made a lot of long charges here, but he's given himself every chance, hasn't he? So,
and that's the thing. At the end of the day, yes, it is a dice game, but if you don't go for those, you don't have those opportunities that you go for.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it Wayne Gretzky said? The only statistic I care about is this: I missed 100% of the shots I never took.
Shyban's getting out.
Loving all the quotes. Mr. Hyper-G, if it's at all possible, could we check in on Jake's game? We've got someone from the chat asking how he's getting on. Just a quick little look, and while they're moving all the charges, we'll have a quick look at that. This is Jake's game versus Ed. Well, there's still some big beasties on there for the demons, and all the demons seem to be on the table now after the ambushing, right? So, yeah, very interesting. The camera very much doesn't do these 2 armies justice as well, we should say. Yeah, very, very lovely painted. Quite a lot of lovely painted armies actually throughout the tournament. Your mate Kev's included in that, who, by the way, has seemed to dug himself out a little bit, and it seems a little bit more even on that one.
That's good. Of course, it's been quite controversial, hasn't it, Jordan? With his what was the correct term that he's insisting on for the
cohesiveness
painting?
is
Cohesive.
is the term.
And I for one support that. I think that's a really good move, because it's it means that people have actually got to put in the sort of effort that sometimes is a little bit lacking. And I think it's great. At the end of the day, a good-looking game is a good game, isn't it? So I'm up for that.
A good spectacle for other people watching as well. And there are a few like onlookers at the tournament as well, wandering around.
I think I agree somewhat with the majority of that. I do think there are some armies that perhaps suit lacking a bit of cohesiveness more, and it'd be a shame if they were to not be brought, suffer penalties, because the likes of VS, which may with the model range out there, may suit a little bit less of cohesiveness. I mean, obviously you've still got the basing and everything you can fit in, but I know I'll go for an example. My High Elf army, which I know Lucky Sixes has seen plenty of,
so nice.
Is an army that wouldn't sadly fit into Jordan's cohesiveness. So would take the penalties, which is a shame. But it gets brought out occasionally just to get battered back into the cupboard.
Sure.
But sadly not for Jordan's event.
Yeah, I think with anything like painting and hobby, the more sort of things that a TO might enforce, the more I guess controversy goes around it. But it's all people's choice, right? And hobby especially is so subjective. Yeah. I think we've seen a Raven's Wing happen in. I think that chariot got Raven's Winged, maybe.
Yeah, correct.
And
I think there was two spells in the magic phase. The first one, Ali 5 dice, and Tanker threw all the dice to the spell. Don't know what spell it was, but it was probably a combat buff. Yeah, and then 2 dice Raven's Wing to move the chariot onto the hill.
I'd imagine that'd been Bring the Pain, won't it?
Well, yeah, on that unit.
Well, that would have been a very useful one to get off.
Yeah. It looks like the flat units are just going against each other in the main combat as well.
That's a big punch up, by the way.
Huge.
The Spear Lord's not in there, though, is he?
No, he's in the spears behind. I think Tanker will go first with the Swordmasters.
Also, has the feral orc got a potion?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
So yes, it'll be elves first, and then the elves will die. I would imagine.
It just depends on what damage those elves can do first.
Yeah. Well, they're just gonna. I would predominantly go for combat res, right? So just go against the normal combat orcs in the middle.
Yeah.
Because also you've got the. Well, I suppose if you can do someone that the unit is pointing at now, then it takes.
There's a few against those on the left. Yeah, you're right. There you go.
So and then
the rest will be against the orcs.
Even the ones that could go against the GGI just won't, will they, at this point?
No, it's a waste of attacks in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the one he's got in combat is the battle standard.
Yes. Yeah, because that was in the centre of his army. So yeah.
So maybe some against the character.
Possibly.
I mean, that's a risky one with a 2-up armor save.
Yeah, but I guess.
So yeah, let me just check. Has he got?
Well, maybe he's just rolling them into 2 bouts.
Sure. So it's a lot of dice. It is a lot of dice. I think Tanker likes rolling them in lots of 10 as well.
Looks like he killed 10.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. So that's 12 in total so far. Probably all he's going to come. And yeah. It might be a few more actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Maybe that's against the idol.
I think those are against the idol because he's rolling armor saves, there, isn't he? So.
What Aegis? Yeah.
So Aegis, yeah. Right, I'm interested to see how many. That'll be the idol then.
This is probably the character.
Okay, yeah. He's got paired weapons on it, has he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
So
and obviously, with being feral, he's got battle focus.
Of course, yeah.
Is that dice at the top? Is that wounds for the idol? Does it look like it's taken one wound?
Yeah, so maybe it did put some things against him. I can't imagine he'd have too many. Maybe 4 or 5.
The only thing I could think of is maybe he had a model there that could only attack the idol. That's the only
Oh,
reason
sure.
he would go against it.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe he did one wound and he's counting down.
Yeah, that would make sense, because that looks like a 5.
Right, is a lot of dead elves now.
It should be, shouldn't it? It really should be. He'll be wounding on 2s, pretty much killing
And
on
one,
2s.
yeah.
Rerolling once.
Reroll.
7.
Got a save? What? Good man.
Maybe only AP1.
Yeah.
I think that was 5
Looks like
dead
it,
elves.
yeah, killed about 5.
Yeah, so I guess.
Yeah, we've got to remember he gets the
6.
rerolls. Is it rerolls a 1 to wound from the Great Green Idol as well?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
of course, yeah.
So, I mean, 2s on a reroll, that's not bad, is it?
Some reroll ones there.
And this is AP2's worth. So, yes. Is 13 wounds enough from the Swordmasters all in? Probably
Yeah,
not.
absolutely.
You think it is?
Yeah, I don't think the Swordmasters have done enough. I think
Oh,
that
right,
if they don't all die, they're gonna the amount of combat res that they have there with
Yeah.
the BSB, the banners, the ranks. I think
The
there's
only
gonna be a lot
thing
of
that
things
might
going
save
into
them
the
now is
character.
if he drops the GGI out for Thunder.
I mean, that looked like a flea roll there. And now they're
Yeah,
looking at the overrun path.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And I guess there'll be a panic at some point when they do flee from the spears, but not that it should matter.
I think this is it now, isn't it?
Wow, so, I mean, tables have very much turned, right?
Well, I did not see that coming. I think it was a real mistake chucking the Swordmasters forward because it's just given him a trampoline into his back line, hasn't he? He could have sat back and shot off the big spider and didn't need to give him the launch pad.
Yeah, I suppose the spider was irrelevant at that point. He was going to die.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just
I
what to-
probably would have just charged him with the spears because you have enough attacks at strength 4 because of the Rhymer banner.
And the Lord, right? The Lord himself.
Yeah, well, the Lord's going to get challenged out and say no, I would guess. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Matt's maybe right. It's the safer thing to do is just let it stand there and get shot.
And I think at the end of the day, Tank has done enough long range charges that he's made to not complain about it.
Yeah. That's true.
But he could have also just fled the Swordmasters against these
Yeah.
one of the 3.
Yeah, I
of
think
these
when you
units.
get the 3 charges in there, I know there were all sort of 3 long charges, but when you're talking about Swift Stride, it's you got to expect those spikes. Maybe not on all 3, but
Ooh, that's brutal.
So it looks like the idol didn't make it or didn't overrun, and the 2 units got into the spears with the Fenrir Tower Prince.
Yeah, and
Are they also Swift Stride on the overrun when they have the war
I
cry?
don't know.
I'd imagine so.
I can check that.
let's have a look.
Looks to me like the overrun path for the Great Green Idol was missing, maybe. So
Yeah,
maybe
Swift
just
Stride until the
changed.
end of the player turn, so that
Yeah.
they will have Swift Stride on that one as well.
I'm just
But
reading
it
the
could
comments
be that
that,
the idol didn't have the path to overrun, so he chose not to.
would make sense. Although if he's still facing that way, maybe he's. I don't know whether I'd be tempted to reform him slightly, or maybe that's what he is doing now.
So we should probably say we've got just over an hour left. I know in the Masters Open we've got a few people wandering around, so there's a few 20s I imagine going around. But yeah, so just over an hour left. We're about nearly at the halfway mark on this, and this is looking like it's going to get a lot quicker.
Yeah. I'm just reading the chart that Hyper G is putting on here for the rest of the games. about Josh failing 2 charges on turn 2 on a Swift Stride 8 and an 11. That's Silver Nails for you.
Yeah.
I know from experience, it's you have those wild huntsmen and you try and charge them in, and then you fail at something. You fail on a 4, and you need a 5, and you think, oh no.
No, I don't think the
been there.
chariot killed many swordmasters. You know.
No, it
not
doesn't look
enough.
like it's.
I
It
think it
looked
only
like it's
killed one
bounced.
actually, and then died, obviously. And that is one more. 2
Yeah, the
more,
idol
maybe?
doesn't have that many attacks, so it doesn't
Yeah.
really do that much
Yeah.
damage.
It's going to rely on that thunderstomp, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Is the idol stubborn?
I think it's unbreakable, isn't it?
Supernal or something?
No, it's supernal.
Yeah.
Is it?
So it's-
What's the res on a great green idol?
8.
8.
So that's
it
why
will all depend
I think
on the
Henry and
sixes
I
and the stomp.
were a little bit
Right.
unsure on why Tanko would
Yeah, of course.
kind of
yeah.
abandon those swordmasters there, because they're great at mincing up the troops, but wounded on 6s not so great, not so hot.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still going to get some through, but not enough to kill it in 1 round.
Or 2 rounds.
Not unless it pops.
I don't know if that was a reform test. It looked like it took 2 wounds from the combat.
Yeah.
It's
I think
too,
it reforms for free, doesn't it? And then I guess they're just doing the order of who reforms
Yeah.
first.
So obviously, he moved it over to that side so that he could get the overrun against the Queen's Guard should the Swordmasters flee next turn, and Tankers maximise to get as many attacks as possible against the idol.
Yeah.
So it's taken 2 wounds, got 4 left. So I think it's a bit dicey over there at the moment.
Yeah, literally.
I'm
Anything.
Yeah, I
surprised that he
think
didn't kill more.
the chariot needed to do more, didn't it? But
Yeah, maybe a low roll on the thunderstorm.
I guess the issue for Tanker is that the next combat will be in his phase, so regardless what happens, those swordmasters are staying there. So
yeah,
Ali
those
can either-
Reavers have gone for an early bath as well.
Yeah,
They just got run straight over, didn't they?
Absolutely. While they're doing this, and I think we'll quickly go over to Tawny Keeper, where we can see that Andrew Huntley was the first 20 getting max points. Good lad from the Masters Open. It looks like that was against my friend and good friend of the channel, Mr. Shane Shepherd, as well. On the Dwarves.
Ah, so it's dwarfs.
Yeah, so Dread Elves versus Dwarves. Dread Elves come out on top. But that's just a quick update of that as well. And I imagine in the next hour or so we'll get a few more of them from all over the place. Not only Masters, but Masters Open as well. But
I know
well done,
Andrew's
Drew.
been running the Dread Elves for quite some time now and doing quite well with them.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, it's not unexpected, although 20 nilling dwarfs is never an easy feat.
Yeah, well done. Fair play.
I think something interesting could actually happen depending on what Tanker chooses to prioritise in a shooting phase. You have the chariot on the hill and the unit of goblin fast cav
Yeah.
in front of it. So the goblins can see the bolt thrower on the left. So if they charge the bolt thrower, and then they'll make way for the chariot on the hill to charge the corner of the swordmasters.
Sure, yeah.
So if the swordmasters don't kill the idol in this turn, I think Tanker could face the chariot coming off the hill and doing another D6 impact hits on this left side. So if it was me, I would probably be shooting the Queen's Guard into the chariot to try and kill it.
And some panic
make sure
tests
that
as
doesn't
well,
happen.
right? So
Yeah.
it looks like the front and back, the scoring behind the hill, as you said earlier, and the fast cav both within 6 inches. It looks like so.
Yeah, correct. And that would be a big. That would open the game up quite a lot for
Yeah.
Tanker.
Oh, that's a big roll, 6/6 something on some magic. I would imagine
I think that was a
Yeah.
was that a pyro spell against the chariot? Oh no, that was the hereditary spell, I think, because I think Tank is counting Bale tokens on the right,
Oh yeah, sure.
potentially, which is probably the spell that he needed to get off at this point.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely going to need some spell support.
That could be an interesting combat, actually. The main combat if the hereditary spells.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, if he gets any more spells on that unit as well, like maybe the strength one, for example, that could really go bad for Ali. That looks like another spell went off.
I think maybe that's why Ali's angled his Great Green Idol in such a way that if that combat does go the wrong way, if the spearmen are there for the for an overrun, he's potentially going to look at a flank.
Sure.
Does that look like some sort of fireball against or maybe an attribute against the chariot? Perhaps he put flaming swords onto the spears.
Okay, yeah. And he's put a wound on him, so maybe he has sort of like singled that out as a potential target. I guess the shooting, where he puts the shooting, as you say, is probably going to be the most interesting now.
I think it kind of has to go on the chariot.
Because otherwise you're just like hoping against the Green Idol, aren't you? Because that's the only other option really, is the GTI BSB, but then you're still sixes.
Exactly.
Yeah, one thing Tankers does have is a plethora of magic, mate.
Well, he's certainly got a lot of options here, hasn't he? So that didn't look like a great dispel roll. I'd love to know what he's put on his spears. I'd imagine it's flaming. I'd imagine it's flaming swords. That would make sense.
Yeah, I think he had the opportunity to cast Awaken the Beast and Flaming Swords, which essentially does two of the same things.
Yeah.
It'll make the wound on 4s against the orcs, and that's quite a big swing for the combat. That looked like a 2-on-2, but nothing got cast. And then I think the attribute went onto the chariot because you saw the extra wound. So it just makes sense that the Flaming Swords went off.
Yeah, so with literally everything, I think he's going to try and get this chariot. I think you've spotted it out well.
Do we know? I assume that the orcs that are in combat with the spearmen are the egg bashers, but it could also be the common orcs.
Yeah, so I think one of the bigger units of common orcs is that one on the right. So it's let me just have a look at that list. We've got.
So this is an egg basher unit and a large common orc unit.
Yeah, I think the largest one did seem to be that one on the right.
Okay.
So I think the Ed Bashers are the ones in the middle, which would make sense if he's put his Orc Warlord in there, right?
2 wounds on that chariot.
Yeah, there we go. I think that was a bolt thrower.
That's quite big. I think there'll be this panic test now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Are they feral orcs, the cavalry? Do they take panic tests?
They might be actually. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're feral orcs.
Yeah, they're frenzied then.
Yeah.
Yeah, frenzied.
It is confirmed that Flaming Swords is on the spears, by the way, as well. So, Flaming Swords and Hereditary in that central combat. Yes, it could swing it back. It could swing it back for sure.
Yeah, well, Tanker's not going down swinging here. He's picking out the second wave, which is, I think, probably the right move because he's going to. I'd imagine that the spear block will survive this combat in the middle, although possibly with many fewer elves that made the trip.
Especially so he's got the 4 immediately off the combat res, isn't he, from the Hereditary? So
yeah,
it might not be
We're not sure if that's cast, but I think it was. But I'm not sure.
I mean, if it is, that's huge, really, because it didn't look like There was definitely a 6-6. That 6-6 something was the flaming sword.
Yeah.
The
so
light,
the
the
Queen's
light
Guard
cab's
got
just
into the
gone as
light
well.
cab and
Yeah.
took them off, which was sort of expected. And after the bolt throwers finished off the chariot, then that was the obvious target for them.
Yeah. Is this the Queen's? That was the Queen's companion, was it?
I'm not sure exactly
Ready
what it is.
to
This could
do
be the
horses.
spear attacked into
Oh
combat.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tanker with his
It'll be
buckets of dice there.
threes and fours, right?
Yeah. Because of flaming swords.
Yeah, and he's 8 wide, so that's 5 ranks of attacks, maybe.
So only 3
Maybe
wounds.
more if he's 10 wide.
That was an unlucky roll.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
No, we're talking the sword. That was the
Oh,
sword
right,
masters
okay.
on the left. So he did
Right, okay.
3 wounds to the Great Green Island.
That was a lucky roll then.
Yeah, which is actually really good.
Missed.
That was...
And there's the stomp.
The stomp. Looks like 5.
Yeah.
5 dead.
Yeah.
That would have been a very different result if it had only got 3 against the Orcs.
Yeah.
That could have been game, I would have said.
Is that a reroll for a panic
Ooh,
test?
looks like a double 1 there.
Double 1 there as well. So
Yeah.
so he's held. So that 2 wounds left on the GGI probably. Oh, that could be anything, right? On there, literally
Yeah.
anything could happen that side.
Yeah, it's quite tight over there.
And
Perhaps we were wrong about that matchup.
I think if Tanker does win over there, it's probably against the odds. But you know, he is a player who takes those sorts of risks, isn't he?
Yeah.
So
odds-wise,
as,
though,
you know.
are you looking? Because that would be over 3 rounds of combat. You won't have wanted to go into the GGI if it was 3 rounds of combat. If you thought it was going to last that long.
well, and a chariot piling in. I mean, you
Yeah.
just be thinking, well, that's three thunderstomps and a chariot impact, averaging 3.5. That's 14 dead elves straight off, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah, I think we
Yeah,
saw
with
in
no
the first
spike.
round that the rolls of either it was the chariot impact hits or the green idol, both of them didn't really do that much in the first round. So maybe Tanker was a bit lucky there.
yeah.
That was the Lord on the thing doing. We'll see now how many wounds he did. At least 6,
7
wounds
wounds.
to the, which is pretty good from the 4 attacks he has.
Yeah. Well, it's 2s and 2s, right?
And you double the
it's doing
attack,
2
so yeah,
hits.
it goes to 8. So yeah, fair play.
So it looks like he's 10 wide or
So how do you? I
9
mean,
wide.
bearing in mind probably you're about half and half with the Orcs. How do you split them up? Do you just go half and half and just try and do as much to each, or is there any way? Are you going to be targeting one over the other of these units?
I think you have to reduce both units down. Obviously, some are not going to be able to attack. Everything.
I'd just go
so
if the head bashers
everything
are in
into
there,
the big unit.
I'd try and
Yeah.
knack the head bashers as much as possible
Sure.
because they are the ones that are going to be wounded on 2s.
Sure.
Just on the other tables, Hyper-G's reporting that Luke Williams has only gone and lost, I think, to Che. He's reporting that Luke Williams is saying, I thought I had him, I had it all set up, and it fell apart. So is that my dark horse off to a good start? Is
It
it?
might be.
And then
The
looks
results
like
not
Mark's
in yet.
Ancient Dragon.
Yeah.
Mark's Ancient Dragon's dead.
Oh wow! So that's gone down to the obviously against Hristo's cannons and such. But
Yeah.
so that's finally succumbed. To be fair, lasting 2 hours is pretty good.
Yeah.
Fair play to that ancient
Definitely.
dragon. How many more wounds is he doing here, Tanker? He's loving it, rolling all these dice.
7 wounds against the head bashers, I think. Or no, that was against the common orcs.
So it looked like he put quite a lot of attacks into the common orcs there.
Okay. And then
And this is probably against the
yeah,
Edbashers.
so
Maybe was worried about. And they're not feral, are they? So there's no Aegis.
So maybe he's trying to go for combat res.
yeah.
There's not a lot there.
6.
6.
I mean, it looks like there's 24 to start off with. They've taken, I mean, what's that, 12, 13 off that, so they've only got 11 now. They will all still attack. And I see, have they got the green hide actually? So some attacks.
Green tide banner, yeah.
Green tide.
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't think they come without one, do they?
No, you wouldn't expect so. He's taking them off straight away, so it doesn't. Well, I mean, it doesn't look like there's hereditary, but you might just take off that. We'll see. So looking
If
like
he hasn't got hereditary out, he's in the shitter.
yeah. So, but I mean, he's done. What's that? 6.
He's done 19
18,
wounds.
19 wounds.
Yeah, so it's whether can the orcs match that 19 wounds or close to it?
GGI's rerolls to wound? Is it within 6 inches?
6, yeah.
Reroll ones, yeah.
Yeah. So only probably. Oh no, both units might get that.
So hits were okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Re-rolling.
So
So
it
that
looks
looks
like
about...
there's 7 wounds.
7 wounds with AP1, so 6s.
Looks like was that 8 wounds?
Oh, could be.
I think 7. Let's see how many he takes off.
4, 6.
What
Look
would
like
be the
6.
repercussions of the elves actually winning this? I don't think there's not any really good charges for them for the spears. Let's say if both units flee.
I mean, I guess it's just how many
Spearlord
survive, right? The
GGI?
Spearlord's going to do 5 or 6 every turn. And they've only got 11 left now. Remember, so potentially, I'm not. It's just how many the orcs killed. I can't. That spear unit won't last the game, really. You'd have thought, because it's turn 3. And you've got a whole nother unit of orcs to try and get through. So I can't see that.
Nope. Are they potentially break test rolls?
Well, if so, there's a 1 there, so that should be good for some.
Yeah.
I think they count in combat res and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
This is quite a big point in the game.
Absolutely. And he's going to be taking off these models soon as well, so we'll see exactly where people are at.
Ed Murdoch, Mr. Ninth Age, has lost one of his greater demons. I'm surprised they've lasted this long, so he'll have run them straight at ID.
Yeah, a few more.
Shane, you mentioned earlier moving the Great Green Idol in this direction so that he can charge the spears if they overrun.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're kind of looking at that right now.
Yeah, so I mean, presumably he has taken off all the elves, so it didn't do a great deal. Maybe 10, 12 was it in total?
No, I don't even know if it was that many. It looks like 5, 6, 7, maybe.
Sure, yeah.
It's looking like
The
I
orcs
could
have
probably
fled.
get 9 there maybe, but there's not that many.
The orcs have definitely fled, and so what do you do as tanker? Do you just stand because it's Ali's turn next? So they both flee the same amount, which is handy. Do you stand, or would you have got one of them?
Well, it's tankers go next, isn't it? So
No,
I mean, is he?
Oh no, it's not. No, it's not.
It's
No, well,
early
in that
turn.
case, you can't chase because you don't want the grey green in the flank, obviously. So, well, you'd get both those.
And I
You get
guess
and the other unit in the
looking at
flank
it as
as
well,
well.
they
It'd be
must have gone
a
like
nightmare.
4 inches, 5 inches. So actually, it's blocking any charges anyway.
Yeah.
So I mean, from what should we continue to commentator's curse and just say it swung back to Tanker, and then the next turn will go really bad for Tanker.
Yeah, I think we might. Yeah.
So
I'm not sure here. I think it looks like both Orc units fled, but they're going to have a chance to rally. The Great Green Idol is a bit kind of out of position now because he can't do anything. This one on the left is maybe going to die now to the Swordmasters because it didn't roll well enough in the first round. The objective is still in the favour of the Orcs until that idol goes down on the left. So I think maybe it's quite an open game at this point. Tanker's reformed his spears.
yeah,
There's still a lot of points on the table.
Yeah, there is for sure. It's still got to kill them units in the middle. I mean,
I think that was 2 rally tests.
They did look low as well, didn't they? So. And the reason for people watching that they're still so close together is because they both fled and because they were within an inch, they have to stay within an inch, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So you don't get pushed out at any point at that point. But
So
the next time they move, if they can, they have to end up more than an inch apart. But
so this bottom left combat's going to be really crucial, isn't it, for Tanker and Ali now?
Really crucial.
If those Swordmasters do manage to break through and kill it, then that's going to open up the objectives for them, which otherwise is going to be quite difficult for them to get.
Well, and if he knocks over the GGI in this round, he's going to get a flank charge into them, and they'll just roll straight through the.
Yeah, true.
Looks like we've got 45 minutes left. Looks like there aren't any results just in on Tawny Keeper anyway at this precise moment, although we think that Luke has lost. Quite a few on the Open though, while they're just sorting out this little bit. We'll have a look at that in a little bit though. There's about 8 results come in. But this is very interesting what he's doing. Is he He's chaffing, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get as close to there as possible while stopping those spears going into the Orcs.
And he's just seeing if the guy can come out. Can the guy take those Orcs on the left on his own? The Prince?
The character, yeah. Maybe if he's a champion, it may be taking 2 rounds, but yeah. There's not a counter charge set up at the moment, at least.
Oh, this is where Tankers comes into play. He's actually moving to chaff his own unit with. Well, how nice! How nice is that?
He's a good lad, isn't he, Tanker? He's saying, "No, mate, you don't want to do it.
No,
do it like
come
this."
on, come on. This is
Be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Or he just stuffs it out of the corner there. So.
Well, that's another way. Right. That's a good way of doing it. Yeah, I'll sort it. Don't worry. So it looked like he couldn't chaff them enough with his units where they were, because he'd still have to stay an inch away from them as well, right?
Sure. Guys, I'm going to have to shoot and do horses. I'll get back as soon as I can.
Please do. Just me,
Okay.
Henry, and Hyper-G looking at it. So while they're sorting out the little movement as well, let's go to Hyper-G and have a look around some of the tables. This will still be on the top bit, but have a look at some of the tables. So this is Craig's, and just down there, Luke. Oh, Luke still is playing, so maybe they're just working out the ends of the game. There we go. But yeah, not as much blue on this time round. Looking at it as well, so there we go. But yeah, all well underway. and coming to the crux of round 1 now. Thanks very much for everyone in the chat that joined us. Looks like we've had about 30 all the way through, which is really cool. About 17 still in the chat with us. Thank you very much, and we'll go back to, after a look at this. The Beastmen finally get. We thought that'd be done in half hour. They've done well to prolong it. We'll get back to Tanker's game for turn 4 for the Orcs, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, so it looks like Ali decided to move the idol up around the spears.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna flee the Orcs or just to kind of put some pressure
What's the
on. I'm not sure
movement
what
on
is
the
there.
idol? Would it have been worth potentially setting up either them or the Queen's Guard? Because Queen's Guard are a lot of points, especially if they've got a mage. I think they've got the Pyro Mage in it.
Has 12-inch march range.
Would it have been worth, instead of, because that looks like it's gone maybe 5 inches, would it have been worth going a bit further and going into the rear? And also potentially setting up a Queen's Guard? Or not? Or are we just saying get the spears and try and work that out?
I'm not sure. I think he'll have a hard time getting the Queen's Guard with the idol. Just because they can always just like reform and march away.
Sure.
So
that's probably a case of me thinking, and that's overstretching yourself, right? Trying to do too much with it.
Yeah, I think the important fight is here in the middle for Ali, because he's got all his he's got his character, he's got his general, he's got the Orc character in there with the ferals. There's a lot of points there in the middle.
Yeah.
If the spears can break through and get to that objective in the back, then that's a really big swing. So I think actually he was probably better off doing the blocking movement with the idol. I think that would have been more of a better move than this one on the flank.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what he's thinking. He's probably thinking 2-3 turns ahead at this point.
I think the idea with not doing that was that he couldn't chaff the Lord going into that unit on the left. So I guess he's decided that he doesn't want to do it. That was his main plan for it. One thing I've looked at a little bit is, so obviously there's 2 units together, and from what I'm aware you can't charge both 2 units. So how does this unit get into one of those without one of them moving?
I think if, let's say, he charges the unit on the left, he'd have to make contact with it with one of his models.
Sure.
So I don't think, the way that they are now, I don't think they could wheel from, if you put a pin in the bottom left corner and wheel the right side of the unit round, I think that would actually make contact with the right unit. So you wouldn't be able to charge like that. But what you could do is move the unit forwards and then to pivot from the right corner to get maybe 2 models into contact, and then the Orcs would have to wheel to them.
Okay, yeah, sure. So
and then what he could do is move the spear prints over to that side of the combat to actually do some damage.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's probably a possible charge, or I think he'd be better off charging the perils.
I mean, it's going to be an interesting one either way, because I think, so are those units both common Orcs, or are they both, or is one of them ferals?
Sorry, yeah, the one on the left is common Orcs, and the one on the right is head rushes.
So they're both common, aren't they?
Sorry, the green idol is down on the left, so that was all that. We went straight to combat, pretty much.
Wait,
not a lot of.
He's got no magic, has he?
Ali, no, so
left,
that's huge in terms of the way of the battle, because obviously they go first, so haven't taken anything. Probably take that scoring unit as well, and or just go for the centre. So
I think that's kind of, from what I would gather from this, Ali's plan in the centre is perhaps even when those spears charge would be to flee them, and obviously because it's 2 separate units, it uses 2 charge clearers, flee with both of those, and then that leaves his flank open to a Great Green Idol.
Yeah.
But now those sword masters have wiped them out and have reformed there. That's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, he could double flee, right? Well, and if you get fled, then the sword masters, if they charge, would have to would flee them again. So I guess from
Yeah,
Tanker's point of view, he's got to be careful of the order that he declares charge.
Yeah, it's going to say the flee path is going to be crucial on these.
Yeah.
I
If he
think Tanker
declares
probably
this.
won't charge the spears. I think that would be a big mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even if, I think obvious move for Ali is to flee both.
Yeah.
And I think Tanker will see through that and not charge the spears. The sword masters will charge, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's also got this big unit of orcs over in the forest on the right, which can do some counter charges as well.
Yes.
So all is not lost.
No, very much so. It's very interesting, this last thing, and obviously the objective will be coming into play very soon, and people will have to start thinking about it. We've got 40 minutes to potentially do 2 more turns after this, so.
The turns are going to be a lot quicker now, aren't they? With like Ali.
So that's the first.
Oh, so he
3
has. Yeah.
From the swordmasters on the left.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, he had to flee that, right? That wasn't really an option to stand around.
No.
Like a redirect test into the second unit.
They're both measuring out on it. Looks. What do you reckon? 13 inches? I'm gonna say 13.
Yeah, I reckon. You reckon you're about right there.
We know 13 inches, don't we, Henry?
I mean, even if it was a 14 and it was a 9, I think it's still a risky hold.
Yeah, I agree.
If he goes in there, it's game over.
Yeah, and he'll overrun as well, right? So it's
yeah.
Overrun and kill the unit.
Oh, so is he charged the spears just then? He's charged the spears, and that was his fleet. Fled 11. That's interesting.
So is he not? Is he chosen to not redirect with the?
I suppose, or he's done that and then also done the spears.
He could just be looking at the potential here. I'd be very surprised if Tanker charged the spears.
It looks like he has.
Oh, looks like he has though. Maybe this is what makes like the top players better than us mere mortals, right?
Yeah.
They just know what they're doing.
Breaking news: Mrs. Mino is dead. On Kev's thing, I know Matty's not here. He's off doing the horses, but when he comes back, we'll have to break that news. Mrs. Mino is down, killed by alternative beasts.
Look like the spears redirected into the second unit, pushed them through the orcs, and they're following against those guys. So now it's going to present the flank, as Shane mentioned, to the idol, which is not what Tanker wants, but maybe he's got a master plan in mind there.
Again, it will depend on that shooting, won't it? How much damage can that shooting do to the idol before he goes in?
Yeah, I mean, 20 Queen's Guard, 3 bolt throws is going to do a few wounds, right?
Especially if he has +1 to hit to wound, right? If he can get that off, I imagine that's the one Ali just absolutely has to stop in this next race. In any regard, really, spears or thing. Because if he, I don't know where his spear lord actually is in terms of the unit, but if the spear lord's say on the end, then potentially that's +1.
Looks like he's marching his Queen's Guards, which doesn't make sense, but maybe that was just a long.
Yeah, that definitely seems more than a 5-inch move. So
yeah.
For magic, I guess, is he trying to get one of those units down to less than 25% with pyro? I think he has pyro flow. Knowing what it looks like to me is that he's doing +1 to wound buff, the 6-inch buff, and then he'll do the pyro as well. Pyro flow. He's trying to be 6 inches to that spear unit, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously wounding on 5s on the Great Green Idol will make a difference, but
with really only with the spear lord though. Three spears does nothing. You're not doing it with the spear. So presumably the spear lord is is that one on the end. So that is what I suggest. But it does look like the red sort of one in the spears. So if Hyper-G, if there was any way you could confirm exactly where the Spear Lord is in the spear unit for Tanker, that would be great. Because I think that's quite important. This, I would imagine, is the bubble flaming swords.
Definitely a 4 dice magic spell there. Feel like a good roll as well.
So going to Ali's turn next, is there any situation you see those feral orc boar boys going on the hill, or do you just see them hiding behind it and then trying to pick up the objective in the last turn?
I think that's the only thing that they're there for, right? Musicians.
With the Queen Guards are still there, I think that's probably
for sure.
a solid
They're
strategy.
literally from the start. They're there to get the objective and nothing else. Right? So
it looked like that spell was dispelled.
Yeah. So maybe this is Flaming Swords. Maybe he did Pyro Flow first. And now he's got Flaming Swords off on that unit rather than the 6 inches. So maybe, yeah. That would be interesting. Just to confirm, the Spear Lord is that red model, so he's 1 in from the side. So one is not on the end, which is interesting to me. Because Tanker did have a reform chance to do that, so that's interesting that he's not on the very end and can do the Great Green Idol. Is Tanker thinking that Ali's going to push that big unit in as well? Is that why he's potentially done that and stopped him from doing that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, I think if I was Ali, I don't think I would.
No.
Push the big unit in. I think I would just go for the flank for the Great Green Idol.
Yeah,
I agree.
And because I don't think that he's got the room to wheel enough. I think you're only going to get, as you say, 2 or 3 elves in, and then if he does reform to try and face the Great Green Idol, then that's going to present the flank to the orcs, obviously, and then that's when you would go in.
Yeah.
I think going in as it is at the moment, especially if bubble flaming swords did get up, then that would just be madness.
Yeah, I agree. That roll just there was the bolt thrower on the left going against the middle fleeing unit. Rolled really well to hit and then rolled nothing to win. Hashtag karma dice, right? So this
looks like a lot of hit shots against something.
Yeah, so maybe, I mean, this would be Queen's Guard, was it? Or more.
That was one wound against the idol from 2 bot throwers.
Yeah.
The other 2 bot throwers into the idol did 1 wound.
And that's where the single shot is literally useless because they're all wounded on 6s anyway, so you may as well do the 6 shots of strength 4. A lot of 3s. This looks like shooting again. What is
I think this is the Queen's Guard shooting into.
So maybe they did
something.
only go 5 then. Maybe that is it.
Let's see what he's aiming at in the end. Looks like he's looking at 4, so into the unit, I think, on the fleeing unit. That's probably some armor save. So yeah.
So that's to get them down to.
Yeah, so that they can't rally.
Yeah.
And I mean that's quite important for the objective. Obviously, if they rally there, then they can just sit on the objective.
I think that's the unit with the general in as well, so even more points, I guess, from that point of view. Yeah, should say for people just chiming in as well, the objectives we think are there's one just below that central unit of fleeing that just took some damage there. You can just see it's like a £2 coin like thing. I can't see the one on the left.
Yeah, I can see the other one on the left. So you can see there's like a wall in the bottom left.
Yes.
If you follow the line of the wall, about 3 inches from there,
Sure.
there's like a small circular little dot.
Yeah.
And that's the other one there.
Which the terrain is the map is very good for hiding.
Yeah,
But,
obscuring it, but it is down there. It's between the wall and the hill.
So there, let's see if we can do
I'm bad enough at forgetting objectives when I can see them.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's so literally halfway point of that. So it's going to be Sword Masters or those Cav on that one, and then
I think those sword masters on the left are probably going to try and take this one on the left. And I would imagine unless the Git launchers can get a line of sight to them, which they probably can't, it's going to be a draw objective.
Yeah, I think if I was Ali, I'd just Great Green Idol it with into the spears, and then have that middle unit that's still full just go after that second objective, right? Or are we still pushing with it to get points?
Well,
is there a line of sight from the Git launcher onto the Sword Masters or not?
No, I think because you can be 6 inches away, I think that the sword masters can just hide behind the hill. He might get one shot from the far right one in his turn, but apart from that, I don't think there's much you can do about them. I think it's an 8 with a reroll panic test if you can kill 3 models.
Yeah. Matty's back in the room, and there is news from Kev's game.
I am back.
Mrs. Mino is dead.
Oh no, you're joking, really?
There is no jokes on this stream.
Oh no, that's bad. That is bad. So, is he? Is the game over, or is he?
No,
is he still fighting?
From what I can tell, he sort of wormed his way back in the game, and then Mrs. Mino went down. There's even further news breaking though.
Yep.
The Minotaurs are also down. It's just Mr. Mino left fighting. Can he do it?
I mean, he's the Minotaur Lord. He should be able to.
If anybody can do it, it's him. Yeah.
He might have killed the Minos just to prove a point, I think.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, he does. He does. How's the tanker situation? I see the Great Green Idol has gone down on the left. Then.
Yeah, that frees up some. We were talking about the objectives, so we think there's going to be an interesting little sort of movement between these two units on the bottom left, just to basically see who gets what objective. This is Ali's 10. Did those guys rally in the middle, or are they still fleeing?
No, I don't think so.
The one on the top right rallied. The ones in the middle kept fleeing, but I don't know if he actually charged the idol into the spears or not. Maybe with the flaming swords up, he decided not to.
It looks like they're touching because there's an extra after the base of the actual tray.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. Then they did charge him.
Potentially. But, I mean, I don't think that goes well for the elves. I think they just want to turn around and hope they do some wounds, right? There's only 3. You can't make way with the Lord to the side, can you?
And he's moved the orcs up in response for the... So if he does reform to face the Great Green Idol.
So it would be... It's just whether
I don't get why he didn't put the Lord on the flank.
No, myself either, actually. But...
Maybe it's just forget you forget in the heat of the game, don't you?
Well, there's 1 wound on the idol, I think. And it's just how many. 1 on the stump, or 2 on the stump, sorry.
So 3 dead from the stump.
Yeah.
So should win that combat, but it's going to be a 9 with a reroll on the discipline test.
Yeah, it looks
which he makes.
Is he going to turn around as well? Is the thing?
That's the question, right? Let's see.
He's looking
Reform
to
test.
trying to, yeah. So wants that Gregory.
Worst comes to worst, he's going to move the Lord into contact, right? I don't know. I think I probably would reform. We know that the idol's taken a couple of damage already. I think you can probably kill it in 1 turn, especially if he's got the flaming swords up. It's going to be Tanker's turn next, so he's got some opportunity to cast some spells.
Yeah. If it's Tanker's turn next, you definitely reform, try and kill it, and then reform for the orcs.
Some other news from one that you're particularly looking after, Matty, Che. Che, I think has won or is winning currently. So Che for Master is on.
Awesome, well done, my boy. Keep going.
In terms of scores, nothing's come in for the Masters, although there's quite a few for the Masters Open for people that want to have a look, and anybody that is looking at that. As you can see, nothing in terms of the Masters itself, but in terms of the Masters Open, quite a few results in, quite a few big wins as well. Guillaume, Slatch and Drew doing pretty well, as well as the others, Terry and Paul getting a small win as well, which is nice to see. But yeah. So he's taking it on. I imagine he'll make way with it. But
yeah.
If the +1 to wound Flaming Swords wasn't auto spell enough last time, it's got to be now, right? Auto dispel, sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
I mean, as we said, he's moved those sword masters behind the hill so they can't get shot within 6 inches of the objective. So now I think what could happen in the final turn is that Ali's moving the scoring unit in the bottom towards the objective to contest it, and then move that unit that's just rallied towards the other one to get that one. So actually, he could win something.
Yeah. If that big unit just literally moves, I don't know whether it's got enough sideways.
Or just the small unit that's rallied at the top.
Yeah, true.
Behind the big unit.
Yeah.
They probably have enough movement to get towards that point. They only need to be 6 inches away.
I guess the Queen's Guard are going to do as much as possible and we'll have that final round shot. So after all the Orcs movement is done.
Is this turn 5 or turn 6?
I think this is 5.
The elves.
I think after this they've got 1 turn each. It would make sense with Ali's cav where they are that he's
correct. Yeah.
Not quite gone over to either objective, so I think he's got 1 more turn.
It's been a very swingy game.
Yeah, lots of stuff happening.
Yeah, I think a really interesting choice that Tanker made, is a smart choice as well, was when he reformed the spears with the character, with the idol. He could have maximised, but instead he moved them over as far as he could to the left, because initially he had 4 models in contact when it was charged in the flank. So he only needed to maintain 4 models in contact. So a smart little move that he did was moving as far away from the Orcs as possible, maintaining that 4 model contact, which I think was quite a smart move though.
Just gotta hope that it doesn't let him down by not having enough. If he leaves that idle after combat res of just 1 wound, then that could be be devastating for him.
So as Shane says, the trade-off is that you get less attacks.
So
I'm not sure whether I would have done that, to be honest. With the idol having he's already taken a couple of wounds, with him having 4, I'd have liked to try and pump him in one go. Have as many attacks as possible, because you're going to get the reform.
If you
kill him, you get the reform anyway.
5 wounds. He's not going to have much in the way of save. Yeah, really interesting.
He's gonna chuck a lot of dice at Flaming Swords.
These are those tight margins that you're seeing. That little decision not to maximise completely in order to not give it. Those sorts of things are really interesting to me. That doesn't look like a very good roll though. Whatever.
No, I think that was Queen's Guard into the Orcs. It also looks like he's got a spell up on the spears. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, if Hyper G could take a look at what that spell is, that'd be. If you could take a look at what, if Hyper G could take a look at what spell Tanker has off on his spears, that would be great. Hashtag communication.
Is that the theme of Haristo's game, Everything Dead? Is that against Haristo or for Haristo?
Yeah, I don't know. That would be very interesting. I think it might be a thing going throughout.
2 wounds.
It's just so you know, it's Awaken the Beast on the spears. Which one?
So that's
I'm not
really
sure.
that's really only going to make a difference with the
Reds.
Oh, maybe it's res. No, well,
Yeah, it could be res. For the orcs coming in, I guess, just to mitigate it.
Because
Yeah.
it's only strength 5, isn't it?
Yeah, and I imagine that was the one he did first, and now they just let him have it. So
Yeah, it could be. He could be thinking a turn in advance. Like if the orcs do charge in, he's going to reform, face them,
for sure.
and make that a charge that the orcs don't want to do. So that's one of the characters moving over. Maybe that was a fear test.
Yeah, and then we get into the crux of things. So he's got 5. I think he did 1 in the previous round, so he's got 5 wounds to do.
Yeah, I think there was also a wound from some shooting as well, so maybe only 4 left.
Okay, so 4 or 5. Can he do it? Take your bets now, folks.
I think he should. I think he should.
He should do it. Yeah.
Just through sheer weight of attacks, right?
How many
Looking for
sixes did he get?
sixes.
Doesn't look like-
Did he get any?
None.
Like many.
Not a sausage.
No, this is the character.
Yeah.
Did all the hits. How many wounds?
1? Or was that none?
Yeah, that didn't look good. That didn't look good. He's got 1 wound, which is not good in any regard, right?
This is the attacks. I think he did 1 hit.
Wow. Okay, so do you take that charge then?
Thunder stomp.
Ooh, that's a low roll.
Just the one. Oh no.
I think that was the stomp. So he killed 4 on the stomp.
And maybe that first one was his roll to wound with his 1 hit.
Oh yeah.
So
Was he going for the crush? Was he going for a crush attack on the Lord?
No, he did 3 attacks and it was 5 to
So
hit.
that was the break test there, which he passed.
yeah, so
And now we're going to see which way he reforms. Reform test passed, or failed, then passed. So let's see how he reforms here.
yeah.
And I think they're discussing who's going to reform first is probably quite key.
So so Ali really doesn't want to go first because he can't really do anything because he doesn't
No.
want to move him back at all. He doesn't want to reform to the
No.
left of that.
That looks like an 11 at the moment.
So in terms of for reforming purposes, he only needs to keep models in contact with. So it doesn't
Certain
matter that
amounts,
it's. So
yeah.
if he's got say 4 in the front, it doesn't matter that the people behind him are attacking. It's simply the models in combat on contact.
Yeah.
Correct.
So he just
So
needs
it
to keep
looks
forward.
like he's kept the prince in contact with the idol,
Yep.
and then shown his front to the orc, which I think is a really smart move. He's got Awaken the Beast up. He's also going deeper because he can get the attacks in. He doesn't need to be 6 wide because the spears get quite an extra rank.
Yeah, going to 5s now, obviously.
It's going to be an 11 charge.
And this is where as well the previous reform sort of gave him an extra inch or 2 in terms of like, a
Exactly.
little bit back. So that's some pretty good thinking. And again, minor stuff. It's only like really inch here, inch there, but it might count.
It's the last inch that counts, mate.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That being said, it's whether Ali would even put them in. I'm not sure I would.
Yeah, I think I would even make the charge easier to tempt him a bit here. Because having Awaken the Beast up with that Spear Lord with the 8
Yeah.
attacks, going to do a lot of combat res and maybe even pop the idol.
Because if he has gone for strength, then that could do some damage on those orcs.
So now it's Orc's turn 5. Looks like they failed their
Fucked off
Okay.
again.
Yeah,
2
Well,
rally tests.
that would be frustrating to give half points for the general, right? Because that as well as.
I think the general was on the spider, maybe.
No, the general was the feral orc.
Oh, it was. Yeah, well, that's going to be a lot of points there. So smart decision there by Tankard to make them 25%.
Yeah. Should say we've got about 13 minutes to go for all the scores. The scores are flooding in now, but we'll do a quick recap at the end. to really show what's going on. There's about 11 results of the 16 in the Masters opening as well, so loads coming in and loads to talk about afterwards. Alex Schubert on the chat says, I feel like not chasing any orcs when he broke both units is coming back to bite him. Quite possibly, because the Great Green Idol got into the flank anyway, right?
Yeah, good point.
So
yeah. He could have popped both those units, couldn't he?
So if he was prepared to do that, maybe if he chases, he gets a bit closer to that unit that's in the forest, and maybe at that point he wasn't prepared to do that, and whereas now with the spell off he is. But yeah, not having that unit that's rallied, couldn't go for that, might really be a sucker punch.
It's going to be interesting to see how he tries to get the objective here. Are we sure that this is turn 6 or is this turn 5?
So,
maybe we could ask.
Hyper-G. I'm pretty sure this is Orcs turn 6, but
well, it's going to be the last turn regardless, isn't it? But yeah, I think this is 6.
But if that could be confirmed, then that'd be great.
So obviously the Ferals are staying within 6 there to contest, like Henry was saying earlier, and he's obliged to give the Swordmasters a long charge in order to achieve that. I think he's now measuring to see if the Queen's Guard can get over there and do the similar things over here, and I don't think they can, so he's going to push that unit down then to claim that. So the secondary's still on here, isn't it?
I think if that bolt thrower though does a job on those feral orcs, then he'll be out of range for it.
To me, these moves, neither of them make sense if this is turn 5, because the orcs, do they go first or do they go second?
Orcs went first. So
then it does
there's
make
one
sense.
more turn.
So then he has to kind of put his units out there and just hope that the Swordmasters don't make the charge and hope that the Queen's Guard don't panic the
I think so, yeah. So
looking at that, here is blocking to try and do some cover.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think if there is one more turn after this, I don't quite get why the feral orcs have gone after that objective quite now.
We will get it confirmed. I think when I say one more turn, I think it's just tankers' turn.
Just tankers. If it's just tankers, I understand it, but if not, then
it's whether or not it's turn 6 or not.
Yeah, and he's doing a Congo. He's reforming into Congo to come down and obviously put the second scoring unit in there. Plus, he's obviously creating a shield for the, as you were saying, so that he's going to be blocking line of sight for that unit that's dashing for the secondary, and he's also putting majority flank for soft cover, I'm guessing. He's trying to get that as well, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think this is a bit risky play, because if the Green Idol dies and the spears can then charge the orcs, which is somewhat risky, I think, in my opinion.
And of course, the other unit is within 6 inches, so would panic anyway as well. So this could be a massive one where it's all in, right? Ali at this point is all in for the Great Green Idol holding.
I think he's all in, and he's all in for the objectives, because if that Great Green Idol holds, then there's very little chance of Tanker taking that side from him, and then he's got to try and focus everything on reducing those ball boys down.
Right to the last turn, this could swing both ways. Ali's on for the objective right now to win it, but Swordmasters get in, or one of those 2 orc units panic for any reason, possibly because of the Great Green Idol. Big stuff's happening.
PTG, Hyper-G, you got any, if you're listening, mate, is there any way you could find out for us how far that charge for the Swordmasters is into the feral orc ball boys? Just, it'll be interesting to see that roll, because if they get in there, they'll blitz them.
Yeah, I think one small mistake maybe that Ali made here is that he could have been a bit further away from the objective to still be within range. It looks like about 4 inches, so he could have moved it a bit 2 more inches further to still be within range and make it harder for the Swordmasters to charge.
I think that's potentially what, but I think the bolt throwers, he's thought about the bolt thrower maybe taking 1 or 2 wounds off the unit and then taking it out of that 6 inches.
Okay.
Right.
That's the expert play then.
Yeah. Right, yeah. No, see, that's the sort of thing I do.
Yeah,
I feel like,
exactly.
I'm like 5.99 inches away, and he's like, yeah, okay, fine, right. You
I
just
only say
lost
that
two
because I've done
blokes.
it myself plenty of times. Like, sat on an objective and then turn 6 went, oh, long charge, let's go. Charge off the objective. Or had models killed that have taken me off, so.
I mean, I'm just gonna have a little soapbox moment here. I am aware of the irony, by the way, of sort of decrying any sort of fantastical game where we are playing with orcs and goblins versus elves here, right? But there's no way in real life you'd ever see a military unit do this, where they sort of turn out of their block and all form single file and then march straight in front of the opposition at like 90 degrees to them. I don't think they covered that in basic training, did they, Shane? Mate, I don't recall that.
I think the nearest they covered that is in South Park for Operation Human Shield.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what they're rolling here. Looks like the combat with the idol. It's like killed about 4 there from the stomp. Tank is taking a break test, reform test, and now he's going back to how he was.
Yeah.
So I think that will probably be a pillow fight down to the last. And Ali's obviously realised that the objective is more important.
Oh, is Tom on mute still?
Oh, I've been on mute for a while, yeah. I was
I
wondering
just
why
saw
you
you
didn't...
talking there and thought.
I wondered why you didn't laugh at my jokes. Oh,
He's
made it
in.
with the sorties.
He's in. All right, well, there you go. That's trouble. That is trouble.
So that's at least draw an objective, and it's whether or not the Queen's Guard can really go to town.
Do you know what? It may not be a drawn objective, and this is just, it could just be Spakey, only again because I've known it to happen. If he doesn't kill all those feral orcs and then fails his strain test, he could well run off that objective.
I like the optimism.
Mm.
I like the optimism of the feral orcs surviving.
Well, you
Big
can
fan.
never tell with 6-up Aegis, can you?
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Very spiky. And yeah.
I think Tank is also going to make the play for the Ravens win here.
Yes.
In the magic phase.
Yeah.
Because I think this is like 18 inches between it, so if he gets a 12-inch, this is the last turn, doesn't matter about.
Yeah, you could just see him. I don't know if he was just checking it quickly, trying to make so Ali didn't see it, or.
Yeah.
But it was a very short, like, okay, is this 18 inches? Yes, it is.
Yeah. Oh, for no reason. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So, how many in that big unit? How many is still in that? Are we looking at 20-ish?
Yeah, it looks about 20-ish, doesn't it?
20-ish.
Yeah. It's like 4 ranks.
They don't have the generals. They don't have a BSB. Can shooting / magic do enough or pose enough threat for Ali to stop to allow Ravenswing? Is that even an? Because that seems to me like the biggest choice now is that whether he's going to stop, say, +1 tier wound on the GGI's unit. Is he going to stop Ravenswing, or is he going to stop Pyro Flow? Because Pyro Flow and Queen's Guard shooting at that big unit will do enough to panic it.
I think the objective is the most important thing here. So
yeah, definitely.
+1 to wound is negligible.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So you've got to allow Pyro and just hope it does crap, right? And then stop Ravenswing, because that ensures.
Yeah, exactly. You have to hold your dice for Ravenswing.
Do they don't count as marching if they Ravenswing 12 inches, do they?
No, they can still shoot.
Yeah. So if he Ravenswings and can shoot, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Right. So. So I imagine a 2-dice Pyro Flow went off first just to do some wounds, right? Oh, I don't know what this is. The mage is moving around. Interesting.
I think he's probably put it there so he can bubble flaming swords for some reason. Oh, this was Pyro Flow?
Yeah. So Ali's allowed that just to hope that it does nothing in particular. And strength 6
That was
goes
the
off.
attribute. There's another one.
It's only 2, so that's not enough for a panic. So that's unfortunate for Tanker, but Ali's made the right choice there in hindsight.
I think there's just a lot of shooting coming as well.
Oh, he's going to have to roll a panic test, isn't he? I mean, you'd be assuming.
Yeah. So that was Raven's wing stopped.
Yeah. So now we have all the shooting against the orcs to try and panic them off.
And if they break and panic and run, then the other guys will take a panic test as well, right? So this could be...
That was one bolt thrower doing nothing. Next bolt thrower.
Yeah, it seemed like doing nothing as well.
I think maybe that was both of them hits and this is the wounds.
Ah, sure.
Possibly. I'm a bit lost, I'm not sure.
yeah. I would imagine
I'm assuming it's Queen's Guard.
Yeah. Shooting at the main unit. Panic test? Passed. I think that was an 8 on panic, so I think they're... Would they be 8?
I think he just rolled a 7, didn't he?
Oh, did he roll 7? Oh, even better. There we go. Doesn't matter. So the Swordmaster's right. Alex is calling one Savage Boar Boy to survive. Shane thinks the same. What? What is going to happen? Are they going to survive?
That was a lot of wounds.
No.
I know.
No.
Not even going to bother rolling.
No. So there we have it. So looks like the failed or the past panic test in the middle and the Savage Boar Boys dying means it's a drawn objective.
So it's just the
this is
big
the
one at the
Green
top.
Idol to finish. What do you reckon? Where's your bets? Great Green Idol goes down. 4 wounds left.
Yeah.
Oh, has he rolled 4?
4 wounds.
Any success? No.
No.
There he is.
A
Unlucky.
little swing at the end.
Big swing at the end.
There's the fist
And
bump.
And a fist bump. And it's done.
That's
Game
more than
over.
500. That's like nearly 700
Sure,
points.
'cause BSB.
That thing, because it's BSB.
Right, yeah, so no, they're just counting up now. It looks like a bloodbath. I'd say the High Elves look like they're on top, especially with the general unit fleeing and the Great Green Idol going down to literally the last roll of the game.
Looks like a 16-4, I
You
reckon.
reckon 16? I'd go 15. So
Yeah, I think 15-5.
I think I'd say more 16, but the elves have got a lot of points still on the table. All the characters are still there.
yeah, sure.
Swordmasters.
Interesting game. They're very swingy,
All the bolt
especially
throws.
during that first half of the game for sure. Lots of for sure. Me, I don't know about you guys, we're going right. Ali's screwed. Miss Master's gone. Tanker's got the position for. Oh no, actually, Tanker's screwed because.
Yeah.
No, actually, no. Of course, Ali's screwed. So yeah, very interesting.
Very
the day, isn't
swingy,
it?
very swingy.
It's those dice rolls. You know, if we wanted to play chess, we'd play chess.
Exactly. So yeah, very interesting. Lots of movement and stuff going on. We'll just get the results. So we'll take a quick break there. In terms of breaks, though, we won't just leave you and love you. We'll leave you with Ali's lineup. So I hope you enjoy Tankers. Here's Ali's lineup, and then afterwards we'll get to the scores and check out what around the grounds really. So do enjoy, and see you in a few minutes.
Alistair Parran returns to the Masters for 2022, and no one was surprised to see him taking the Greenskins. It's worked for him in the past, and it'll likely work again, not to mention the freedom of a board that hasn't put any pressure on them to achieve the impossible. Will it be impossible though? Let's see how they are going to try and do it. 4-3-3 is an aggressive lineup for the Greenskins, and we'd expect no different. Cohesion is never really a thing for this army, but they will no doubt have a roaring crowd behind them, packed with those who didn't make the team and are hoping to see their teammates fail. The Goblin King may be placed in the goalkeeper slot, but you heard it right in the pre-tournament interviews. He considers himself the star player of the team and won't hear anything otherwise. Is it ego talking, or is he just as good as he says he is? Mr. Parron will be hoping for the latter. An unusually high amount of common orcs across Alistair's centre after he unashamedly dumped his feral orcs in place of these guys instead. Their selection is certainly under scrutiny, but the amount that there are of them will no doubt give them half the chance at least. Not all the ferals were dropped, these guys stayed in. Was it a clerical error, or was it the look they gave the training staff when the message of their comrades being dropped that caused the message to be ignored? 3 different witch doctors, 2 on chariots, means that this triumvirate of nastiness will be at opponents from all angles. There's another crystal ball in there somewhere too. But now we're seeing so many, has the novelty worn off? I say, probably not. If you need something big and made out of rock, why not bring in 2 of them? One carries Alistair's battle standard, and it won't be surprising to see these behemoths smashing their way to victory. Just in case the orcs in the middle receive some funny looks on the team bus, this bunch of greenskins brought in the heavy hitters as well. Plenty of them too. As far as weak cogs in the team, the Goblin Raiders know that it's them. But it won't stop them going at it like a rat on a sandwich and causing mischief when the time comes. Thumbs up for 2 git launchers, and with a field of targets to aim at, are we looking at this year's MVP of the team? No surprises that they came in, and it could be a really good decision doing so as well. No one told him that half his army are no longer ferals, but Alistair plans on slipping him that little memo right after round 1 deployment. You can expect a whole load of pain to ensue, even with that shiny new crown on this orc's head. No one denies that this team will be bringing a whole lot of hurt. Alistair will be hoping it also brings him a whole lot of success as well.
And there we have it. There is Ali's lineup. I hope you enjoyed. We go back to the guests and everything. Guys, what did we think of the game?
Well, I mean, I thought that was super swingy. To start with, I thought Ali was a bad matchup for him, and then he just gets shot off before he got across. Then we all thought, well, I think we all thought that Ali was going to just roll straight over him. And then it was all tanko, wasn't it? So a really swingy game. Good game. Good opening game, that.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, as Shane said during the break, that was a cracking game. Swingy both ways, lots of action. We weren't sure where it was going to go, and then it was going one way, the other way. I think the key moment was probably the overrun into the spears, which was, I think we all thought that was the right decision for Ali to make, and then that combat just didn't go well enough for him. He lost too many guys. Yeah. And then it went downhill.
And I think there was a good amount of Schaefer Master. He's just come. There was a good amount of little finicky moves as well. Is how I would describe him, as like little really minimal stuff to me and you, but obviously big changes in the game and potentially all like the difference between, say, your average player and these guys at the Masters.
Yeah, some good intelligent play. Yeah.
I just think how close it was at moments, and had Ali not lost his master in the turn 1 to a miscast, how even closer it could have been.
Yeah, very much so. We've been told the results will all come at once for this round, so we're just going to bear with until all the results are in, because that's when it will show. then for the rounds after, it will come live for everything. But let's take a quick look at the Open, which is set to just come in straight away. If I can get my tech going again. We look at the table there, and we've got, quite a few big results actually. 19 pluses. Big results for Artem, Andrew Huntley, Guillaume. I think Felix, my mate Felix. He's a bit of a man crush on that guy. But Leggy's big list as well, doing well. So that's the monsters in the No Monsters cap one. So yeah, very interesting results from the Masters Open to start off with for anybody following that. We've got a few results in terms of secondary points, but we'll come back to the Masters table once they're all in. I guess thanks very much for viewers that have joined in. I hope this was good. Daniel Thomas saying, I don't think it was swingy. I think the Sword Masters were a trap. So actually we're saying that Dan T, Dr. Dan, Mr. Matty, saying that the Sword Masters were a complete trap for it, and actually Tanker had that in the bag and covered. Interesting.
Well, it's entirely possible, isn't it? There's a reason why they're at the Masters and we're commentating, I guess.
I think I agree somewhat with Dan there. It could well have been a trap, but it was really helped by Ali's appalling dice with his chariot impact hits and his stomps on that turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just been told scores are up, so we will take another look back at that. Before we do, though, I guess, thank you guys for coming. Thanks for the chat as well, and I was halfway through that. You guys are great. We had about 20 throughout, so thank you very much for joining in. We appreciate your time, and it certainly makes our time feel that much better. So, in terms of the leaderboard, Matty P, who is that guy on top?
I don't know. I can't see it at the moment.
Jay Davis Smith.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, go Jay.
So
Jay for Master.
Jay for Master is.
There's my boy. There's my boy.
Che getting a 17. Craig getting a 17 as well, which is very interesting. And I guess from a paired weapons result, Jeff getting a 16 isn't that great, right?
Yeah.
But well done to Jeff, still, we should say. We're not biased in any way, shape or form, but unlucky Kev.
Lucky Sixes, if we want to find the leaderboard, where do we go?
So if you're not watching the stream, in terms of the leaderboard, it's on Tawny Keeper. So that's the place to go. We will put a link in the description as well for Tawny Keeper for people that want to do that. But it should be showing on the stream right now as well for anybody that's watching. Again, tell me if it's not, because I may well just be talking out my arse. But yeah, so looking at the other results, so we had Che getting a 17 against Luke, I think. Craig getting a 17. Jeff on 16. Tanker obviously got the 15 in the end, so quite close.
15, yeah.
Ed getting a 15. Some quite high results actually for game 15-5. I mean, we've got Q getting a 12. Haristo just getting an 11. Despite getting the Ancient Dragons, so Mark played pretty well there because I think a lot of people had that down as a red matchup for him. Mikey, and obviously going the other way from that point, I think there may be one result still to come, so Josh v Tom is still to come in as well. But yeah, thanks to Jordan for changing that so that we can see it.
I think looking at here is quite telling as compared to standard average everyday tournament. So far, no 20-0s. That just shows that the skill level of the players involved. To put it bluntly and not insulting anybody, there's no chumps.
No.
There's no, there's no. And usually that's me after game one down at the bottom.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it just shows the caliber of player that's there. There's no easy games.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'd agree with that. I think obviously with the 17s and things, that probably points wise, but they've still managed to mitigate the objective as well potentially. So that I think that's a fair comment.
So it looks like we're going to be streaming Che on table 1 then, with any luck, next game.
Yeah, and if it goes by that exactly, it'll be Che v Craig, won't it? So very interesting. Dread Elves versus Warriors. So that's an interesting one. And the Warriors want to fight, but also the Dread Elves aren't scared of a fight.
I think that's if that does come to pass, that's a bad matchup for Jay. I think that's going to be hard work. Dreadies versus Warriors going first with +1 to wound is hard. That's hard work.
Yeah,
it's hard work.
Obviously, still one more result to come, so that could all change. But we'll see what the matchups. But yeah, that's very interesting. Do we think any big shocks there in terms of things? Hugh, Kingdom of Exane getting off to a win. Not so much.
Well, that's the one I was. Yeah, that's the one I was going to point out. I think Hugh's KOE over Mikey. I mean, I don't think I would have predicted that the other way around, and more so. I think the real shock here is Luke Williams with the UD against Shea. We
did have someone watching Luke's game, and I know he said that he thought it was there, and then it just sort of turned at one point as well. So that's interesting.
And I'd point out the Jake versus ID, Jake with ID versus Ed's Demons, as well as I know a lot of people had Jake favoured as
that's a big result for
list
Ed.
there, and then I mean obviously we don't know what happened during the game.
I guess from that point of view, I don't know whether Jake Ed sort of had maybe in terms of he got loads of ambushes, isn't he? He's most of his list is ambushes, so maybe that might caught Jake out early doors round one, you know.
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah.
But yeah, I think. It doesn't seem like a big result, but Haristo Mark on the 11-9, I think that's potentially an opportunity lost. Again, we don't know how the game went exactly, but for Haristo Mark to get a bigger win with his dwarves and cannons against the Ancient Dragon Plus, especially with the Ancient Dragon going down.
Yeah.
It is one of those kind of failings with dwarfs, though, isn't it? It is a hard army to get a big win with. If your opponent doesn't want to commit to you.
Yeah.
And again, we don't know really what happened in the game. We know that that there was a message about Haristo saying everything being dead.
Yeah.
So it could well have been a bloodbath over there. But if you're playing dwarfs and your opponent doesn't want to engage, there's not a great deal he can do about it.
And that was Swordmasters versus potentially Kingsguard. So I don't know who comes out top on mano a mano.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone's the winner there, are they? So,
yeah. The last result has come in. So Josh versus Tom Clues. Tom Clues obviously not played for a while, but did get a 14-6 against the Sylvan Elves. So that's pretty good for Warriors. I know sort of Warriors just want to push and go up against it, but that's still pretty good against Josh, who knows his Sylvan Elves and knows how to avoid for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Excellent.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that sets us up very, very nicely. I think it'll be Craig versus Che on that thing, but I'll see if I can get the matchups up very, very shortly. But yeah, otherwise, guys, thanks very much for coming along and helping us decipher what the hell is going on.
You're welcome. It's been a pleasure as always.
As always, keep up the cracking content, guys.
Well,
yeah, thanks for coming on, Scott.
Cheers, Mike.
So let's see pairings. I think I can just about do it for. I don't think. Oh, the pairings aren't quite up. It is lunchtime here, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to have a quick break from our point of view. The live stream itself won't stop. We'll just put a little thing up for your viewing pleasure while we're on a break. But thank you very much for joining in. The next game is at, I want to say, 12:30. It starts in terms of deployment.
I just checked. It was 12:45, so we've got about 45 minutes.
12:45, even better. So we've got a little bit of time, 45 minutes to go. We'll probably come on a little bit before that. I'll leave the stream running, and we'll if you guys just for some of you. This is just on in the background. Thank you very much for doing that. There'll be something on for you guys to listen to in the break. But we're going to take a quick break. Thank you very much, guests. Thank you very much, viewers. Thank you very much, Jordan and Borden Brum, who have been amazing and made this happen. Do feel free to put in comments about the stream quality and stream production, whether I'm too loud, which is normally the complaint, or if this can happen, this can happen, all that stuff. That'll help us set up for the next one. I will try and get a little bit more of the board on as well through the camera. But otherwise, guys, looking forward to game 2, game 3, game 2 obviously as well. Not only does it start at 12:45, not only does it have Craig potentially, and potentially Che, hashtag Che for Master. We've also got an army swap, which will be very interesting.
Army swapping now.
It's going to be
completely
nuts.
changes it,
Next round.
doesn't it?
So lots and
Yeah,
lots.
Craig and Jay.
Yeah. So us saying the Dread Elves probably fancy that. Maybe things are working. Maybe the clouds or the stars are aligning. Maybe it's on, but maybe it's not.
That's a really interesting game.
Can't confirm yet what the bearings are. I'm frantically pressing refresh just to see if we can get that. No. So we will find out when we come back. But once again, thank you to our viewers. Thank you to our guests. Really appreciate spending the time. And hopefully, even though you're not here, you get a bit of a feel for it as well. Until... Yeah, we're coming back in about half an hour, 45 minutes for people wanting to. Tim Bockneck's on, just come on, said 7 out of 8 predictions right. He got. So, Matty, get him on again, all right?
Yeah. Well, Tim, come and join us, mate. Get on the Zoom call.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we're gonna take a quick break. I've said that about 8 times. We're actually gonna do it now. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
What is there to say about a team that sports the reigning, defending, two-time Masters champion that hasn't already been said? He's been hogging the limelight for a long time now, but is it really his fault, or is he just that darn good? Changing the type of elves he brings to the table this year, let's see what he's got. 3-5-2 with 3 units all packed into the goalkeeper slot. The tale of Tom and Tim and the insane amount of horses they have in their stables is good to go. Craig will be hoping to duck behind some big performances here, despite already claiming that his chances this year have been reduced by some press leaks. Surely not. Whether they have Dread or Highborn in front of their names, it's not surprising to see these 3 line up on the field. Not to say they do the same as they did in the past for Craig. He has read that they have different rules to the previous book he used, hasn't he? When core selection becomes a case of pressing copy and paste 3 times, you have to wonder if the Twice Master is taking things seriously. But then, he usually wins anyway, so who are we to judge? If ever there was a part of this Dread Elf force who will try to deflect from their man in charge, it's these academy-trained newcomers. Having trained more elite stars than Southampton FC, we wonder if these latest units will show the same quality as is expected of them. Dread Knights will no doubt be feeling the weight of expectation that presses down on every unit playing for the Double Master. You'd think that their board of directors would be happy to take their foot off the gas, but apparently not. It's master or nothing, so they say. Speaking of tricks, on the opposite flank, one unit of ladies that would be sad to see Craig take up his threat of this being his last Masters before taking a break is the Acolytes. The abundance of Hand of Heaven on the table may find these girls a juicy target. You heard it here first. Another of the female units to grace our screens is these Gorgons behind the attack, proving in a trio that they aren't here for chaff, or are they? Honestly, with Craig, it's just hard to tell. The Selection officer is another one out of training in the academy, but when they come out so talented, we wonder whether they aren't actually youth products after all. Strangely, considering we predicted a Hand of Heaven to ruin the Acolytes' days, Craig becomes another to take the anything you can do approach. It's good to see he is just a little bit human. Double Dread Prince, possibly called Tim and Tom, unless that was all just a joke that this reporter enjoyed all the same. It'll be hard not to see how much of a tear these two go on, knowing they've a real genius behind them. And that's that for the Double Master. Will we be talking about his units, his tactics, his trophy hoard, or will we just be saying, that's just what he does? Stay tuned to find out.
Right, hello YouTube, we are back and we have another plethora of guests, as my word of the Masters, really plethora, I like it. But yes, once again we're here with Hyper-G.
Hello.
This is our new tech setup, we're pretty professional. And also we're here once again joined by the co-host Matty P.
How are you, Lucky Sixes? Good to see you again, man.
Yeah.
We're off to a hell of a start with that first game of Ali versus Tanker.
Absolutely.
And of course, it's only going to get more exciting now, isn't it? Because we're into everyone's favourite round. It's the army swap.
The army swap. And, I mean, we've got Craig versus Che, as we were saying before the break. Obviously, Craig's Dread Elves versus Che's Warriors, which we originally said, some of Henry included, said that Dread Elves would have been probably the favourites, and obviously they've swapped, so that's interesting. Speaking of which, we are with Henry. Henry has joined us for the start, at least, of the second one. How are you?
Hi there, Lucky Sixes. Hi everyone. Yeah, first game was fantastic. Bit of a nail biter through and through, and I think this one should be even more interesting, as Matt said.
Yeah, we are also joined by Rick/Remy/Agoners. How are you?
Oh, too many names. It's a plethora or plethora of names, you might say.
I would say that, actually. That's exactly what I would say.
Yeah, I'm here as the voice of the newbie. Here. Hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, I caught a bit of the end of this, and I'm very fascinated by this. I'm a very new player to the Ninth Age. I've not really played a full game of Fantasy Battles yet. I'm on the Essence of War team, hence why I've tried to fix my jank camera setup. With a bit of an advert for that, for all you new players out there. But I think it's really cool watching the high-end stuff as well. Like, it's really fascinating to even to a new player to see, how far this game can be pushed, by these top players. So interested to see how this goes. I'll be asking a lot of questions to the experts on hand, so I can figure out what on earth is going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we should say you've got a YouTube channel as well.
Yeah. So Agoners is my kind of gaming channel and blog and everything. I've been doing that for like a decade plus now. So yeah, not all about miniatures gaming, but I'm focusing a bit more on that these days as I've become more and more interested in the Ninth Age. So there you go.
Yeah, and before we go on to our next guest, which I'm very pleased has come on actually, we'll go back to Henry for a plug, because you didn't plug yourself last time in the whole 3 hours you were with us. So please plug yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Henry, otherwise known as Henry P. Miller from Forum and Time Podcast. So we're a Danish podcast. We don't really focus so much on the Danish stuff. I think right these days I'm playing more in the UK scene than I'm in the Danish scene. But we basically just get drunk and talk shit about Ninth Age, which is like the general theme of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to find us, you can find us on SoundCloud, on iTunes, all those places that you might find podcasts. I also post up on the blog every now and again. Also take the opportunity to plug our sponsor, which is Weird Farm Miniatures. It's a print shop based in Denmark. They do 3D prints. So you can go on their website, have a look at all the plethora of miniatures that they have on sale. It's quite a good value. They ship worldwide. And from experience, the quality of their print is fantastic. The kind of resin that they use is not your typical 3D print resin. It's not bristle in any way. It's quite malleable. So your miniature is not going to break straight away. It's also unless you throw it when they roll really badly. But I mean, I can promise you that all the miniatures from this print shop, they roll really well. So it's also a little bonus that you're going to get there. Nils, the guy that runs the shop, he's like a really nice guy. He's like really good communication. So if you want some custom stuff doing, you can get in touch with him as well, and he can resize things, change stuff up as well. So weirdfarmminiatures.dk. I think the website is weird-farmminiatures.dk.
Yeah, we'll put
and it's also a Ninth Age.
A link in the description.
Yeah, it's also a Ninth Age supporting company as well. So their website's kind of like geared towards Ninth Age people.
Yeah.
So everything's like listed by faction and stuff like that. So really easy to navigate as well. So I recommend taking a little bit of time, have a look at their web shop and see if there's anything that you want to buy.
Yeah, man. No, thank you very much. And sitting very, very patiently is a previous viewer, actually. He watched the first game with us. And Tim, I'm thankful to have you on.
Thank you. I'm more than happy to join. As I watched the first round. I was on one of the prediction podcasts earlier this week, putting in my predictions. I got fairly close, I think, with many, except the current leader, who I had flipped reversed. So I thought I'd come on and apologise personally to Jay and see how this game runs out with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much for coming. We might have an even more guests coming on later on, so, especially throughout the day as well. So really, really happy and really
it's a really good spectrum of guests we got here actually at the moment, Lucky Sixes, because we got all sorts of different specialists, but. Worth noting for people who aren't unaware that Tim Botneck is known as the Master of Shenanigans, King of the Movement phase, and of course Team Scotland's consigliere. With the brain the size of a planet, there isn't anything he doesn't know about Ninth Age, especially in the movement phase. So no pressure, mate.
I'll hand over to you guys till we hit combat then.
Yeah, and well, that is good because Craig obviously is known for his movement as well, and liking the movement phase and gearing list towards that. Obviously, he's not doing his own list this time, which will be very interesting as well. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, having said that about movement, obviously it looks to me like, well, first of all, it's frontline clash and it's breakthrough, so that I think is probably going to favour the Dreadies. But it looks to me like Craig has dropped and he's going for the hey diddle diddle straight up the middle tactic. I think he's going to tuck it right at him.
So viewers, if you didn't join us earlier and you're joining us just now, you should see this
as well. So
yeah, I think we've lost the live stream itself.
Lost the live stream itself. Let's see what we can do.
It's coming back. It's back now.
Refresh it. I have no idea at what point you guys have seen us or anything.
I think we have a bit of technical difficulties there.
I think so.
But maybe Lucky Sixes, you want to take us through the army lists?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. On the stream now, you should have the battlefield with Craig taking Che's warriors, in which case we will put Che's list up on the stream. So Che's list is just there. So I don't know how good this connection is, so I'll put it on the screen.
Whilst you're doing technical stuff, mate, I'll talk everyone through Che's list then. That's going to be in the hands of Craig. Cut you a bit of slack there, mate. So Che is Che for Master. He's got a reputation for being an aggressive player. I wonder how that's going to go with the Dreadies that are very movement orientated. But in the hands of Craig, who's obviously won the tech recently with Master with Warriors, so he's got the knowledge. But this is quite a different list to anything that Craig would be using. He's got a Sorcerer, Master on Evo, Essence and Mithril, Paired Weapons, and the Heirloom and the Lightning Van Braces. Then he's got 29 unmarked Warriors with full command and the Zealot's Banner. He's got 8 Fallen, 6 Feldrax with full command and a Banner Discipline. That's one he's stolen directly from me. 4 Chosen Knights with Greed and a Musician and a Champion, so no Standard Bearer, but all the weapons. 6 Wretched Ones, 2 Chosen Chariots, both with Gluttony. 5 Warrior Knights with Lances, Pride, and the Champion, and then 2 sets of 5 Warhounds. It's a good list. It's obviously a good list. I wonder if it could be more punchy. A mark on the Warriors would suit me down to the ground. And personally, I think Warhounds are a liability, but we will see. Henry, what do you reckon about this Dready list that Che's going to be passing around them?
Do you want me to take us through it?
Yeah, go for it.
Let me just find it real quick. So this is Craig's list, obviously, that he's now having to play against, which is slightly ironic in a good matchup for it. So he's got 2 Dread Princes. One of them is the General. Both of them are on Elven horses. The General's got a Shield of Duskforge, Basalt and Fusion, so 1 up rerollable, 3 up against Flaming, and a Lance with Transcendence. For those that don't know, Transcendence is a Lance enchantment. For every wound it does, it gains +1 strength and +1 AP up to maximum +2. So that means that the first combat that you fight, you're going to have a lance, and then assuming that you do a couple of wounds, you're going to have either a strength 6 AP3 hand weapon or a strength 8 AP5 lance in subsequent rounds of combat.
Yeah.
The second Dread Prince is, again, as I said, on Elven Horse. He's got a shield with Alchemist Alloy, a hand weapon with Hero's Heart. So this guy's rocking in with 6 attacks at strength 5, +1 to wound and AP3. He obviously has the Alchemist Alloy again, so I think that's still a 1-up arm save. But this guy is only going to be offensive skill 6, which is obviously not that bad. Both of them are princes, so they have the rule that I think it's called riposte, that when enemies attack them on a 1, they get to make an additional attack. Then he's got the Warlock Outcast, which is Wisdom Master and Evocation with Lightning Van Braces. And that's now been changed so that it gives the Hand of Heaven bounce spell. He's also got light armor because he probably had 5 points left at the end. The BSB is a selection officer on a horse. Obviously, the BSB, double F icon, shield, and a lance. So that's a 2-up save and 3 attack to strength 6 on the charge. Then in Craig's core, he's given Che 8 Shadow Riders with crossbows, and there's 3 units of those. For scoring, he's got 2 units of Selection Spears and Musicians. In special, there's 9 Warlock Acolytes with a champion, so that's also giving 2 spells. I think we'll go through the spells in a second. He's got 3 Gorgons with paired weapons. This is a really nice unit against warriors, in my opinion. He's got 5 Dread Knights, which is the 3rd scoring unit with Lancers and Musician, and then 3 repeated batteries. So that's 24 shots at strength 5, AP2 per turn. So pretty good list overall. I do like this list. I might even try it myself at some point.
Yeah, and if I'm
the acolytes are quite interesting as well.
Yeah, very much so. And if I'm not mistaken, they're all really into Dread Elves turn 1, and I'm pretty sure Warriors went first. So looking at what they've got, I think what's going on here? So.
Well, it looks so. Obviously, Craig's dropped for first, and he's given them the bum's rush. He shoved his 2 dog units straight out in front, chaffing up the night blocks and the Gorgons. He's just asked Che on that right-hand dog unit whether or not the overrun is going to take him past the Chosen Knights that he shoved up the middle. The Wretched Ones are now on the hill. One of the chariots is obviously coming up aside. So Craig's going for the jugular.
Yeah, so
he's really
those Dread Knights aren't in with the Warriors.
No, that was, yeah.
I was going to say, they've done that very, very quickly. So.
Made a charge in the first time.
Yeah. Looking at it, we've got from left to right on Craig's side, we've got Chosen Chariot, Feldrax at the back, Chosen Chariot at the minute, Chosen Knights at the front, centre. Looks like one of the Lust Warriors, then something, and then the Wretched Ones on the right with the 2 war dogs moving right up, releasing the Hound's Rule and chaffing as much as it can. Then we've got some. The Warlock Outcasts unit, I imagine, is the central one, the one that looks slightly bigger.
I think so. The Warlock Outcast is on foot, and it looks to me like the Warlock Outcast is in the back, in the bunker, in one of the units of spears. But the Acolytes are the unit, and they've got 3 characters in there, both the princes and the BSB.
Sure. So interesting. I guess Craig dropping for first and then putting this much pressure on is just hoping that Che makes a mistake in deployment, right?
If I may,
so what I think's happening here, we've all seen Craig's list, we all know Craig's play style. It's very movement based, it's very difficult to pin down. Obviously he's brought this Dread Elf list to this event, but for this game he's playing the Warriors. He's played Warriors before, but he also knows the weakness in his list. So to drop so early, so it looked like literally the side of the board was decided, and then Craig dropped with a fairly straightforward and, as Max pointed out, very aggressive setup, dropping to go first. He knows he can't outmaneuver. He knows he can't out-deploy the Dread Elf unit by unit. So it looks like, as we've identified, he's just gone with a very simple battle plan of, I'm going to set up a very solid middle. I know how to use this list to you. And now he's going to push almost full speed ahead, but setting up some really difficult things. So the Hounds are pinning the Dread Elf Cavalry in place, so he knows where they're going to be for a turn, because there's not many bases they can go around that. And the Wretched Ones being out on what is Craig's right flank here, he's going to do a great job of stopping him from being overlapped on that side. Like, you're not getting around a random mover that's quite a large unit. So Craig knows he only has to worry about 2/3 of the board now, and that 2/3 has got the hill on it. So he's pushing up and claiming that re-roll the charge, and putting a lot of pressure now on the Dread Elf player to either back off and walk away, thus basically conceding breakthrough, or standing there and waiting for the Warriors to pick their fight. So this is Craig knowing his list and knowing what its weakness is and just trying to put the foot down and take that advantage.
Yeah, and probably knowing that the Wretched One, the Dread Elves for sure, don't want any part of the Wretched Ones. That's one of probably the major units that are going to cause the Dread Elves some problems if they go into it before shooting, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Could we see a
I
game?
really like Craig's deployment here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Che could have done to counter it, but you can see both the chariots are supporting the two kind of combat blocks here, and we know that elves don't really like chariots.
Yes.
The chariots, even though they're slow, they're still offering like the zoning for the acolytes, which is obviously the key unit. I think the only thing really that Craig needs to worry about are the princes kind of running out solo and starting to charge things and getting stuck in. I would imagine the princes charging in, like even one of them and charging into the chosen knights is probably not ideal. So I think that's more the danger for Craig. But the acolytes obviously is the key unit in the Dread Elf army, and right now Craig's doing a really good job of pinning them down.
Yeah, sure. Rick, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you think this game might have already, because often deployment is such a huge part of this game, right? And do we think that Craig's already ahead in a way because of his board positioning here?
Well, board position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like he is putting it's really the next turn for Che is going to really test him and sort of see what he's got in response to this, because this is all out, I'm coming for you, and to a certain extent, as Tim was saying, he's sort of pinned down some of the units that's going to cause him problems. So he either moves around and sort of suffers some of the board edge, like Tim said, or he comes at him and I'm not sure what he can come at him with, though. He seems to have covered.
Well, I would say that it's definitely advantage Craig at the moment, but I think he's made a mistake on Craig's left flank. I think that unit, Cav, out on the flank can get out of arc of the Pride Knights. He's obviously setting them up there to be fighting chaff, so he wants them to pile in there so he can counter with the chariot, but I think he can get out of arc over there. And those guys running around behind his battle line will be no fun.
If I may, so I think you're right there, Matty. They can get out of arc. I don't think Craig cares.
I agree.
Eight light cavalry on their own, looking at Pride Knights, a gluttony chariot that's only got a pivot and it's boxed them into the corner, or going into the flank of the the Feldrax. Not sure Craig cares. What that does is gives that flank to Craig's knights to run up and turn the corner on the Dread Elves. Like, Craig is laying traps here. The Dread Elf player, in my opinion, if I was in this spot, I'd use the Warhounds to chaff Craig, and I'd put myself between the Hounds and the hard-hitting units, and I would be shooting over the top of the Hounds and trying to whittle something down. Because if this turns into a punch-up, the Warriors should win. If the Dread Elves get to use some magic and some shooting and can whittle down or take out one of these threats and create a hole, that's a whole area of zoning that you can now run into for safety. So I think that left flank, Craig might be laying a trap of, oh, yeah, you can get outside of me, and then I'll get outside of you, and that favours Craig a lot heavier.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's very interesting. I think a bit of magic went off to kill one of the Gorgons. Maybe, as you're right, Henry, that probably is another one of the problem units that Craig's identified to get rid of early as much as possible. So that's interesting as well. What we should say is I think while Che is making some decisions on what to do, thank you very much for viewing. We've already got 24 in the chat, so I really appreciate you guys coming to view with all these guests. And thank you, guests, for coming on to spare your time. As we said, we've got is it weird miniatures? Is it? Did you say, Henry?
Weird farm miniatures.
Weird farm miniatures, and I'll do my best to put a link in the description now. We've also got a Chaos Cards Code, which is a accessories company that do lots of things for gaming, for board games and tabletop gaming as well. That's in the chat as well. So if you use Chaos-PTG or capital letters at the checkout, you get £5 off every £40 you spend. So that's just free for that code is just there for you for the next 2 weeks. Use it as you will. We have got a tilt competition going as well. In terms of the Masters coverage as well. I'll put that on a bit later, but if you guys want to have a quick look at some of the old videos or on our YouTube channel, go on there and tick that box and watch the competition. It's about a minute long clip, and get messaging Paired Weapon Podcast, because that's where all the answers are going to. Some great prizes on the go, and yeah, worth entering because it's free. So there you go. I think that's all my stuff. So what's happening with Shay? What's he doing in response?
So you can see that Che's done what Tim said not to do, which is engage the Warhounds, which I agree is a bit of a mistake. I think at this point, this is offering points to get counter charge.
Well, I think he's thinking about agility stuff here. What's the agility on the Gorgons?
Well, they have the agility 10 stare attack, which is good, but it's only wounding things that are large on the roll of a 5+. Obviously, the Warrior Knights have no business going in there, but it's not really going to do that much. The Gorgons themselves agility 5, so they will strike for the Feldrax, but they're pretty fragile, so they don't really want to get charged by chariots. And there's like it looks like a pretty easily makeable chariot charge there into them. He's going in with the characters.
Yeah,
characters are coming in.
Looks like the character is charged out of the unit.
Yeah.
And the nightmare if you're in an army swap there and you've knocked over your opponent's models.
Oh yeah. I know.
Yeah, this is kind of what I said would be a bit scary for Craig. Would be the characters charging into that unit. I think with the lancers and stuff, it has a lot of potential to do some damage. I don't know if he's going to break them in one round, but it's certainly putting himself in a position where he can grind them out.
In a way, it's probably better for him if he doesn't, right? So if he lasts one round of combat, and then on Craig's turn he breaks them, that's going to be much better for him. So he might be sort of playing the odds really either way.
Yeah, I think you're right. And also, assuming that the Knights go through the Warhounds, they can get a reform, and if they don't get blocked by another unit, then they can kind of follow up there and charge into the unit as well. So maybe that's a good play there by Che.
Yeah, Che obviously is very similar to Craig. Will know his weaknesses in it. What do we think the weaknesses of this Warriors list that Craig has got? Probably not. There aren't any killer characters, but there are a lot of units. What are the weaknesses of this that Che will be knowing and looking to exploit?
The weakness of any warrior's army is anything that goes before you go. If you can be swinging first, things like swordmasters were pain in, obsidian guard, those sorts of units. They are, anything that's going at agility step 6 is basically a nightmare for warriors. So because the highest they're likely to be able to get to, the chosen knights are agility 5 and 6 on the charge, but otherwise his highest agility even on the charge is going to be 5. So they're going to be going first, and with a low model count, you just can't stand up to that sort of firepower unless you're going first.
Just had a comment from the chat, Lucky Sixes, if you could volume up on your mic or move it a bit closer. I know we might lose staff, but they're saying it's hard to hear you at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully this is a little bit better for the stream. I'm conscious not to get as much of the background noise in as possible, so do let me know. Cheers for doing that.
Hey guys, I'm just going to have to jump off. I'll catch you soon. Thanks
very much Henry, thanks very much.
Enjoy the rest of the
really,
coverage.
Yeah, really appreciate you coming on and doing it, and thanks
Cheers,
for your
guys.
help in the game one.
Cheers, Henry. Have fun, man.
Cheers, Henry. Well, one expert down and one newbie back. But yeah, I'm actually following this okay so far, actually, guys. I think it's interesting. I can see that the deployment happening, obviously, while you're discussing the armies. And yeah, the Dread Elves deployed quite wide there, but you're saying that actually Craig's okay with it right now because what is on the flanks isn't too threatening to him, right?
Yeah. And so, you can see here, like this particular unit at the minute is having to give such a wide berth to these wretched ones that the wide deployment really doesn't matter because he's still in his deployment zone.
Yeah.
Fade's going to run straight up the middle, pin down a scoring unit, which is currently at the back, right at the top of the board by bolt guys. That's where Craig's going. So you only need to get 1, you get 2, you win the scenario with default. So by doing what he's doing and channeling everything down the middle. So there's an interesting thing here that the Dread Elf prince that's charged and pinned the Chosen Knights in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
I thought that unit was the prime target for all the shooting and the magic and the bolt throwers. It's out in the open. It's fairly close range once the bolt throwers move. But now that they're in combat, they've been saved from the shooting. And now the shooting's going to have to go long range and move to try and find another target. And I just wonder whether the Dragon Ogre, Feldrak unit on the hill can see that prince. Because if they don't get chaff, they can come rocking down that hill, turn flank onto the prince, wipe him out, and then start pushing to that right-hand side flank of Craig's with no downside because there's nothing that's going to threaten them. I don't know whether it can be seen or not, but I'm looking at that thinking if that is there, that is a massive game change with that prince that, okay, if it doesn't break the Chosen Knights, going to get broken in half by the Feldrax, and then that blows up this right flank.
I've got a feeling he measured that when he put him in, but you may well be right. So if that's going to be really, really key. What I think as well, Hyper-G's here, who's been sat very, very patiently. He's got the magic as well, so just to refresh the magic before potentially anything happens in Dread Elf turn.
I do. I don't know whether the
we'll get very close.
Can hear. We have to get very close.
Yeah.
I'd like to say it's uncomfortable, but it's actually quite cosy.
It's a regular Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. How it used to be before the pandemic, isn't it? So Craig, as the Warriors, has got Hellfire, of course, Spectral Blades, Dance Macabre, Hand of Heavens, Hasten the Hour, and Whispers of the Veil as his magic spells available. And Che, with the Dread Elves, has got Perception of Strength, Curse. Oh, what's the end of that spell?
Havana here? Is it that one? No,
that's old game. I'm not talking about that. Well, Curse of something.
Yeah, it could be.
Hand of Heaven, Blades, Ancestral Aid, Touch of the Reaper, and also Dance Macabre.
So loving the movement there, really. Yeah. Thank you, Hyper-G. Again, let us know if that worked, because that is a new thing. Which, if you could hear him at all, that'd be great. But yeah, so interesting magic. I think they're just about to do the magic as well. Oh no, there's still a bit more movement to go. There's going to be lots of movement in this, isn't there?
Chaff war right here going on, I think.
Yeah, man. Yeah, look at that. Oh, I like. Who doesn't like a bit of conga?
Me? But we'll move on.
Yeah, Rick, come on. In the clubs, I'm sure that's what you're doing, man.
I won't comment. Anyway, that might be my dance moves, but not my battlefield moves.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were saying. I think it was Tim was saying that I think that Dread Prince has got to be out of arc of the unit on the hill. It looks like he is.
I mean, or possibly not, which is why the congas come in. So maybe that was a thing as well.
Oh, exactly. Either way, yeah.
Off the top of my head, I'm going to look that full here. We're talking about the Masters. Arc of sight, obviously measured from the front rank for general purpose, but the unit can see him because the guy at the back can draw from the back of his base.
Ooh,
and thus that would be a flank if they were not chaff.
Sure.
I might be horribly wrong, but something's telling me that part of the unit can see him, the unit would fall in his flank, and if there's nothing stopping them, they could get there, even though the front of the unit arc might not be in angle.
Yeah.
Right.
But
with only one wheel allowed on a charge, though, I still don't think you could make it.
Oh yeah, easy. You just drive forward 4 inches till you're level with the unit. Then
it's 90 degrees, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess.
You're right.
But the Shadow Rider unit that's kind of chaffed up the 3 units, they're there to be given up 250 points for the turn, just to stop these units from moving around. Again, I think this is feeding points from the mobile list to the static list, which is great if that wins you the game. But if you're just giving away 250 points to stop these units going more than 5-6 inches each, 2 of them will still be on the hill. The 3rd one will get an overrun from winning that combat. Like it seems to be a bit odd that you're feeding points, but this is a player perhaps who doesn't know the strengths of this list and the fact that it is here to run around for 6 turns. Whereas perhaps if we saw the original players playing this, Craig might not take that charge. He might keep that unit on the table, do some more shooting with it for 5 turns, and if he has to commit it at the end.
And does that come as well a little bit from a Warriors playing a list that has the potential to flee and redirect and all that, some feigned flight? Because Warriors, generally speaking, I know he's got some lust. Oh no, he hasn't got lust, has he? He's got bigger unit of things. So Che maybe
marked in the Knights of Pride.
So Che maybe is one of those guys that hasn't had that much experience with light troops and feigned flight and things like that. And being a Warriors player, you don't normally flee, so it could be that he's just not familiar with that sort of play style as well. Whereas Craig is, right?
I think Tim's absolutely right though. What he's doing here is he's buying himself time, and it's a high price, and time isn't actually what he needs. What he needs is to be getting out of it. You know, I would have backed up what Tim said earlier. Use the dogs as chaff against Craig. Basically, start pulling back, and then use that mobility, because it's the only real chance. And just keep pouring fire in. He's going to roll ones eventually, you know.
Yeah, I'm pleased to say as well, we may have lost Henry, but very, very soon, in coming into your visuals, we will have Mr. Dr. Dan come in. And Matty, while he's connecting to audio and all that jazz, would you like to give him one of your introductions?
Well, they don't come any bigger than this. Dr. Dan, the Ninth Age player that stands astride the Ninth Age scene like the behemoth he is. Surely one of the finest players in the country, in the world, and an aficionado to all players. Once I played against him, and as I deployed, he looked at me and said, "You've now got a 7.5% chance of winning this game." And seeing it was that early on in the game, and it turned out he was about right as well. So he certainly knows what he's doing, and he's a bloody nice guy as well, and also from the northwest of England. So it's great to be welcoming on Dan. I don't know if you can hear us yet, mate, but if you can, welcome.
Greetings, everyone.
How are you, mate? Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, these intros are getting embarrassing, Matt.
All right, next time I'll just say, "Here's Dan."
Here's Dan. Yeah.
So I'm here as the sort of old and washed up player, right? Because that's sort of normal for sports commentary.
Sure. That also implies that I had a heyday, though. So I'm quite impressed by that. I'll take that. But how are you? Thanks very much for coming on the stream.
No, not at all. Thanks for having me. I thought I'd just pop on. I got enough work done this morning that I've got some free time, so I thought I'd just say hi.
No, really appreciate it.
Loving the commentary so far. I think Tim's made some really good points. If I might run with some of those a little bit briefly.
Please do.
Yeah, of course.
So I think a good question here is to ask yourself macroscopically, who wants what to happen when? Right? So which of the two players wants things to die early? Which of the two players wants chaff to get used early? Which of the two players wants combats to happen early? And generally, I think the answer is the Warriors here, right? Like, the more chaff the Warriors can kill early on, the more combats the Warriors can get the Dread Elves to commit to earlier on, the better for the Warriors. So in terms of what Tim was saying of should the Warhounds be engaged, should the character charge out into the Chosen Knights, I think, you can always argue details on any individual decision, but looking macroscopically over the whole game, I think so far the moves favor Craig, right? If he's going to win this, then he needs the kind of stuff to happen that is now happening. Whereas if the Dread Elf player had gone, I see what you're doing, and gone backwards and sideways, I think Craig goes, well, what do I now do on my next turn?
Yeah. I think Che is possibly trying to use these dreadies. It's a scalpel, and he's using it like a sledgehammer, isn't he? So it's it's still got a bit of punch in it, but I think he's playing into Craig's game here.
It's a lot of it is like play control and knowing a lot of different styles. So like the Dread Elf list is very mobile. It's full of cav. you have an advantage in movement tricks, which means you can pick your fights. It doesn't mean you pick turn 1 fights. And with vanguarding and moving sideways and swift reforms, and I mean, the list has got the opportunity to win by death by 1,000 cuts. Everything's got a gun. Everything's got magic support. There's bolt throwers in here. You know, the threats are the princes or the cavalry coming out and finishing something. Committing early, getting stuck into punch ups, for me isn't necessarily the right thing. Not saying that it is or not. We'll see how it turns out. But as was what Dan's kind of expanded on there, this game is going to be controlled by who takes the right choices, not necessarily who makes the first choices. So the Dread Elf list being all cav, you're kind of inclined to, I can charge, so I can kill something, so that's a good thing, I better do that, instead of perhaps biding your time and using the secondary thing of the list, which is everything's got guns, shoot some stuff, and use your speed to zone control or get away from fights you don't want. And, you know, we'll see how it runs. Obviously, Jay and Craig are both here at the end of game 1 leading the event. This is a really good test of skill swapping round.
Yeah.
I know that we're looking for who's in control or who's winning the game at any given point, but from what Dan's saying, what I was trying to say, the Warriors will be happy there's fighting going on. They won't care that they'll be down 2 Warhound units. There's fight, because in Craig's next turn, 250 points of Dark Riders, Shadow Cavalry are going to disappear. So he's not bothered by losing the 2 Hound units because he's going to take a unit off and have flank control. Now I'll shut up.
No, that's all right. No, absolutely. And as you say, like, they're going to take that unit and also sort of start arcing round as well. So even they've just done the Dread Prince one where the Dread Prince has actually taken a wound, which is interesting. Or it might be the hero, actually. But for that's probably not a good trade for the Dread, right? He wanted to come off that a bit scale 3. It didn't look like they measured it. It looked like they weren't. He moved him over so that he would be out of Feldrak arc. I know it didn't matter because he's chaffed anyway, but that's interesting. And the Gorgons obviously took the dogs out. So
he's just reformed the Gorgons in an interesting way. I mean, obviously he's looking to make sure he takes everything in the front. He hasn't left that right hand, the chariot to the right of the Feldrax. He hasn't left that in the flank, has he?
Quite.
I mean, it's long.
That's interesting. I didn't see him measure it, to be fair. So
that's a long way.
Very long.
Yeah.
There's only movement 6.
They're looking at it. There you go.
Interesting.
I might chuck in one other thing that I haven't seen anyone comment on.
He's do you know what? He's going for it. That chariot into the flank. It must be doable.
Big roll here then.
Yeah, he's setting up the other charges.
Is there any way we can tell what the markers are in that middle combat?
Yes.
Are they hexes and buffs?
So
do we know what they are?
Hyper-G has that down low. So
here we go again. Okay, so you've got Ancestral Aid on the Dread Elf character, and you have got a Hex Perception of Strength on the unit.
So actually they did pretty well to put the wound on him, right? And yeah, now we're just seeing all the charges. So has he just rolled a charge?
No, here it comes.
No, here it comes. So
that's a cock dice.
Here we go, and it looks like it's in. So not in the flank.
Not in the flank. Then, yeah.
How do we like them? It is res 5 against his agility thing. I suppose it's just on the armor though, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's AP 10, sorry, isn't it? Actually, the initial stare.
Remind me which mark the chariot has?
Gluttony. So it gets stronger if it wins combat.
Okay, so nothing's going to help it this turn. Something I haven't seen anyone comment on is I think there is one mistake by Craig, which is the big warriors block, I think, can't advance past the Chosen Knights.
Sure.
Yeah.
Without
the fallen moving, yeah.
So I'll have to.
Fun historical fact for people.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Craig actually used a really similar Dread Elf cavalry list on behalf of England at the ETC in 2014.
Oh, okay. Cool. So he has sort of semi-experienced with this type of list then?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
In fact, that was his first outing on behalf of Team England when he took that Dread Elf list.
Okay, so arguably one he's more comfortable with than others as well. That's really interesting. Wretched One's going pretty far. I don't know what that roll was, but blimey, that's pretty good. That's exactly where he's going to want that unit. Or maybe has that gone a little bit too far?
Well, if he pushes the block up behind it, I think he'll be okay. But
he's chaffed him. So that's the unit of Raptor Knights, isn't it?
Yeah.
As well, so that's pretty useful.
It looks like it's chaffed them as well. So.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, probably. I mean, especially with the random movement, that's a decent place for elf killers to be, right?
Yeah. I mean, of course, the Wretched Ones versus any cavalry will struggle on the armour, but...
In terms of these chosen knights that are getting held up, should we say, by the character, do we think they're going to go down this turn? They're obviously not got the ranks or anything now. They're not going to be steadfast for any reason. Craig's done that to get more attacks potentially on the guy. What do we think is going to happen there?
I'd imagine he'll probably. I mean, what's it? So he's now with Transcendence. He's now up to Strength 6.
He's not a lance anymore, is it? So it's just a hand weapon with +1 strength because he hasn't charged this turn. His strength. I mean, the fight's going to be fairly even because there won't be a champion anymore. So Craig's got a lot more attacks with a lot more models to throw. I think the problem is going to be based on who wins that fight, where they're going to be looking, whether it sets up a new charge for the Prince, or whether what Craig's going to do with the remainder of his movement here is to give him no real options of where to go. We'll kind of see how it rolls out. Obviously, the static block, even if it's flank charge or anything, you don't really want to get stuck on that because if it turns around, you're in a world of trouble. But I think my stream's about 10 seconds, 15 seconds behind you guys, so I might be talking nonsense. So I'm going to wait and see what happens.
You're all right. It's no more nonsense than I talk when I've got the stream right up, so it's fine.
The Chosen Knights are Pride, right?
No, they're Greed.
Greed was doubled, so we've got
something with Pride. The Warrior Knights might be Pride. I don't know what the Chosen Knights are.
The Chosen Knights
Greed.
are Greed, yes. Where was the Pride in the list? The Warrior, yeah, you're right. The Warrior Knights are Pride. So it's the Chosen Knights that are Greed.
Okay, so if the champion's dead, they're what? Testing on an 8 reroll, no cold-blooded?
Yeah, it looks like, and to be honest, like you said, he hasn't got the lance bonus now, so they won't be losing that much. You wouldn't have thought, anyway.
So this could be very close to a coin flip whether they break this turn.
Yeah.
Interesting to me that the Feldrax have gone back. Is that Craig saying I've done enough, I don't need to, or is he worried the Feldrax might lose to something?
He just doesn't want the acolytes going into him, does he?
Yeah. As simple as that. Don't like that matchup.
I think until that Prince combat in the middle resolves, I don't think he wants to commit to anything. Because if he loses that and the Acolytes and the Prince get the Feldrax, they're in some trouble because it will be the Dread Elf turn to buff with magic. Whereas backing off to where he's got, a toenail on the hill, he can still see the long charges, which keeps the Dread Elf player in his deployment zone. But he can sit and wait to see what happens with those Chosen Knights versus the Prince. So I guess he's just setting up for the following turn with as many options as possible rather than committing to something that could unravel.
Yeah, very much so. So sort of, get the points on the left. He must be pretty happy with that chariot into the Gorgons. The Gorgons trouble him there with that? I know we said earlier that the Gorgons might be one that make the Warriors struggle against. Having a chariot, especially a chosen chariot, go in, does that mitigate that somewhat?
Just having a look at the stats of the Gorgons defensively. Okay, so if he fails some Aegis saves, I don't think he'll matter because the impact hits are going to really be a problem. The two elite warriors on the back as well, I think with the charge are going to be striking at the same time, if not first. Looks like they'll be going first. So I actually think this is really good because he gets everything except the battle pig. And I think you could end up with only one Gorgon left at that point.
Okay,
so I think he could potentially blow through that just with that one chariot alone. Although I suspect you'll see the knights and the shadow cavalry go first in case that overrun can connect.
Sure, yeah.
And then we'll see that fight resolve and they'll just wilt away. But I can't quite see distances with the live stream, so I can't say too much.
Yeah, and the angles, because earlier, obviously, Dan with saying about the Warriors, it looked like he was able to squeeze through, so maybe it's just the angle sometimes. But yeah, very interesting for me. Yeah. Just gonna, while they're sort of in a bit of a thing, we're gonna go back to Hyper-G's camera and have a little look around the grounds, so to speak. Here we go. If I can get the tech right, so looking at Tanker on this table there, obviously switching the highborns around, which is interesting. Doesn't look like a lot on that table, does it? Oh, it's because it's in the corner. Yeah, it's a Jeff. Yeah. Then we're going over to Ali, obviously on the previous live stream against Kev, your boy.
Go Kev.
We'll feedback.
Hey, Kev's on the Bears.
Yeah, that's what he said earlier. Come in. He's like, right, the Mino's died. I'm on the Bears, son. But yeah, so again, obviously everyone's well underway. The Bears out there. Josh. Interesting that Josh has got ID against Jake's. Hello, Jake. Jake's Sylvan Elves, I guess, was the swap because of the arm swap. So that obviously probably is not one Jake wanted for that turnaround. So, yeah, really interesting.
There's Mr. Ninth Age.
Against Tom Clues.
And that looks like Cluesy.
Yeah, so obviously Tom getting a win after 6 months of not playing as well. Damn him.
Yeah.
But yeah, very interesting, right. And we go back to the game and see what's happened. It might even be that there's some spells gone. See if there's any spells on. Straight to combat.
They're in combat right now, yeah.
Yeah. It looks like something went off on the Chosen Knights, which again is going to help Craig just hold that guy up for as many turns as possible. I don't think anyone was expecting the Warrior Knights not to be in, or not to win that combat. But this is interesting, so does that take them out of combat, which means they don't test, or how does that work?
Are we talking the left flank?
Yeah, the left flank. So obviously Warriors went in, did a buttload of damage, but it seems like there's two left. How would that work in terms of moving up?
If the chariot is in combat with them as well, then they're about to die.
I don't think the chariot's in. I think they just put the Warriors in from what it looks like.
How did not kill them?
Right. So I guess from that point of view then, in terms of moving models, and Dan, you'll probably be the one to correct me if I'm wrong, they take away as many as they can and then they will shuffle down. Is that correct? Oh, maybe I was completely wrong.
We were both wrong, yeah.
The chariot was in. So Tim, back to you.
I'm not sure the chariot was in because the chariot hasn't done anything yet. If the chariot had impact hits.
Well, the chariot's overrun at this point, so it must have been in.
Oh, right. I was right.
Yeah.
So Tim's a bit
don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself. Don't make me doubt you.
Yeah. In which case, as you can see what's happened, because again, I'm looking 15 seconds behind, but what you're now looking at is Craig has shut that left flank door. The chariot into the Gorgon. If that combat wins, he ends up with two chariots.
Yeah.
to his acolytes somewhere. And he's shut down the left flank. And you can see, not only has he shut it, he's shut it with 20, 22 inches of space behind him, which boxes the game down. Bearing in mind that right flank, the wretched ones have chucked themselves forward and are now pinning, 1, 2, 3 units? Technically 4 with the cavalry behind them, 5 with the infantry behind that cavalry. Like, if the wretched ones aren't engaged upon, they are still pinning something.
Yeah.
But he boxed the Dread Elves into the deployment zone on breakthrough against the guy who's got all the maneuverability.
Sure. And it looks like as well he's gone in and hasn't killed one in impact hits. So that's interesting. The Chosen Chariot seems to have fluffed somewhat there, that's interesting as well. So those Gorgons, can they do anything back? They've already done a few with the Petrifying Stare, I believe.
Yeah, it was young Seward in the chat saying that Petrifying Stare was going to kill the chariot.
I'm not sure it'll hit, but the combination of Max plus make a hole, because there's 3 of them left rather than like 1.
Yeah, no, that's quite big. I think that's Shay's done well there. Not something I would have predicted the chariot going down so easily.
Well,
but yeah.
to be fair, I was just about to say, that reform, that when he reformed to make the chargeable, was probably the mistake of the match so far, but it looks like it might be backfiring.
There we go. I should say in the middle as well, there is a card on the Chosen Knights, which is
Spectral Blades.
There we go, my man on the ground.
Boosted?
Not a clue.
So we shall say no.
So is that Dread Prince in trouble, you reckon, now then?
Yeah, quite possibly. I guess that's what he'd do it for, right? Because I don't think he's having any problem wounding a prince.
One Chosen Knight gone.
It's not. He's not doing it for the rerolls, is he? He's doing it for the lethal strike, right?
So here's a question: did the second Chosen Chariot have a possible overrun to the Gorgons, and what was it? Because if it was a long one, did Craig fight those combats in the wrong order?
No, so it looks like they did the Knights and the Chosen Knight first, and he did overrun, but then finished an inch short. So whatever that overrun was, he finished short on it. It looked like an 8 or a 9, so maybe he just got a bit unlucky on the Swift Stride, but the possibility was there, and as Tim was saying earlier, 2 Chosen Knights, probably Chosen Chariots, is probably a very different kettle of fish. As it happened, the actual Chosen Knight that went in, it looks like, if Che's counting down, that looks like a 2 on dice. So it looks like it only did 1 wound, which is a bit crazy. I don't know whether that's a few Aegis saves being saved or whatever. But yeah, in terms of...
But then I think that... I was going to say, then I think that failed overrun is kind of triply key here. Because if it had gone into the Gorgons and the 2 chariots had popped them, that second chariot would have had another overrun into the flank of the cav unit, right? So that failed Swift Stride. If it was an 8 or a 9 Swift Stride, so 8 Swift Stride definitely in the Warriors' favor, 9 Swift Stride just about in the Warriors' favor. That's another coin flip there that could have had huge ramifications the other way.
Yeah, absolutely, and to say it seems to be that it's gone in Che's way, both fronts really, the overrun and the actual combat itself. Is that
the combat itself has surprised me? Like the chariot to do. I mean, even if we assume the best, 2 wounds from like 6 high strength attacks, D6 +1 high strength attacks that automatically hit. I'm amazed at how little damage went through.
Do they have distracting? Is that something they have? I don't know whether that might have swung it in his favour as well.
No. But I mean, it would have been hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s or 2s. The impact hits of wounding on 3s automatically hitting to only produce 1, possibly 2 wounds. You just can't account for that when that happens. You just got to deal with it.
Yeah. So what Dr. Dan, what does Che do in response then? He let's say he's been a bit fortunate with a couple of dice rolls and a couple of scenarios. What does he do now to? Because I would say correct me if I'm wrong. Craig's probably got the advantage. What does he do to try and swing it back in his favour?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's kind of difficult to say without. I think it's quite difficult with this overhead view. You don't get the same view that you get when you're at the table, when you can walk around, when you can look at angles. I'm intrigued to see what the Cav buff can see. They're checking that now. Gorgons are not light troops, right? Which I think is interesting. I might have been tempted to do a different a different reform with the Gorgons, because you could have reformed 2 and 1 such that they could have marched out of all of the warriors' arcs, I think.
Sure.
And then he could basically have, okay, that chariot's kind of by itself out the front, but it's not really, there's lots of warriors stuff behind it. So then the Dreadnought player could have sort of starbursted around on that flank, allowing them to deal with the wretched ones, get that problem sorted with, put all the magic there without having anything on the left flank threatened or possibly threatened. But he's committing to the wretched ones, which I think is, correct at this point. And to be honest, I think this is probably a big turn, right? If he rolls well this turn and gets the right magic, he's probably put himself in a good place. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
What are those units on the right? They're seemingly sort of just buying their time while those lancers go into the wretched ones. Obviously, wretched ones AP 0, but so many attacks. Any sort of thoughts on that sort of side of things, Rick?
I was going to say the Selection Spears are probably just hanging back on that top right corner, looking to move down and score, I guess, at the end of the game, and that's their only role.
So,
yeah, not sure what the Shadow Riders are up to over there.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows what
I think you're right, though. I think that sort of looks like a bit of a play of just waiting and seeing how the game's going. Does he need to be a bit more proactive on that side to force Craig into watching them over there, or is Craig pretty just happy just letting them wait by their time?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's interesting actually, because Che here again has gone for all the big fights. He's gone for all the charges, and it's that kind of you were talking earlier, Tim and Dan, about that macroscopic decision of do you back off and try and shoot, and it's a simple concept really, but in Ninth Age obviously you can't. Well, apart from very exceptional circumstances, you can't use your melee and your shooting against the same target, right? So. Even in the small games that I play of Essence of War, that decision comes up quite often. It's like, do you want to take the shots, or do you want to try and get into combat?
Sure.
And again, like you're saying, Che is playing the Dread Owls maybe more like a punch list here, going for all the fights that you can take.
I mean, to be fair to him at this point, he's sort of committed himself to this from turn 1.
Yeah.
So, to some extent you have to... I think in White Dwarf they always used to call it maintenance of aim, right? Sometimes you don't second guess yourself. If you're committed, then sometimes you have to follow that through.
Yeah, I always think that's a strong thing. If you've got a plan, like an overall strategy, you want to go for it, and it's like actually changing it midway can sometimes work against you. I know sometimes you want to be adaptive to the battlefield, but that's a big thing to consider, isn't it? Sometimes you want to stick with your plan and just push it. You've gone that way, and actually trying to change it halfway through can end up with kind of you in no man's land, and you just mess everything up and lose badly.
Yeah, and I think what Dan said as well about not being on the table, getting the feel and seeing the arcs through to what's happening. You can if the opportunity was there and he didn't take the agency and he kind of let it off the hook, he's got to work very hard to get it back, whereas there's opportunity maybe that, actually, I can do this, this, and this. Yes, it changes the plan, but if it's there and you don't take it because you stick to your original plan, it doesn't work for you either. What looks interesting here is, am I right in thinking the Acolytes just failed a very long-range charge and are now sat front and centre and cannot flee?
Well, whether they can't flee, I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks a strange thing to move them up,
I don't think he tried the charge, but if he did, I mean that's the Feldrax won't get the reroll off the hill, and they would be stupid to pile into them, I think. So maybe you chaff them with your Pride Knights. I don't know. I mean, so much of this is going to depend on whether or not the Dread Prince dies or not. But it looks like looks like you're right there. Remy, it looks like they're going to be pushed. He's going to push that spear block just down the flank now, with the light running interference.
Yeah, so he's waited. Maybe he's waited till a good point to actually make that move rather than trying to go in early on. There's no need to, right? Because he's got plenty of movement on both of those units to get across the board. So no need to rush things.
Yeah, I think he wanted to pin the wretched ones before he started doing anything with spears, didn't he? So
and
looks like it's
a nice
good move.
impassable as well for Che, because obviously the wretched ones, that's one thing that they can't move through. Should anything crazy happen on that side, not that they're really bothered about that particular unit, but that unit on the very right is pretty safe in that position.
If that is it the Dread Knights that have gone into the wretched ones?
Yes.
If that did go horribly wrong and the wretched ones are free to move, those spears are going to die a turn later, because the wretched ones will backtrack into the cavalry who get no reaction in the flank, pretty much eat them in a turn, and then the spears are just going to be staring at the wretched ones. Like, if that combat goes wrong, then all's gone wrong. But Che's got the right matchup. He's got his heavily armored, non-stompable guys stood facing the wretched ones that don't come with the armor piercing. So he's got the right matchup to pin the wretched ones for as long as possible.
Yeah. Do you think that some of those matchups he kind of set up with his deployment as well, because he did deploy second, if I'm right?
Yeah, he will have done. Yeah.
Just a quick update from, and it is very quick, from all the other tables, from my man on the ground.
Yeah, so from what I can tell, everyone's being quite reserved with other people's armies, which I guess you'd expect, really. A lot of people are not really wanting to throw it all on the line when they're not controlling the army they're used to. We've got Jeff Keeling, for example. I know you saw the picture earlier. He's got the Highborn Elves in the corner against Tanker's Beast Herds. There's a lot of standoffs going on at the moment. So I'll keep my eye on things and see when nerves start to break.
So in that regard, we've picked a good one. Because at least things are happening, right?
Yeah, these guys are not holding back at all either. There's been miniatures flying all over. A couple of near miniature casualties I noticed. A couple of models have been knocked over, which is always what I'd be terrified of if I was playing with someone else's models.
I couldn't do it myself. Yeah, I agree with you, man.
To be fair, I let people play with my miniatures quite often, and they have took a few breaks and stuff. But you've just got to roll with it. Get your super glue out and fix it.
Yeah, that's it. Interesting. We said about, or Hyper-G said about the other matches being fairly standoffish. Tim and Dan, do you have much experience with army swaps in tournaments and things like that?
Dan, I'll give you first.
So I don't have a lot of experience, but I don't think this is the right way to do it, if I'm honest. The problem with switching with your opponent is that, when you write a list, you kind of have an idea in your head of the distribution of good and bad matches. And the problem with this is that then because it's a direct swap with your opponent, that kind of semi-random factor, who's your opponent that round, if it switches a bad match to a good match or a good match to a bad match, is a huge change. A much bigger change than just if you each get given a random army at the event.
Okay.
So I don't like this implementation of it. It's not the implementation that, or at least back in the day, for example, the Aussie Masters used to have, you've got a random army.
Yeah.
And I much prefer that sort of army swap. I think it gives it tests the same thing whilst not just introducing a stupid random factor.
Sure.
I quite like what you're saying, because I used to listen to the Aussie cast and how they'd run it with it's not quite the same where you get to play against your own models and watch someone accidentally knock it over. 3 hours later, somebody walks back up to you with a pile of stuff on a tray, and then you can have your cry, and it's a much better format.
Sure,
but
right.
swapping the army at the table, I've done it a couple of times. I've only done it once at the Masters, and I ended up playing against an army that I'd never played before, one of the few. But against my list, and somebody just deployed it very differently to how it was written to do.
Yeah.
I knew its strengths, I knew its weaknesses. They made one deployment for today, and I was like, right, that's my in. I've just got to abuse this. The plan came together very quickly, and I delivered on that. But as far as like getting to a table and swapping, it's something I do a lot with coaching club players for tournament play. So they'll play their list, they'll get comfortable, and then we'll flip reverse. I'll play their list. against something they've played against me maybe a couple of times to maybe show a different way of playing or a different way of doing something. Because as players, we get familiar with our play style, we stick to it, we write lists that assist that. You have to try really hard to break that mold regularly. But yeah, it's a good learning tool to have if you have someone where you play a matchup regularly to swap and see how you actually feel from the other side of the table. But as far as the format goes, I actually agree with what Dan's saying, that a nicer way would be 16 lists in a bowl, go up and pick your lotto number. It just means that you can look at your army from across the room. A little bit more dangerous, people don't like it, so that's why we have what we have. But
no, fair enough. There seems to be quite a bit of action actually in the centre.
What it is, it might be a bit confusing. What it is Che forgot to fire his bolt throwers, so he's actually going back after the combat. So the combat with the Chosen Knights has led to the Dread Prince being killed, but now we're going back to the shooting phase because Craig's a gent and he's letting Che do it in reverse. I did joke at the time that Che can now shoot his bolt throwers at the remaining Chosen Knight, but I think Che's not going to do that because that would be illegal.
It's really nice to see this at this level of play. I mean, this is always how I advocate people approaching tournaments, but it's really nice to see. I think if you're so set on winning that you want to win because your opponent forgot an obvious thing in the shooting phase, then you're not winning because you're better than your opponent, right?
Sure. And we sort of had that to a certain extent in the first game with Tanker sort of helping Ali, or like helping him, and then both come into an agreement of chaffing, one of the units chaffing, which I thought was quite nice as well. So I think we're quite blessed really in the 9th Age in the UK. I personally haven't come across too many of those sorts of people that you're talking about, Dan, but everyone's pretty nice. Like even someone that perhaps is somewhat better than you like in a normal tournament. Obviously that doesn't happen at Masters, but does generally spend the time to go through stuff with you. For example, me and Tim, when he basically told me how to play the whole game, which was great. So
you won.
Well, yeah. So you did. That was good coaching. That's what I think. But yeah. So
spoilers.
Yeah. Right. But so I think we're quite blessed in our community that we actually have loads of people that want to play like that, and as you say, Dan, don't want to win because of a silly mistake. I mean, you say something in the shooting phase, you just forgot his shooting phase. Now that's just so fair play. Like I think it's nice. There is an argument where you say Masters might be that different thing, but the fact that we've seen that twice in 2 battles, I think, is a testament to the community itself, right?
Yeah, 100%. I find this super positive, and it's one of the reasons, like you're saying about with the thing in Ali and Tanker's match, right? One of the reasons I didn't play tournaments until 2012 or so was because I didn't want to play without pre-measuring, because that sort of thing you can't really do, right? Sure. You know, whereas with pre-measuring, because all the information on the table is known, it's much easier to do those things where you're like, okay, I want to achieve this, let's both see if it's possible and get on with the game. And you can get on with the flow of the game rather than I can eyeball 2 millimeters better than you.
Yeah, sure. Going back to the actual things that happen, obviously the character dying for the Dread Elves is terrible. That's really, really bad. I don't think we saw that come in. I guess Lethal Strike would have helped in that regard. However, these Gorgons are no mean feat. Who have once again killed another chariot. That's a lot of points. 2 chosen chariots is a lot of points.
I assume the Dread Prince is a lot of points though as well. Yeah, that was a big. Do you think that he's regretted that choice now? Was that really on the odds on that one, or is he come out unlucky? Or?
I guess Magic swayed it. If indeed, because of Spectral Blades, it was. I would assume then, Chosen Knight has no problem actually wounding an elf, but the Lethal Strikes is what it was on for. So if that did get off, Lethal Strike against a 1-up armor guys, that's the issue, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's a chance for this to cascade for Craig now, right? It looks like the Gorgon is now stood by itself and can get charged. We know that the Acolyte bus failed its charge, and the remaining Chosen Knight can now join in the Wretched One's combat. And if those knights break, that flank changes completely. So there's a chance on Craig's next turn that his macroscopic, I'm going to force the fight as bloody as possible, as soon as possible, might pay off despite some of the bad luck, which of course is the point of choosing the correct macroscopic plan, right? It's to hedge against bad luck.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it looks like the Lancers, I mean, doing 6 wounds, that's pretty good. I don't know how many attacks they have. I think it's quite a few, actually, so I think they might have a few more as well coming from the mounts themselves.
Two per knight and 2 per mount?
Yeah, that sounds right. So 6, it looks like they've done 6 wounds from the knights on top, and a few more are coming, from the mount. So that's pretty good, but obviously they're unbreakable, and it will just be how many they take. But that should just mean that they stick around. But as you say, Dan, that chosen knight now being free, which I don't think was in anybody's plan, could definitely scupper because there's overruns and everything. It's is it Craig's turn next, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's going to be very interesting. I think you're right. I think he goes into the flank and then gets an overrun. I think that whole flank could be very, very different in 20 minutes or so.
I think a lot's going to depend on how many knights die to the Wretched Ones' attacks. Of course, they all still get to fight because they're Wretched Ones. And I know that it's 2-up saves on the knight, but if there's 2 or 3 ones...
Well, just look how many dice he's rolled, right? That looks like the wound roll.
Yeah, exactly. And, if he leaves all 6 knights there, it's maybe slightly riskier to put the chosen knight in, right? Yeah. Because the remaining Dark Elves might just roll really well again and blend the other 3 Wretched Ones. Sure. But if they've started being cut down, then that flank charge starts to give the chance of opening up that flank.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, it looks like 4 died, which is terrible. So, yeah, sort of, I guess... looks at
as Dan was saying, this is going to open up now for a real explosive turn. The chosen knight goes in, let's say, finishes those knights off with the Wretched Ones, who are then freed up to random around that flank again. The Feldrax and the Pride Knights, you're assuming going to take this Gorgon out and overrun towards the Acolytes. The Warriors in the middle of the board now literally just full rush straight up the gut and pick the spears in front of them. Like, there is going to be Craig's going to have an awful lot of shifting forward this turn to keep the pressure up and keep the bloodthirst going, because what he doesn't want now with so many gaps on the board is for the Dread Elves to slip back into running about and shooting him. He wants to keep this aggressive and keep this almost like you do with a Sylvan list. Once you get into it, you do not let them get out. You have to keep hitting combat after combat, and I think that's what he'll be planning to do this turn, and just lining up for as many fights as possible to avoid the shooting, which obviously chipped away a fair amount of damage to him last turn when it did happen.
Exactly. And just to add on that and come back to my macroscopic point, because Matty P will tell you, I'm a great believer in why make a point once when you can make it 3 times, right? If this was happening on turn 5, there's much less room for Craig to capitalize. Right. Whereas because he went, right, I'm going to make this combat happen on turn 1. Now that there are openings for him, he's got time to really turn it into something. Right. Because the 6 turns is actually quite a limiting factor on what you can achieve during the game. And that tempo of what turn you get to a certain point can be really important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way it's looking now, there's quite a lot of death from the Dread Elf side of things. I'm very much looking forward to this next turn. As I say, it could be quite, to use your term, explosive. I like that. That's very dynamic.
I think another crucial point is that, even if Craig gives up those Wretched Ones and he's given up those 2 chosen chariots, other than that chosen knight unit in the center, his scoring is relatively intact.
Yeah.
So again, he's got the 3 turns to get that scoring across the board.
Sure. Does Craig have to have a think about this right, as we're looking at it, right flank? Obviously, he's doing pretty well with the centre and left flank. But in terms of those Selection Warriors, does he have more than enough time to deal with them?
I think
it's more a choice of... Sorry, Tim, go ahead.
No, go on, Dan. You first.
I was just going to say it's more a choice of... He probably has to decide this turn whether he's going to try and deal with them.
Well, I mean, it looks like he's made a fairly long charge there into the Selection Warriors in the middle. So that almost might answer my question as he was doing it. Because if he can mop them up, which he will, let's be honest, then he just turns to face and there we go. Interesting that he chose the chosen knight into the Warlocks. Is that a good choice?
I think so because one, that combat's really key. I thought they could flee. Actually, I might have been tempted to flee from the Fell Dread, but the fact that the Dread Knights got reduced to one of them, that kind of was done. And I think Craig's basically playing here to try and end the game this turn, to functionally end the game this turn. I think the army swap round, like I said, has made a big difference here. I think the Dread Elves would win if this was the other way round.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Henry as well was saying that the Dread Elves probably looking at matchups wise, looking at this as quite a nice one because they can on the right day sort of outfight warriors, one of the few ones that can, but obviously need to be very. I think Matty said this, very scalpel about it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think if we'd have had this the right way round, with people playing their own forces, we'd have had a very different game to commentate on, talking a lot more about board control, movement, angles, redeploying to focus fire in a certain area of the board, the way that Craig's or other games are probably going to go this weekend.
Breaking news. Che and Craig have gone for a wee break together. I don't know what they're going to discuss. But or indeed how? Yeah, if are we going to send a man
following them into the bathroom?
Roving reporter.
Yeah, absolutely. So who shakes who and all that jazz. But no, he's going to go round the ground. So while we've taken a bit of a break, or they are taking a break, we're going to switch to Hyperg's camera, who's going to sort of see roughly what we're doing in the other rounds, which is it's tough because it's on our tech, so cameras for next year. But yeah, here we go. So this is one of the other warriors, looking like they've done very similar. So the standoffs seem to be, with an hour and 20 left, seem to be stopping. Here we go. Back to him. We'll go back to the games. We got that. Because a close-up of Hyper-G is not what anyone wants to see on the stream. But yeah, here we go. So Craig's come back first. That is breaking news as well. He's got the weaker bladder. Is that small? I don't know. Yeah. So just as a little thing, again, while we've got a bit of a break, we're going to take a quick break as well. But I'm going to show you the competition that we have running, and we have had running throughout the whole of the Masters itself. So take a look at this, enter, and we will be back very, very soon. Here we go. Guys.
And me, Maddie P from the Paired Weapons Podcast.
The Masters competition is back. For your chance to win a selection of these prizes, including gaming accessories, 3D print vouchers, the Breach introduction game, and commissions from the Gobbo, simply answer this question. Which army was placed at the top of the latest tier list, released in December 2021? Was it Orcs and Goblins,
Demon Legions,
or Beast Herds?
To enter, simply send your answer to the following email address: pairedweaponpodcast@gmail.com. That's the pairedweaponpodcast@gmail.com. Don't forget to include your name, contact details, and your answer. Check out the Masters Review Show on the Proxy Table Gaming YouTube channel shortly after the tournament itself.
Thanks to all our partners and sponsors.
And good luck.
See you later. So we're back on the stream. They've taken their break. We've taken ours. Do get involved in that competition if you can. Enter. We'll leave it open throughout the weekend and for a few days more for people wanting to get in touch. We've already had about 20 people email. So Kev says, Matty, and plenty of prizes to be won.
Yep, absolutely. Loads of prizes to win. So get your entries in. pairedweaponpodcast@gmail.com. Okay, well, I just stepped away for 10 minutes, so am I right in thinking that the Dread Prince died? Because it looks to me like there's a chosen
a lot has
up
happened,
there.
And we believe that this next combat is going to be one of the crucial ones, which is probably why they took a break and got back into it. But that chosen knight that killed the Dread Prince has gone into the side of the Acolytes, along with the Feldrax, who had a shorter charge than they probably expected. The knights on the left have gone into that Gorgon, who has been giving the Warriors all sorts of problems down that side on their own. They've left. Craig's left the Wretched Ones to ping off the last wound on the knight on the right, who was sort of holding them up.
Dread Knights,
yeah. So it's looking. Oh, and I haven't even mentioned the longish charge that the Warriors did against the Selections as well. So should be a lot of stuff going on.
So we're saying at this stage it's very much in Craig's favour, really, here, aren't we?
Yeah.
We could be looking, unfortunately, at the end of this combat round at calling the game. Like, I don't know whether the players will play it out, but if things this turn go where you'd expect them to, as it's currently shaped up, with it being Craig's magic turn to buff, this could be a very cascading finish from what was a lot closer, just on the outcome of one or two combats, and it just when those combats resolved and the positioning of them. So like the Wretched Ones punching out 5 of 6 knights, very surprising, I guess, with the lack of armor penetration that they have. But in doing so, that changes perhaps Craig's mind. I don't know whether he always had the plan to double up this Acolyte combat, but now that he is, I think the Acolytes are in a world of trouble. But we did see the Gorgons bounce a chariot and then go through a second one, so maybe the Dread Elf Aegis saves are on point today, and we'll be here for another hour. But
So coming back to the Chosen Chariots and the Dread Elf's last turn, this is what I was saying about the long charge of the Acolytes and the fact that I would have moved laterally with the Acolytes around the flank.
Sure.
Because that long charge is, in some sense, it's not handed the game. Yeah, sure, the Feldrax could have failed their charge, but that attempted long charge gave Craig an option that I think you should never have given him if you wanted to win this game.
And part of that might be not being familiar with the list, or at least the design of what the list is there to do. Obviously, Che, being the Warriors player, is far more used to perhaps just getting stuck in and being bogged down in a battle, whereas Craig's play style is based a lot more on playing movement, and if it takes 6 turns, he'll get you in the 6th turn. So it might just be that it's because of the round swap. It might just be a little bit of uncomfort. It might just be one quick oversight. Easy for us because we just got 3 hours to sit and analyze it. A little bit more difficult at the table, but that's the difference sometimes between maybe where these two finish at the end of the event. If Craig gets rolling here on the army swap round and then goes back to causing chaos, you'd expect him to be up there, if not one of the favourites, if not the favourite for the whole event.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a few shooting ones that perhaps the Dread Elves don't like, but getting through these two, and especially a matchup like this as well, with potentially, what's he on, like 17 plus, let's say 17. That's a big score after 2 rounds, in the Masters especially, when it's only 5 rounds as well.
So it looks like the Acolytes have only killed 1 Feldrak as well, which is going to make it. He's really in trouble now.
Yeah, we're into the rolling now, aren't we? Would the Acolytes have gone before the Chosen Knight? Has the Chosen Knight done anything?
Sorry, say again, Lucky Sixes.
Perhaps as the Chosen Knight at the same time as the Acolyte, or before?
Depends what weapon he's choosing, because he's greed, but he's agility 5 base, so 6 on the charge.
Yeah. No, we'll stick with this combat. So I think it's how many they take in. They've done, let's say, 4 wounds, the Acolytes, and won't have gone. They might be rolling some more. There might be another character in there, because he had 2 characters. He might have had the hero's heart guy as well, which. Perhaps the hero's heart did the 4 wounds, in which case that's very good.
yeah, that's possible.
There looks like a spell on the Feldrax as well. This being the Dread Elf turn, it'll be. I'm going to send my man on the ground to go. He's very good at taking the hint.
It's probably. I imagine it'll be whispers.
Yeah, which might have helped with the hero's heart guy, right? That could have swung it quite easily because he'll be hitting really loads.
The spell card is Craig's, not. So this is actually a combat buff because it's Craig's turn for magic. And the
Oh, right,
in that
okay.
case, in that case it would be. He hasn't got Ancestral Aid though, has he? He's got Spectral Blades though.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll find out what that is, but we'll see on the combat. Yes, it is Spectral Blades.
And again, he'll just be after, mind you. I mean, they're AP3 anyway. I mean, what's the? That's they'll be wounding on 2s anyway. So okay, well
It'll just be leaving Aegis saves against the acolytes.
Yeah.
But it's just making sure that anything that hits gets wounds through, because a 50-50 Aegis save spikes might cost him a combat.
So it's really interesting. It seems like a lot of nothing at the minute. I know Craig's got a few more dice to come, but yeah, it's interesting sort of fluff at the minute, which I guess favours the Warriors from that point of view, right? Or will they just want to blow through now? Let's be done with it. Feldrek's
So
4 wounds each, aren't they?
Yeah, 4 wounds.
Yeah.
So I think Craig wants to go through him this turn because you don't want to give acolytes a chance to get buffed and start triggering their rules.
Okay, yeah. So this is
From overhead, the acolyte unit's hard to tell what it is. But
yeah.
To explain.
No, absolutely. Breaking news: Kev's going for a break. I don't know what that means. Is there any updates?
That was
That
just
beer
Kev going
break.
for a cigarette break.
Cigarette, sorry.
But also on that table, bearing in mind that I've only seen 10 dice being rolled, I'm going to say that Ali is dicing Kev because every single one of them was a 4 or more.
There we go. You heard it here first. Breaking news: Ali is dicing Kev.
Oh, poor Kev.
Mr. and Mrs. Mino have turned against their owner.
Clearly, or they're too busy in a corner, just not taking any notice of the battle.
They were getting the hype on Twitter as well. I found this with certain models, some models you need to talk them up and they perform better, and certain models you need to insult them and then they perform better. So maybe Mr. and Mrs. Mino need some tough love.
Maybe. Or maybe they just couldn't handle the pressure, maybe.
But there's that third option as well, which is the threat. If you don't hit, you're getting thrown across the room. And sometimes that works, but not perhaps as nicely painted models as Miss and Mrs. Mino.
Yeah, which is why probably he's going for a cigarette break instead of doing that. Right?
Yeah.
Well,
When you've got an army as nicely painted as that, I imagine having someone else to even touch it is going to be difficult. And let alone if they're touching it and taking you off, it must be galling.
I've heard that phrase before, actually.
You were talking earlier about the army swap, and I think some of the reasons for swapping with just your opponent there is just pure practicality, isn't it? For those kind of reasons,
two
from what
hours,
I've heard.
45 potentially. I mean, arguably it's the Masters though, so I mean, again, it's how much we're sort of taking it as that much more serious and things. Generally speaking, I think everyone's pretty chilled, but you could say that it's a Masters, and that's what makes a Master. Knowing a list and knowing the units and knowing them more than your everyday man. Potentially, anyway. I don't think.
So for anyone joining at this late point, there was people in the chat I know and you, and
yes.
So Che is at the top playing the Dread Elves, which is Craig's army, and Craig's at the bottom playing the Warriors of the Dark Gods. The pile on the left is all the casualties. That's not anything happening over there.
They've decided to play AOS on the left as well. That's how good they are.
Is that what it is?
Right?
They've got a secondary game going on over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that left. It was interesting watching that macroscopic decisions as well, because like that left side from our overhead view, obviously the Dread Elves' right side looked quite strong early on, but then you realise actually they're still just chaffed units, and it basically was the Gorgons and nothing else, right?
Yeah. So big things suddenly just happened in that middle. The acolytes ran and got caught. It looks like.
And got caught, yeah.
by the chosen knight that finished off. So we found our MVP of the game. He's taken off the characters and the acolytes. Yeah, fair play to that chap. But yeah, that's pretty big, right?
So that chosen knight is genuinely.
I think that's it, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
What were you saying, Dan? Sorry.
I say that chosen knight is genuinely greedy.
Yeah, absolutely. He's living up to his name at least. Che can take that solace in in getting run down.
Do you think you'd at least feel good if you're going to... It looks like PG here, we reckon, right? But, like, do you think you'd feel a bit better, though? At least you lost to your own list in some ways.
Your list is decent enough to win, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, well, I wrote that genius list.
Absolutely.
It's funny.
We'll listen back to our coverage with all of us going, oh, yeah, this list design, the Dread Elves win this game. They'll be walking away from going, what happened? Like, who are these...
Well, I think they're definitely very, very different lists, right? You've got a smash list and you've got a finicky sort of list. And Che, from what I know, has very smash lists, and that is his thing, right? And that's what he knows. So perhaps he wanted to turn it into that, and it just didn't happen. That Gorgon's finally gone as well. Just to rub salt in the wound. And they haven't even done the Warriors combat in the middle. So perhaps it is just Che not knowing that type of list, not the Dread Elves specifically, but actually like a light troop sort of finicky list like that.
So for me here, this game kind of boils down to a very critical, it might even have been the first dice roll and potentially the first deployment, and I didn't quite have coverage when we started to see it. Choosing the side of the board and choosing the deployment first, because obviously when we came on live, Craig was on the bottom side, deploying first and dropped. He knows what he's up against with the way his list is written. You can't unit by unit deploy against it because it's so mobile, it can redeploy its entire self, in half a turn. But Craig dropped everything and got the side of the board with the hill, which took out his whole left flank, because all he had to do was put 2 units on there, which he did, both cav. Those swift stride long range charges off a hill, and where the hill is placed, that shut down a third of the board. And he deployed first to drop the go first to push and eat the Dread Elves, because the Dread Elves, none of the Dread Elf units really crossed the halfway line yet.
No, you're right.
Morgan and the Prince that stood on the halfway line and died. Craig pushed everything back. I know there's one fast cav unit in this bottom right corner, but it's not scoring, so it doesn't have to worry about breakthrough. And I don't think they're going to be charging the Fallen. But I don't know whether Che maybe tried dropping a unit to deploy first and kind of gave the initiative back to Craig. Drop everything, declare first and do it. But Craig seemed to have got the better rub in that real early part of the game, and as such has controlled the game since that point.
Well, I think
dice and stuff.
I think you're right. Is it not only getting the advantage, but actually pouncing on it, right, and using it to and really forcing it once you've you've got that advantage, and that is
showing his experience and being a previous master, I think 3 times, and all of the other tournament wins. This is why, when there's an opportunity, he takes it.
Yeah.
And when there isn't, his list is built not to have to force games. But the reverse here, he knew exactly what the weakness could be. He knew he couldn't out-deploy it, so I'm going to do this. Use the terrain to my benefit, and as we've been saying, in my opinion, here has controlled the game flow and enticed his opponent to play what he wants him to do.
Sure, yeah.
Here are 2 units of Warhound. Please kill them. Here we go. It's easy to sit back and say it. My play style is similar, although I don't have anything like the accolades Craig has. I make my opponent make a mistake and then put the foot down on them. But I do it by trying to control the board. And if they can do it better than me, like when I played Craig at Tech, I just sat there looking like, well, I have to make the move first because your list is a little bit more diversified than mine.
Sure,
It's really awkward playing into this. When you're the opponent, you're like, well, I've just got to get something. Once you get stuck, if you don't blow through it, like the Prince into the Chosen unit, this is what can happen to you.
And it looks like those Warriors are doing exactly what we thought and getting absolutely munched. That looks like a pretty long overrun if it is on. But I mean, is there any way back for Che at this point? Is there any solace in what is he playing for at this point? With an hour to go in middle of the game, what is Chafer Master hashtag gonna do? Possibly.
Preserve as many points as he can. If he comes out of it 18-2, that's 2 points. At this point, we're looking at a nil. But if he comes out with 2 points, on a rankings, that's a massive difference.
Sure.
He's got 17 in the bag in round 1. So if he comes out of 2 games at 19 points, that's almost 10 a game. You can't complain with that level.
Yeah.
Craig, it's how bloodthirsty he's going to try and be. Obviously, he'll be looking to get every point he can, because the next matchup is going to be 2 guys at the Masters with 2 big wins. That's going to be tough from that point onwards.
Is it important? So at this stage, right? So let's say we're pretty confident Craig's going to win. Is it important for Craig to push for that 20 in round 2? Is that what he's thinking right now?
I think he absolutely has to. He absolutely has to. He's got the opportunity here to wipe him out, and he must take it. I mean, he could just in order to get the score, in order to get the secondary, all he needs to do is slam those knights up the left flank. Everything else needs to turn around now and just try and mop up, because that last point. Well, I mean, we saw it last year, didn't we? The Masters decided on very, very narrow margins, and he can't let a single point go here. He needs the 20.
And he's sat on table 1 for game 2. Like, his plan ought to be here all weekend.
Yeah, sure.
So to do that, you have to beat the next best player in the tournament every round. So you've got to take what's available. I don't think he'll do anything that will cost him points. If an opportunity comes up where he could get 1 but lose 2, he won't take it. But as Matty's just said there, you clean up what's in front of you and you make Che here have a very difficult decision of, does Che try and claw back a 3rd or a 4th point and take the risks that way around?
Yeah, I also think it's relatively risk-free for Craig to play for as many points as possible here, right? Okay. It's not... Like, I don't see a Hail Mary play here. That's what I've just been looking for. Is there a Hail Mary play, which is a technically bad decision, say, but that gives you an 80% chance you definitely get 20, but maybe a 20% chance that, you get to 15, right? It's 15-5 down. But I'm struggling to see one from the table, if I'm honest.
Okay.
Are we able to clarify if the characters are all dead on the Dread Elves? Are the wizards and that second prince, did they die in the acolytes?
Yeah, I'm sure Hyper-G can check if all the characters are gone. I'm pretty sure they are, from the Dread Elf point of view, to see if whether the characters are dead. But we'll check that and confirm to you shortly. How are you seeing this? So, Rick, as someone that's sort of Essence of War based, shall we say? What are you seeing from this, and what are you taking from this?
It's interesting because obviously the details of the rules of the combats and the special rules and all the spells and things that kind of goes over my head a lot because we don't have all those rules.
Yeah.
But that kind of macroscopic strategy thing is still so relevant, even on a tiny board with only 3 units, right? That whole decision making of, do I actually want to push up straight away? Like, even from the start, you were saying, like, I was kind of like, well, hang on. Should the Dread Elves be deploying that far forward? And you talked about when he missed a round of shooting and went back. And I was going to ask actually earlier in the game, it's like, did he miss another round of shooting? Because the repeated batteries didn't seem to have done very much.
Yeah, and you would have been going for the knights right on this left side if possible. So I don't know whether there was goal. You're probably right there. There might have been something there. Just to get confirmation just to get confirmation on Tim's question, are they all dead?
So you just made me go over there and make Che admit that all of his Dread Elf characters were dead, and they are.
You mean Craig's Dread Elf characters are dead? There's a small victory in there somewhere.
Absolutely.
Oh no! So Tim and Tom are dead. That's
Tim
awful.
and Tom are dead.
They're all dead, Dave. Do you know what? Actually, just building on what Rick was saying there, Dan. You've talked a lot about this over the years, but for listeners and people who haven't heard it before, perhaps you'd like to expand on your theory of sort of the bifurcation theory. If you put your move is to create a difficult choice for your opponent. You give them options and they have to choose between 3 poor options. And Craig has done this very effectively in this game. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, essentially creating catch-22 situations is kind of one building block of how to approach the game at both a micro level and a macro level. And, Craig kind of did that here, right? In the sense of he shoved the army forward and went, well, you can shoot or charge me, but you can't do both. and if you don't take the charges, I will. And if you take the charges, well, that's what I wanted to happen anyway, right? So he's trying to, all the way through, he's trying to say, well, look, basically, you always want your opponent to not be choosing between a good option and a bad option, but between two bad options. And if you consistently do that through the game, eventually enough of the dice will go your way.
Yeah. I think we've seen a really good example of that theory today, with shoving it forward and saying, right, go on then, what are you going to do? Jay didn't have a good option. He had a bad option and a worse option, and I think he's taken the worse option, but that's probably his play style, and that's how Che plays. And maybe Craig knows that. In fact, Craig will know that, and no doubt he's factored that into the human psyche element as well. So, I think this has been very, very well played by Craig. I think.
I think that's
So I think
sorry.
I was going to say, I think the way out for Che was a deployment, right? I would have stacked much more of the army to one flank and not played against all of the Warriors army, right? The point about a Dread Elf army like this is that you don't play fair. Why would you play fair? you want to be putting 3 shooting units and a combat unit onto one enemy unit. That's how this list works. So I think the deploying across the board sort of played into the hands of Craig's deployment a little bit.
Sure, yeah.
Which side would you have stacked?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I can't. When I don't have the physical table in front of me, I can't visualize the space well enough.
I think Craig, as you were saying, like Craig did well in his own deployment and obviously knew what he was doing. Tim alluded to it earlier. Those wretched ones were really just in case he did go right on that right-hand side, right? So the wretched ones would be there. If he goes on the right-hand side, then he's got the wretched ones, which are random movers, which this type of list hates. Because you want to move around things, you want to get slightly out of arc and all that stuff. If he goes on the left-hand side, he's got the hill to deal with. So Craig saw that side and really saw, right, what would be my weakest if I do drop, and use the wretched ones to cover that. I think that's pretty good, from his point of view. Which again, into what you said, Dan, gives him 2 bad options, right? I know what I want to do. I want to go all against one. I want to make it unfair. But if I do, I've got Feldrax basically on a hill, or wretched ones, which I hate. So he's already done that before he's deployed a unit.
Yeah. I mean, I think his number one. I think that Che should have stacked the right hand side as we're looking at it, and poured his fire into the wretched ones, and the magic in there as well. And he could easily create the scenario where he would have had 2 rounds to do that, and then he can pick his fights, because the right hand side was a little bit less mobile once the wretched ones went down. Maybe the Gorgons just operating out wide on the left or something like that. But it's he's mopping up now, though, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. What we should say as well, is we've got alluding to people that are coming new. We've got the competition, as you saw a minute ago, but also a code for Chaos cards, which is a thing that have sort of sponsored us during the live streaming. It's £5 off every £40 you spend on gaming accessories for board games and tabletop, which is really, really cool. Thank you to them. Thank you to Amy, who's been speaking to Hyper-G. Use the code chaos-PTG, all capital letters, when you get to the checkout, and the description in the chat. The link is there, but I'll put it up again later. Thanks very much to them for helping us out, and you've got until the end of January, so don't even have to do it today. Go on there, have a look at anything you like, and if you do, get some money off. Everyone loves money off, right?
We certainly do.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask Rick. Obviously, with your perspective on this, then, is this the first sort of Masters level game you've seen?
I've watched a little bit. I watched most of the stuff coverage last year, which was fantastic. Congrats to everyone doing this coverage. It's really, really fascinating, even if I don't get all of it. This one, I've managed to see the game from the start, which really, really helps, I think. And having all the lists and things, it's been a lot more easy to follow. And actually, even though UB kind of you think that would be easier to follow, but actually no, this is better with the real models, even to watch, I reckon.
Yeah, all we need is a camera, right?
Yeah.
Rather than what?
And the pestilence to go away, and we're back in the game, aren't we? But as far as sort of the nuances of the game go, other sort of beginning players, do you think this has been useful for your your play style, your understanding of the game to watch?
Yeah, as I say, it translates up quite a lot. And I was saying at the start, like I think it's to be honest, it blows my mind when you're going around showing the camera of the whole event and things like that. My history of sort of miniatures wargaming is very much kind of in the garage, as people sort of call it, and that and playing your friends. And it kind of blew my mind that this sort of thing even existed. To be honest, obviously the last few years I've been following the 9th Age and discovered there's all this stuff, and it was like, wow, there's tournaments and things. And
no, it's insane. And that's how we as PTG started. Granted, we're not actually at the Masters. Why we're covering it. These sorts of happen. There's 48 people, including the Masters and Masters Open, in this thing playing. Then you've got TOs and then us, obviously, and there's still a whole plethora of people coming to come onto the stream and talk about it. So there's a massive scene. This is probably one of the medium-sized ones in terms of things. It's really great to be able to do them back in real life as well. Obviously, we've had UMB and stuff, but this happens maybe once a month. People are looking to put on tournaments and things. So if anybody's watching and going, yeah, this is really cool, but I'm in the UK and nothing happened, actually, yeah, you can get involved. And like we've said, even at this top level, you've got these guys here that are playing for the Masters, playing for the #1. I am the master for plethora. Thank you very much, Matty. Even these guys are really nice and will talk you through everything. And I know my first game I got 20'd, right? Which you think originally you're like, oh, okay, you got 20'd and you beat.
I didn't.
Bit downbeat, 19-1, whatever. I had Felix, and he just talked things through me.
I had Mark Greensill. He's at the Masters now.
There we go. So like you have players, really, really good players that help you out, that talk you through it, that want you to learn, that want you to play better, and want you to come to more tournaments. And it's a great feeling. And going to your first few tournaments if you can. They're amazing. They're really, really good fun. It's more the social side of it for us, I think, which is why we're happy to come here and not play. But I mean, there's that as well.
Yeah, and in fact, if anyone, and you included, Rick, if anyone's looking for a tournament, obviously the Scottish Championships are coming up.
Yes.
Which is a really good tournament to go to. Super venue up in Stirling.
Art of War as well in Bristol coming up soon, which we're lucky enough to sort of promote.
And War of Art alongside it.
And War of Art, which is a hobby-based competition, which is really, really cool, run by the Gobbo and all those guys, and the Bristol Ninjas and stuff. So, and it goes on. And I know that there's some, again, in Birmingham happening in April. The tournament, I think, the tournament calendar is heating up. You've got the Scottish Championships, as you said, Welsh Championships, all around the UK. So yeah, it's worth going on that thread. And if you're looking, even if you've just got a little bit of an urge to go out, we would definitely recommend it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can join in with us. We'll show you a good time.
I definitely plan to give it a try one day, but I feel like I'm still on that learning curve. And to be honest, I'm enjoying taking it easy. Like Mr. Dan Thomas says there, the slow hobbying. I'm definitely, although I definitely want to get to tournaments one day, it's, I'm quite happy to take the slow road.
We need that in real life game as well, right?
We will. And someone's got.
It's going to happen. I promise you, it's going to happen.
I've got to shout out a couple of people in the chat, by the way. There's some comments.
Oh. Ben Dunford, who, by the way, I think has come through Twitter to watch, so thanks very much, Ben. Laying loft boards whilst listening to you, so can't see the images, but your commentary has been great and still a good idea of what's going on. Oh, that's good to know. We really appreciate you chiming in. Mildly offensive, cannot decide if it's the definition of irony or proof you cannot die of shame that Matty P is critiquing the gameplay of the 16 players who qualify for the Masters. Very nice. Very, very eloquently put.
Very, very eloquent.
Dan
And,
in the thing as well. Yeah, we've mentioned Art of War and War of Art as well. He's one of the guys that are running it. Yeah, loads of tournaments and a friendly bunch, I would like to say.
Yeah, so yeah, no, the community's great actually. To be honest, coming in new, and I've met quite a lot of the people in the Ninth Age community. Or for yourself, Lucky Sixes, you've been very, very welcoming, and Dan as well. Dan Thomas, give me a chat on the forum and things like that. So it's been really cool. And then even like people who do the other, podcast, things like that. I know Mad At, so I've been on his show a few times doing the painting chats and things like that. It's been really fun. So. Yeah, I feel very well. It's a really good community, and although I haven't met most of you people in real life yet, it's that's partly due to COVID, obviously.
Yeah, I think so.
It's gonna get there.
Yeah, getting back to the game. Sorry, it looks like this is sort of just getting a bit of a mop up, so we won't spend too much. But the knights on the left have gone over to the breakthrough. The Dread Elves are desperately trying to plink off those Feldraks so they can do something there. Feldraks, are they fearless? Or would they potentially panic? So he's looking to try and panic them as much as possible. It's not looking good for the guys on the right hand side. Although the Selection Warriors might try and might get through to the breakthrough. Although at this point there's not much riding on that other than saving their points. So I think they're just rolling it out and seeing what the exact points will be. And Che, from his point of view, just hoping he can grab that 1 or 2 points in the difference.
Yeah, so I guess if he wipes out is it Wretched One's unit, that would help him a little bit, and then although he's chanting.
So I mean, he's got a decent amount of points. He's got let's assume he gets the Wretched Ones. He's got that. He's got the 2 Chosen Chariots. He's got potentially the Fallen, the Warhounds as well. So you're probably looking at about 1,200, 1,500 at a push points wise, which isn't a bad thing to do. Obviously, he just needs to stop himself getting wiped out in order to get the 19-1. I think it's about 3,000 points difference for the 19-1 to 20-0.
Yeah, that sort of stuff I'm not familiar with at all. Obviously, got in Essence of War. Although I've played a few Essence of War Advanced games, so points scoring has become a factor in a couple of my games.
Yeah, I think 19 to get a 20-0. I think you need. Apologies for that, everybody. We ducked out a bit. Hashtag technical problems. Luckily, I don't think it does too much in the way of the stream. The stream is back up and running. Just every now and then it seems to cut out. So there we go.
Need to upgrade that Birmingham internet, right? That's the problem.
Yeah, that's it. I'll tell him. That would definitely go down well, I think.
Could the whole city of Birmingham upgrade it, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, guys. But yeah, so back up and running. I don't know how much you caught of that, but basically, I was just asking the difference between getting a 19-1 or 18-2 to 2,000.
Yeah, I think Tim, you were saying was it 3,150 points? Were you saying?
3,150 is the breaker to get the 17. To get to the 19, you'd need a gap of 2,251. And then secondary, which at the minute is secondary secure. So 2,251 would give the 19, 3,150 would give.
Yeah,
I remember listening to the. Go on.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I was saying, listening to the coverage last year, this is something interesting about it. From when they were playing on online digital game, and they were saying that people like the top players have like a spreadsheet of all the scoring and things like available to them, so they'd be calculating this almost as they were playing.
Sure. So
I'm guessing you can't do that as easily in real life. Is that right?
Not as easily. I guess the argument is if you're like Craig right now, and you finish 40 minutes before your time, then there's an argument you could.
Plenty of time.
But I mean, just for example, if we look at Tourney Keeper is where you'd get it, which is a sort of standard gaming tool that TOs use. I'll just put that on the screen now. Right now it's only showing game 1. So even at this point, and you have 40 minutes, you wouldn't be able to find out what's going on in the other games unless you were very, very perceptive. If we go over
Remy,
go on.
I was just going to say, sorry. So actually, it's not as hard to track as you think, right? The VPs during the game, all you do is while your opponent does their movement phase, you write down what you killed in your previous turn. Right. And you can keep a rough track of the VPs. And the reason people started doing this primarily in the UK is it's an ETC thing, right? So in the ETC, you hit decision points in games, right? So there's 8 of you playing as a team. And each of those games will hit decision points where you want to call your coach over and you want to say to your coach, how hard do I push for extra points? Am I just trying to conserve points? Where is the rest of the team at? And the first thing your coach is going to say to you is, well, what's the current score? So you have to be able to give them that information as part of that team dynamic. And so most of the people that do that are people who've played seriously in team events.
Right, makes a lot of sense now. Thank you very much.
Kind of add to that, if you see where Craig is playing, the field that he's putting his hits or wounds on at the minute, right in front of him, to the right of that, there's a notepad. And that's one of these kind of Masters branded notepads from the previous year. And inside one of those, you get a set net that you're going to find really difficult to see on the camera. But on one side, you have all of the magic flux cards and things throughout the game. And on the other, you get a kind of turn-by-turn tracker, your victory points, their victory points. So you'll see every now and again, Craig's got a pen next to it. When something dies, he just jots down a quick math check of, all right, I've killed that, I've killed that, I've killed that. So he can just take a quick look at a glance, do some quick mental arithmetic, and he's away. And it's because of, and what Dan was saying, with the UTC being tighter within how you evaluate your game, you can't just stop and go, okay, hang on a minute, I need to work out which one of us is winning. If you're keeping track and your opponent's not, you are holding information that they don't have. But if you're recording it and keeping notes, it's easier to kind of look down and go, oh, hang on, last turn, I need a few more points to push here. And you can kind of make your own decision for, do I want to take this risk or not? At times, not necessarily all the time, but that's what you're looking at, is where Craig's currently got dice at the bottom of the page. That's on one of the specially laid out notebooks that has sections for everything, and it's what I used a couple of seconds ago just to flick to the back page and look up what the point scores differences are. And that's just a gaming tool aid that really comes to the fore here.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the top players, what I should say as well is something we haven't been able to get onto the stream to show you. But I know that Craig particularly was doing it for all the armies. There's a little bit of a cheat sheet he's done for all the players, which is, again, I guess it goes back to our previous thing of saying how nice the community is. The couple, the week before, they'd all got cheat sheets for each other to swap, so that they all know they can easily see special rules and things on their characters, special items, and army wide. And it's been created for every single army, 1 to 2 pages of just special rules. So if you've never played and come across ID or VS, for example, a lot of the players to hand for their own armies have been giving out to the other player all the special rules, which is fantastic. And that, Dan, probably goes back to your point of massively fair play. I don't want to win because I know more. I don't want to win because I'm going to cheat him out and I'm going to catch him out. I'm actually going to win because it's a completely fair, level playing field, and skill and a little bit of luck.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm very proud of this, of this aspect of the scene. I think it's really cool. It's something we should all be proud of, and we should all keep doing. And equally, things go both ways, right? I think sometimes it's very easy to, if you're playing against a really good player for the first time, to think you need to be super precise on millimeters and stuff like this. But, just talk to the person on the other side of the table and do something that suits the two of you, right? And most people on the scene, wherever they are in terms of the scene, will be up for this.
Yeah.
So don't assume you have to go in hard because you've attended a tournament, because you're attending a tournament, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, very much so.
It looks like they just called it there. So a handshake.
Yes, and the calculator is out. So I've just switched over to the man on the ground who's getting a few clips of all the other games. As well, so we'll see that on the screen for anybody watching the stream. But yeah,
my word, is that the most astute game I've ever seen being played between Josh and
I think
Jake?
Between them, they have, Gandalf's beard, right?
Yeah.
Jake came in today with one of his laughing cloaks, and I couldn't help but feel jealous.
Yeah, so looks like it looks like a pretty bloody game, that, doesn't it? It looks
Yeah,
like
very
there's
much
a
so.
He's just taken off a load of demons.
Yeah, big piles of death piles there. So it depends on how many of the highborns are still alive. We'll go back to the table just for ease. But basically, yeah. So oh. Some more connection issues, I think. So yeah, I think we're back. Stream's down, yeah. So a few connection issues going, but I think we're back.
That looks like Kev. Was that Kev? I think it might have been.
Yeah. So we're going back to the table just to sort of mop up and finish up on here, but obviously counting up, it looks like a few little things, and those lone warriors on the bottom right were pretty much the only thing. So probably looking at a 19-1, maybe a 20 if he's just got enough there. I'll bring up as well the Tawny Keeper tables for anybody watching. It looks like, without refreshing, it looks like Chris Legg, two very, very different lists. The Sylvan Elves of Chris Bondy, and Leggy's push list with the Warriors, Behemoths, very similar to yours, Tim, that you had at Tech, actually.
It is, yeah. He's gone with magic rather than more monsters. But yeah, yes. Both of those lists I predicted quite high for the open final results. So I'm glad that they're both backing the points up so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So they're doing well in the Masters Open. Looking over at the thing, it ended up being a 19-1.
That was my update.
Yeah. Oh, say it. What was the score on the ground?
It was 19-1.
Oh, there we go. Breaking news. But yes, that's the table there. Putting Craig at the top. Obviously, this is the only thing to come in. We've still got half an hour, so a decent amount of time still to come from them. But yeah, a decisive win.
So, is there any stories from who's up and who's down around the grounds? Then, Hyper G.
It's still hard to tell, to be honest. I've just been around all of the tables, and I honestly, obviously, just a quick glance, but I couldn't see anyone that was head in hands crying. It was really the game between Jack and Luke. There's not a lot left on the board, but that's for either side, so that could mean anything.
Yeah, it could do, couldn't it? How did Kev look like he was getting on?
It looked like Kev was treating Orc and Goblin chariots as Beast Herd chariots, because I know at one point he charged some O&G chariots over a wall into a forest, and then Ali had to remind him he needed to take a heck load of DTs, and one of those sets of DT tests killed one of his chariots. And I think Ali's list only has wizards on chariots, so I think that might have been quite a costly one for Kev.
Yeah, that's Kev for you. He doesn't care about stuff like DTs. He's coming in anyway.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I guess coming to the end of this battle, we might take a quick break as well. I'm going to show you the lineup, the match of the day lineup of Che's list, which is the Warriors list. We did Craig's before the stream for anybody watching that, and then we'll come back and we'll do a bit of a recap, and we'll get the lists, the results as they come in for the next half hour. But quick little break for the actual lineup, your viewing pleasure, and then we'll probably take about 5 minutes after that and come back just to allow us to go to the toilet and stuff. Here we go with Che's lineup. Enjoy.
With the biggest hashtag the Ninth Age has ever known, hashtag Chafermaster is trending with record numbers on Twitter. However, there are still those claiming it will be hashtag Che-Disaster. Let's see how he lines up his team. 4-3-3 is not an unusual setup, especially when it comes to warriors who won't be playing deep with defense either. That's unless you mean it as deep in the opponent's deployment zone. It has all the right choices mixed in together, so what could possibly go wrong? Single characters doing everything could be considered a gamble, but with the amount of warriors Che will have in front of this wizard general combination, you can't think this leader will be easy pickings. Another outing for the popular lightning dam racers as well? We are not surprised. Warhounds at fullback is about as talked about as Carl Walker at City these days, and their speed is about the same as well. Whether they realise they are surrounded by greatness making them look better is unknown. They're usually not around long enough to tell them. Feldrax! Last year at the Masters they were all the rage, and that hasn't really diminished. Not yet. Even the recent update hasn't swayed Che from bringing a big unit of the hurt, and as the anchor to his lineup, it's a good start. Alongside them in the Central Defence Partnership is another mainstay of the Dark Gods, sporting a slightly different choice in greed rather than wrath. The internet went crazy when the details of their latest signed contract were revealed, as the numbers were soaring. But if you can get it, why not sign on that dotted line? Chosen chariots also have a familiar feel to them in the Warriors' army, as they very rarely let the side down. Che will be looking for consistency across all his team, and with both flanks covered by these constructs, the zonal marking tactic speaks for itself. In the middle, a certain podcast raised eyebrows at the lack of favour choice taken here. According to our sources, their manager was furious at them for turning up late in training and stripped them of this feature. It remains to be seen whether it'll pay off, or if these zealots stumble back to the boss with their shields between their teeth. Warrior Knights have every reason to feel pleased with themselves as they've seen a lot of fan praise lately. Che will be hoping they don't let their newfound pride get the better of them though, because everyone knows that the fans are fickle and a stray alchemy spell can always ruin the day. Fallen warriors simply don't care, and that's often what gets them slotted into an attacking position, as is the case here. They'll always go down swinging, expect the shot tally of the team to come initially from this direction, even if the rest of their teammates eventually catch up and surpass them. Then over to the most injury-prone unit in the game these days. Sometimes they're fully fit and will surge forward like they've nowhere else to be. On another day they pull a hammy at the mere mention of getting stuck in. I know the feeling. Hashtag Chafermaster is going strong, and anyone who tries to get in the way of it will quickly become a heat magnet of fan hatred. Or will that just be Matty P? And not an Asklander in sight either.
Welcome back, viewers. Thank you very much for bearing with us during that little break, giving us all a bit of time to relax and to get back into it. We have about 20 minutes left of this round, so we're going to stick with the table. I'll probably switch between this and Hyper G every time he sort of like looks at a new thing, and he's currently going around to get some information and come back while he does. Just a quick thing before I get back into the guests and ask them some questions. We're currently on 999 subscribers to the channel, so I'm going to use this point to quickly plug our channel that you're viewing it on. Go and subscribe. That 1,000 marker has been looming over us for a month or so, and we'd be so happy if you can. It's just one little click and it makes all the difference to us. 4 digits would be amazeballs. So if you could take the time to like, share, subscribe and all that jazz. You're doing great on the comments. And you normally do on our videos as well. So thank you very much for watching. If you could go that just a little extra and get 1 or 2 more subscribers, we would be ecstatic. And of course, that would be a plethora of subscribers, wouldn't it, Matty? There we go.
Plethora.
There we go.
Have we got a running count at the minute? Do we know how many we're up to?
Yeah, I think we're on
17
999.
No, plethoras.
Yeah, but I'll say it for every subscriber we do. How about that?
Oh, lovely.
But yeah, so we're really
if
close.
If on Twitch, you'd have a count on screen.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, so if you can do that, and obviously check out all the other guys. I suppose this would be a really good time as well, as we're sort of giving Hyper G as much time as possible to get the lowdown. To say about the schedule that we had for the last 2 weeks, Matty, I'll put that on the screen. So many pods and other YouTube channels getting involved with the actual build-up content, which was amazing.
Yeah, it was absolutely great. All the podcasts got themselves involved, and we knocked out 16 player interviews, which is really great. So thanks go out to crikey. I mean, should we try and list them all in one go?
I've got them here. So obviously yourselves, Paired Weapon Podcast, Thundercocks with Jack and et al, Slan Rat Radio with Craig, Fantasy Wargaming Podcast, which I've just about got right with Tony and Paul. Mad Git Radio didn't do interviews or anything, but did support us in the build up as well. The Scottish lads.
So that's Andy and Paul as well. Yeah, thank you guys.
Whispers of the Vale, obviously Che involved in that,
but also Ollie and Gareth and
Trent and all that jazz. Wes on YouTube, of course, is actually here and doing the Masters Open as well on the Cavalier's Tale. We've got yourself, Rick, on Agoners Gaming on YouTube. Agoners, sorry, I always get that wrong.
Either way, it's good. It's mostly kind of new player focused Ninth Age stuff at the moment. So if you are at all new, or you just want to see what new players think, check us out.
Yeah, man. And
Thanks,
man. Henry earlier coming on from Amatime Games. So we've got another YouTuber coming on tomorrow as well. So so many people involved, and of course even the people that haven't got channels or anything, like yourself, Tim, Shane earlier, just coming on and helping us out is amazing. So like a real team effort from 2 weeks ago to now.
Yeah, we had Young Seward on earlier, who runs the Young Seward YouTube channel. He's down in Sydney in Australia. And he was saying that he can't believe he's so invested in the UK and Republic of Ireland Masters. Although he couldn't take any more, went to bed. And we're not talking about the cricket; we're just not doing it. So.
and I think Mate Cedis, or however you say it in French, was on the chat earlier as well. So I mean, there's lots of people to check out. I mean, there's loads past the ones we've even mentioned as well, but a special thank you to the ones we have, because it really helps to make this a massive event.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you think about the number of sort of interactions that we've had for this, I mean, it must be in the thousands, and that's really great, because it's important that the community continues to engage, and it's important that we bring this sort of this stuff to the community. So I think it's been a real. It's really breathed a breath of life into this tournament, which at times could be a little bit sort of behind closed doors, and dare we sort of say it, elitist, and it was. And this of course has opened up a whole new world for people like me. So great to be able to watch the players, and let's face it, you're learning as well, aren't you? At the same time,
on the job. Very much so, very much so. Dan and Tim, as more elite players, Dan as well, obviously heavily involved in the Ninth Age infrastructure. I think it's safe to say. How do you guys sort of see these sort of types of events with and without the coverage that we've done?
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, cool. Two minds. My first mind is that I wish I'd been there. I decided to sit this event out specifically with where it is in the year and where I am financially and whatever else. And obviously I didn't qualify this year because I didn't play many events last year because I don't like online gaming. But being able to help and support and put it out there is obviously massive. I know we've got a fair few people who aren't at the event being able to support, but I'll do everything I can to protect and keep the tabletop gaming going. I've been in and around the hobby now for 23 years, maybe 24 years. Actually, no, my maths is wrong. 25 years this year. So it's a massive part of me and what I've done. So anything I can do to help and support the gaming and events happening, I will. If it wasn't for my location, hosting extra events and breakthrough events, kind of bridging the gap between people who perhaps are returning to the hobby or new players and catching up with the high-end tournament stuff that we're looking at specifically this weekend, where the top 16 players here qualify through invitation through their previous year's results in the rankings. It is nice to do some events that don't account for the rankings. I think those events lose a little bit of favor because people with their budget focus more on the ranked events to qualify for this event, given it's so prestigious. But I think having a few more like doubles or team events coming back to the fore will allow people to do different things. And one of the reasons why I quite like the event coming up next month in Bristol as well, with the painting element and the hobbying side of that event specifically, is a major selling point over it just being another competitive event.
Sure.
So it's good that's the one that everyone knows come February. It follows the Masters in Jan, which is obviously all focused on the gaming side. Yeah. So we do have a balance. It would be nice to have more options, but there's only so many people, so we just need to find more people.
Yeah, man. And especially with that, in terms of the calendar, as you say, you've got January Masters, February Bristol, March Scotland is pretty much a staple in the tournament scene. Dan, what did you think?
I don't have a lot to add, really. I mean, I think the level of coverage is fantastic. I mean, even back in the day with, Heel and Hammer and Bad Dice, there was never this much kind of concentrated coverage on a particular event. So, I think it's really cool what you guys have put together. And I think it's got to do good for the scene. I mean, my perspective on Ninth Age has always been Ninth Age will not stand or fall by what the project does. It will stand or fall by what the community does. And in that sense, I think what you guys are doing is brilliant, right? And I just, I don't know how much you chat to Visconti on the forum, but please, he's sort of the the project contact, if you like, for PR,
sure,
and is on the advisory board. So if you need any more off the project, or you want more advertisement or whatever, speak to him, and we'll try and help out. So I did actually. So we have a little management chat on the project. And I was joking in that management chat earlier today, because it just so happens, and I will leave people to find out who's who for themselves, but it just so happens that there is a member of the executive board of Ninth Age playing in the UK Masters, and there is a member of the Wolves team of Ninth Age playing in the UK Masters. So how good would it be if it was final round, April 1, playing for the UK Masters, executive board versus rules team?
That would be amazing, wouldn't it? The build, we'd have to do a special build up, I think, in that regard. But yeah, no, great. And say thanks very much for yourselves, guys. I mean, as much as we are proper keynotes and doing all this coverage, it would be nothing without, say, guests and the players as well buying into it. All the pods, all the YouTubers, just literally giving up their time and a lot of time as well to like produce this content. The players produce, in all the WhatsApp groups, really cooperating. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it, and it's been fantastic to watch. But shall we stop talking about PTG unless you haven't subscribed? Because shall we get back to the tables and the games? We've got 10 minutes left. What are we thinking with some of these matchups? We've obviously got on screen now. We've got the bearded one. Josh versus Jake. ID versus Sylvan Elves. Looking very interesting on there. What are we thinking for some of these matchups? Obviously, we've only seen very, very little of them, but are we expecting any other big wins? Is Army Swap where you're going to see the most big wins?
No. Well, I mean, it's very difficult. There are big wins depending on the matchup and the players and what happens. But I think what you were saying earlier in our coverage round when we went round the grounds, people may be a little bit more hesitant or standoffish with something they're not familiar with, wanting not to make a mistake that costs them a game, or because they're so terrified of their own list, which is why they took it in the first place. So it's not surprising to find games where our game got crunchy at the second bottom of turn 1 and turn 2. There were 3 or 4 combats across the field. I can imagine across the field elsewhere there may be, turn 3 is more like the trigger point where people change and think, actually, you know what, I've got to get stuck in now. But it's matchup dependent. If you've got an all-out combat list and the person across from the table from you can't deal with it, then you're pushing hard and you're trying to pressure to get the combats that you need as early as you can, because 6 turns only goes so far. So if you've got to get points from your list, you've got to commit to that, as part of your pre-game plan. So as far as would this round change things more or not, I honestly wouldn't say too much, but there'd be a tendency to say, yeah, actually, if any of the rounds, round 2 may be a little bit more cautious at this particular event. Everyone got off to the flying start they had this morning, being as aggressive as they can, get themselves in the best position for the event overall. And again, this afternoon and tomorrow, they'll be picking that up and settling themselves down in the pack where their list is. But this round, given the nature of the swap, of all of the rounds, this is the one that probably just takes the edge off the aggression.
Yeah, definitely. I think a few results have come in. I don't know whether HyperG knows about them or not, but I'm going to carry on going on the results that have come in. I'll just refresh one more time. We've got Ed has smashing it up once again. So I think he got 15 in the first one. So I think that looks like an 18 in the second. Against, who was Ed against now? I don't know. I can't remember. Mikey making up from where he was. He's just turned over now. Just seen me. It's all good, Mikey, I promise. He's had a big win after that false start, I guess we should say, from the first game. So right back in the mix there. And obviously, that's where we're at. So 3 results in. Looking over.
So Ed beat Cluzy in that game there.
Okay. We have got another one in actually. Luke won his second game against Mark Greensill. Mark Greensill was down as Makar, but he's not playing Makar. He's playing High Elves. So that was High Elves beating UD. And obviously roles reversed in terms of things. That's very complicated. But yeah, so a few results coming in, which is really interesting.
I must admit, I was talking about the army swap thing. As a spectator and things, it makes it a little bit harder to follow, because you kind of look at the leaderboard and you see Dread Elves on top with 2 wins. You're like, Dread Elves must be amazing. And it's like, actually, they lost one of those. The army lost one of those games. The player has got 2 wins, right? But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So just got a technical thing. Yes. So going back to the game. In terms of that, that's all the results coming in. Going over to the Masters, however, if it'll do it for me. Yeah, it might not do it for me. Leggy, I know that Leggy is winning. So I had another big win with his list, which was really interesting.
Yeah, a correction on that result from earlier. Dan Thomas pointing out as well. It was Ed Murdoch beat Thomas Clues, and Luke Williams beat Jack Payne, I believe, in round 2.
Very cool.
That's according to Tony Keeper, anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I've just taken it off ever so slightly because I want it to. We've got a few technical issues. Shock.
Yeah.
It's not refreshing, but yeah. So looking at Masters, any more that's come in? No. Masters Open. Chris Legg is top. Dan Winter as well is doing really well. So Leggy's with 35 points in the minute out of 40, which is pretty good. Dan Winter is 32. Can you remember what his list was? Ogres.
I don't know.
Oh, right. Ogres is the breaking news for that. Then we've got Bondi on Sylvan Elves and Deej. Deejwe on
Yeah, go Deej.
Yeah. Mr. A little shout out. One just come in. Tony Hale is 2 wins out of 2 with 27 points. Currently sitting 5th in the Masters Open.
Nice. Very.
Do they do an army swap in the Masters Open, by the way?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
We could ask Slatch, did you just do an army swap or not? In the game you just played? No, we're not army swap. No.
Right.
Confirmation. No army swap round 2 for Masters Open. Slatch said, so it's gospel. Yeah. Well, Slatch didn't anyway. But yes, so that's on the screen now. Artem actually has just got a big win as well, so goes top 39 with Sylvan Elves out of 2. So good work, that man. But yeah, so we're back working, and I can go over to the Masters. Yes, I can, and see if there's any more results in. There are not. But yeah, 3 minutes left, so the results are going to come in thick and fast. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, most of these results have been quite one-sided actually so far.
Yeah. Interesting. So you obviously got Ed doing really, really well. 2 wins out of 2, 33 points out of 40. Craig, I mean, we expected it, but he has. But we've seen him on that last one, played very, very well. Mikey's up there, early doors. We've got a few more results come in, but yeah, really interesting how it's shaping up. Guys who are more, I guess, suspect to the top of the table. Does you go to a round 5 tournament, 5-round tournament? Does where you're sitting round 2 matter?
I mean, yes and no. Like, if you're not top, you can still win the tournament. If you're bottom, you can't. Sorry, I realize that's kind of perhaps stating the obvious too much, but yeah, I mean, so this is Swiss, right? If this was win, loss, draw, and knockout, then in principle, 4 rounds would be enough to get a winner, right?
Sure.
16 down to 8, down to 4, down to 2. No, do I mean 5 rounds? Hold on.
5.
But if it was knockout, I think 4's enough with 16, right?
God, that's breaking news in itself. Dan Thomas is questioning himself on maths.
Oh, I'm terrible at mental arithmetic. I can't add up unless I'm using the Greek alphabet. That's what really?
Fair play.
But yeah, so and there's been lots of discussions in the past about, at times Masters has been 6 rounds, and 6-round Swiss with the Masters is really interesting because it's one of the times where you have to really worry about applying Swiss correctly because you start getting too many matches that you've already drawn before.
Sure.
So I think 5 is kind of a sensible compromise for the Masters. The difference is you can sort of approach things differently, right? So if you're in the middle and your goal is come first or go home, then you need to be playing flat out now for your 3 games.
Okay.
If you're at the top, then and you can play for safe 12s. If you have enough of the lead, maybe that's enough. It won't always be enough, but sometimes it might be, or it might be the right play for that round.
Yeah.
And look for an easier, big win in the next round. So, I mean, to some extent, it depends on, the player's goals as well, right? But I mean, I wouldn't be blind to where I was at this point, but it's not the end of the road yet. It's not now predetermined.
Sure. And looking at the table as well, I know Haristo's results just come in. He's got a 12, I think that is, which is 2 small wins. What dwarves do, or what they can do, especially with a list like that. That was Ali's come in as well against Kev. 15-5 to Ali. So Mr. Mr. Mino are going to continue drinking, I think. For the rest of the although I guess that means the Minos did well, right? Rick.
Yeah.
Looking
good for RNG, really, as a faction there.
No, sure.
I'm a bit of an Orc player at heart, so I'm a bit disappointed
there. So, a few more results coming in. Looking at the table, though, it does obviously gives us the win-wins and all that stuff, which is nice, but how much is secondary points a factor when you're going to a tournament? I guess when you're coming into towards this end, the middle to end of a tournament, to day 2.
Do you mean VPs when you say secondary
Yes,
points?
I do. Sorry.
I think it is a distant second to tournament points, right? Like it is your list and the way you plan to play your list that will determine your VPs, kind of, in some sense, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I would never chase VPs if I don't have the list for it, and if you've got the list for it, it should sort of happen automatically.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. The only reason I ask is because we have the top 3 at the minute. This will obviously change. But you got Craig on 36 points with 7,000 VPs. I guess that's out of 9,000 something. Ed on 6,500, so very close. And then you've got Mikey on sub 2,000. As third in the thing. Is that something he will worry about or should worry about?
I don't think so. I mean, like I say, that's a function of his lift. But also, if you look, there's a big difference in TPs between first, second, and third at the moment.
Yeah.
36, 33, 24, right?
Sure.
So I suspect this is more just, it looks a bit weird because there's a bunch of games that are going to fall in between there that we don't have the results for yet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I say we've still got Jeff's game against Tanker, actually, to come, and Josh v. Jake, Josh v. Jake being at that stage will want a big win from one of them as well. So really interesting to see.
There was a lot on the table when I last was there.
On the Josh v. Jake?
Josh,
okay. Yeah. So we're probably thinking that was really, really standoffish, is what we're expecting from that. But Jeff versus Tanker, still to come as well. So before it comes in, guys, any predictions for Jeff taking the Highborns and Tanker taking the Beast Heads?
For that game in particular, that will come down to Jeff brought the Hot Wheels chariot list, and chariots kill elves before elves strike chariots.
Yeah.
So it'll depend who had charges pull off. If Tanker using the chariots connected against the Swordmasters, there won't be enough Swordmasters left to wipe everything out. So that could come in big either way.
I'd agree with that. I think the other thing that he's got to worry about there is ambushing, because he doesn't want that stuff in for sandwiching either. So, sure. I mean, I'd imagine that would be hard work for the Highborn.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the lists that actually Tanker will be pleased for the army swap, and he won't later on come up against that, right?
Exactly. And the same for the bottom table. So the game that's still going between Josh and Jacob at the minute, we've got the short range effectiveness of the Infernals going up against the long range standoff of the Sylvans. Yeah. So it'll come down to how much of the gap closing was efficient and how much of that gap closing was at risk of being left out on his own and getting shot back and forth.
We've actually just had the Tanker result coming in, and Tanker won it quite significantly. In the end, it was a 15-5 to Tanker. So to the Beast, as you've sort of predicted. Another good prediction, Tim. Sort of just getting on top of the highborn shooty.
Yeah. And doubling down on what Dan was saying as well about the secondary points thing, the list design and list build that you take dictates whether you're going to have very bloodthirsty games or not. As you've seen, Mikey's up there with 1900 for secondary points, which looks very out of place against the top.
Yeah.
Call it 10, which is I mean, Mikey's points would actually put him 15th with the guy who's got less than him another game to go.
Yeah.
But that's because his games are quite tight and he's just out playing with small change in the points difference.
Yeah.
It's not a bloodthirsty go out and score. The only time that something like that really comes into the fore is if you're chasing a tournament win and somebody else is getting concessions. As somebody who's lost an event on secondary points, having tabled the person that won the event when we ended up on equal battle points, it was because they had 3 concessions and I had to fight the nail for my big scores.
Sure. So if anybody had taken TPs coming into the event, so let's say for this cohesion painting that we were talking about earlier, that's when you would start thinking about, if I'm going to take those TPs, I need to be getting more secondary points, victory points.
Yeah, I would say it'll only come up because you're not going to change the way you play to score more secondary points. You're playing to win the game anyway, but you're playing to win the game, not be as bloodthirsty as possible.
Yes.
But unless, as we had in with Craig there, turn 5, he was at a point where the game was won. It was now let's be bloodthirsty, not for secondary points, but for battle points. He got the 19, and you can see on the leaderboard now he's got a 3-point cushion on second place.
Yeah.
With, unless there was a blowout at the bottom, nobody's catching. Well, even if there's a blowout at the bottom, no one's catching anywhere near him. So even now, after 2 games, by being that bloodthirsty finish, he has a 3-point cushion in the next game where the top 2 are going to pair off against each other again.
Yeah.
It suits his list style to be able to be ahead and make those decisions because it's going to be quite a standoffish list. Knowing whether or not you need to commit is very different to, let's say, something like Christo's or even Tanker's list, where it's built for combat, so it needs to be fighting combats to get its points. But in doing so, they'll have much more bloodthirsty lists and much more bloodthirsty scores, but have a lot more risk associated with it. If you fluff a round of dice or something, you've got a problem. So that's where it'll play in, is getting the points in the bag early from a battle point of view. Will help Craig out now going into the next 3 rounds to finish the event.
Yeah, and that last result has come in to finish up the rounds, and on the stream I've managed to get all the results. So the last result, Josh playing Jake's Infernal Dwarves managed to get 12 versus Jake playing Josh's Sylvan Elves getting an 8. So all in all, player by player, we got Che versus Craig winning 19-1. Tanker versus Jeff. Tanker winning 15-5. Ed versus Tom Clues, 18-2 to Ed. Hugh losing 8-12 to Haristo. Mark Grinsell losing 4-16 to Mikey. I guess Mark having the vampire counts as well. I know he didn't particularly want that one as well, but that's interesting. Josh Burns 12-8 to him against Jake. Ali Parron winning 15-5 against our mate Kev, and Luke winning 15-5 against Jack. So that sort of ties it in going into the leaderboard, obviously having Craig, Ed and Tanker sub 30 going into round 3. Very interesting.
I think. Do you know what Lucky Six is? I've got some very exciting news for you.
Oh, we'll go to this and then we'll come back to Dan. Yes, what's the exciting news?
I think you've just hit 1,000 followers, 1,000 subscribers.
Well, that surely is a plethora of subscribers. Thank you very much if that is true. That is amazing. Thank you so much, guys, to get 1,000. That's it's one of our sort of goals when we started 4 years ago, would you believe? So that's incredible. We really, really appreciate every sub that comes our way. Yeah, it says 1K now. Oh, we're in a different realm. No, we really appreciate it. And we really like the comments just in our general sort of videos and things. The comments are amazing and really keep us going, and we really appreciate your support, and you, as you said, Dan, as well, the Night Facial support as well, promoting us and things. We really appreciate it. So thank you, and hurrah! Right, Dan.
Well done, lads. Well done. They've no more than you deserve. I think there's some really interesting results there. I think that, just coming up in that last one. I mean, obviously the I guess the guy at the moment who's probably attracting the most attention at the moment would be Ed Murdoch, who's doing really well there. Looks like that's going to possibly be our next lineup as well, won't it?
Yeah,
Craig versus Ed.
I mean, looking at that matchup, if that is the case, what do we think for Dread Elves Demons? Do we think Dread Elves quite like Demons, or is that one they're going to struggle with the 5-up Aegis?
He's got two greater demons though, hasn't he? So it's very mobile, but it's all about deployment with that list, isn't it? All the Dark Hide deployments. So I think this could be a good matchup for Ed there.
This game's going to be so interesting because the demons have got an awful lot of long range charges and terror effects. The Dread Elves want to dance around rather than commit to a fight. You might end up seeing the reverse and watch Craig start ploughing things into combat where he gets a better protection against the demons, perhaps. It's going to be a really interesting standoff. Who blinks first situation.
Yeah, two very mobile lists. You'd be inclined to say that it's got 10-10 written all over it, but I don't think they'll play like that. I just don't think it'll happen. I think they'll pile in. But it's going to be all down. They won and lost in deployment.
Yeah.
Secondary could really matter.
So looking at the secondary, if I've got it up here, I do. Third round is counter thrust and hold the centre. I guess hold the centre would favour demons over that Sylvan Elf list, and probably against what Craig would like to do as much as possible. But counter thrust puts Dread Elf. What am I saying?
Sylvan.
Sylvan. He's not Sylvan. He's definitely Dread Elf. But yes, it does go against that light troop sort of thought process. But any thoughts on whether that makes it good for Dread Elves or Demons or both?
I definitely think that you're right that that's the best secondary Ed could have got.
Yeah.
Counter thrust is interesting with those two lists. I'm tempted to say it favours the Dread Elf list, but what it probably actually is really complicated.
Yeah, sure.
How the demon list works. So it'd be interesting to see what approach they each take, I think.
Yeah. So looking at the pairings are up. Craig will be taking on Ed, which is a thing, but it won't be on table 1. I think one of the reasons is because they Tawny Keeper makes you change tables and be on different tables, so it's done it this way. So we will in fact be taking on Jack versus Kev on our third round, which is really interesting, really cool to see. That Craig, I think we'll still be talking about that, and probably our man on the ground will be looking at that one because that's our sort of top of the end one. But also Kev versus Jack on our live stream.
Kev play. Jack and Kev are two aggressive lists, two aggressive players. I'd imagine that there'll be bits everywhere pretty early doors. So this will be a really interesting punch-up, I'd have thought.
Yeah, man.
Maybe about time that Mr. Mino starts delivering for Kev.
Well, we'll see it either way, right? Which will be good. Looking at the other matchups for people, we've got Jake versus Mark. So ID versus Highborn Elves. Obviously, everyone going back to their own armies and everything. Any sort of predictions on that matchup?
Crikey. You would probably say Jake there, I would imagine.
I think I would put that just because of their shooting. I know that Mark's isn't a particularly shooty list. There are shooty elements in it, but not particularly shooty. And the Ancient maybe the Ancient does all right against ID. I'm not sure. Luke Williams UD versus the Tom Clues Warriors. That'll be an interesting one, and that will be a punch-up.
In fact, there's a lot of punch-ups coming here. It's really lining up for some bloody conflict here, isn't it? There.
Who do we favour out of Luke and Cluesy?
I'm going to back Luke because I put him forward as one of my top 3 candidates for the podium. Sure. Whether or not this is a better matchup, I don't know, because I think he just did the army swap and whooped himself using warriors. So what do I know? But I'll back Luke and see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. Che with his warriors list against Josh's Sylvan Elf. So I guess a fairly similar matchup for Che. Obviously on the other end. What do you think, Dan? How do we see that one going?
Yeah, I think hopefully he's fresh off thinking about the same kind of match, which might help. It's a bit different, of course, because Josh has the trees. So yes, they're single pieces and they're sort of mobile, but they also can be anvils. So it'll be interesting to see Josh's approach to that match, I think. Is Josh playing Pathfinder Heavy, if I remember right, or is that not this?
I think if I have a
Briar Maiden Heavy, isn't he?
Right, yes, he is.
Yeah, so he hasn't got the Pathfinders. So yeah, so this is quite interesting, actually. Yeah, I'm interested to see how Josh plays this one, because it's not immediately obvious what the right way to play it is. But at the end of the day, if you've got, a couple of trees and you've got cosmology to heal them, but not druidism, that can upset warriors if you catch them in the right way, because trees have for the last 20 years had the ability to just upset someone and ruin a game when they just res 6, 3 up armor, 5 up pages. You pass a couple of saves, you pass your stubborn check, you do a counter charge, the game changes. So yeah, I think that one will be really interesting.
No, same. Moving on to Ali, Orcs and Goblins versus Hughes Demons. Probably Hughes Kingdom of Ecatane. Of course, I typecast him. Sorry. Kingdom of Ecatane versus Orcs. New book, around sort of middle of the pack. I think it's a win and a loss they've had. What do we think? Granted, we've seen the Orcs and Goblins list in action.
I think it'll be close. I think Hughes' punching power is stronger. I think Ali's got one too many common orc units rather than some of the things like the GGIs and things are going to be an issue. But I think this one possibly going to favour Hugh. It's going to favour Hugh if he gets to manipulate the board first.
Yeah.
He'll definitely. But yeah, I will side with Hugh.
Yeah. I think I'd agree with that. Quickly on to the last two before we go back to the first on the table. Haristo with his dwarves versus Jeff's Beast Herds Chariots. Lots of things for the cannons to aim at, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good match for Jeff. I think he's going to struggle there.
And then the other one, Tanker versus Mikey. Mikey obviously looking to not getting many VPs, as we were saying, but looking to control the game. Does High Elves probably have the advantage on Vampires with all that shooting, right? And Pyro.
And Swordmasters.
Just in case they haven't mopped them up enough. So we're probably looking at High Elves have the advantage to start off with on paper.
I would have thought this is quite big and a heavy one towards Tanker here, but Mikey always surprises me, so I'm actually going to say it's going to be really close and tight. Cool. Because if Mikey smashes this in reverse, I don't want to be caught out again. But yeah. In theory, it should be big, but it won't be.
Yeah, no, very interesting.
So I think the secondary helps Mikey in terms of how he wants to approach this game.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe just before we move on to the game, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the standings. I think it's really interesting that the top three are clearly above everyone else. So it goes 36 points, 33 points, 30 points, drop to 24, and then from there on, everything's much closer gaps. That's not always common. at the Masters or at any tournament. So I think that's quite interesting to see.
Do you think even at that stage, that 12-point gap between top and third is almost getting too big?
I mean, particularly given that it's Craig, right? It's not a Craig's list can play stably in most matchups.
Sure. And is that what Craig's thinking now? Obviously, he'll have had a chance to look at this. I don't know whether he has. If he has, is he looking at it going, okay, setting myself up for day 2? Is that a thing that you think about at tournaments?
I think at this point with the match he's got, Craig's going to worry about playing the match he's got right, and he'll get the score he gets based on what his opponent does and what the dice do.
Okay. So
Ed's 33 points is, I think, a bit more unstable in the sense of, the nature of Ed's list with the 2 greater demons and stuff like this is that he might get another couple of big wins and he might get a couple of big losses.
Yeah.
But then the fact that Tanko's already up to 30 as well, I think it's Mikey can maybe still catch people if things go well, but I think once you get to someone like Jeff or Ali, it's them that the gap really matters for now.
Right, sure, yeah. No, fair enough. So yeah, it's, well, let's see if we'll certainly keep an eye on those 2 matchups. I think Tanka versus what did I say? Mikey, and Craig versus man Ed. My mind is getting a bit mushy now, as you can probably tell. So apologies for that. But let's focus on the game at hand at the moment. So. Kev versus Jack, Warriors versus Beastmen. Talk to us about Kev's list, Mr. Matty P. It has to be, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. Okay, let me just find it, and I will tell you all about my mate Kev's list. Well, I mean, I guess the first thing to say is it's not necessarily the list; it's the man, isn't it? And we all know that Kev's going to be pushing pretty hard. So up front, Mr. Minor, the Minotaur Warlord, Light Army Destiners called, paired weapons with a blessed inscription, Obsidian Rock, and a potion of swiftness. I mean, he's been leaning on this for ages. It is brutal. I would imagine that they'll probably be taking some snipes, looking to try and chip off of that. He's then got the Soothsayer with Master on Shamanism, Essence of Mithril, Seed of the Dark Forest, which is a good build, and Kev likes to stick him at the back in a little bunker. And then Mrs. Mino with the Greater Totem Bearer. Watch out for him and his Blackwing Totem. That's one of his signature moves. Aegor's Affliction and a Great Weapon standard build. 3 Raiding Chariots. He'll be looking to long bomb those. 16 Wild Horn, paired weapons, thrown weapons, ambush, and standard bearer, musician, banner of discipline, no champion. Then 15 Wild Horn with paired weapons, thrown weapons, ambush, and musician. 10 Mongrel Raiders. That will be the bunker that I was talking about. And then here comes the meat. 6 Minos with the banner of speed.
And again,
yeah, with the Blackwing Totem. So, I mean, you've got a whole bunch of additional boosts here, and he'll be looking to slingshot Mr. Mino out, if not the whole unit.
Yeah.
A Razor Tusk Chariot, which the staff says is all about the Call of the Wild. And then two lots of 10 Longhorn, both with ambush, halberds, and musicians. 5 gargoyles. There's nothing like flying chaff. A Briar Beast, who's there because Kev loves him, and a giant with a beer barrel because Kev's got it painted. Not sure about those last 2 units, but other than that, it's pure Kev.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to seeing him chuck them forward.
And up against Kev is Jack with the Warriors, and looking at that, we have the Exalted Herald, who obviously went up in the thing, Feldrak Ancestor, who I love, Sorcerer on Evocation. Evocation might be pretty good against these Minos.
Yeah, definitely.
And Crystal Ball as well. 2 Lost Warriors min units. 9 Barbarian Horsemen, which are very mobile. 5 Chosen Knights, which are going to be the big thing that Kev needs to take down quite early on. Wasteland Torch makes one of the terrain pieces. I think it's
Ruins.
into ruins, yes, and also flaming stacks on the first round, I believe. So I don't know whether that will not come into play too much. 2 Marauding Giants with Tribal War Spear against Fear. That'd be cool, right? So is it D3 against Fear? Is that right?
I think it's gigantic, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Okay.
Towering.
Towering presence. And then the Chimeras for chaff/extra monster purposes. So it's a decent list, and I'm looking forward to how it sets up. Do we have any magic updates as well while we're here with lists and stuff?
We do.
I'll
Bear with me.
We will have some it very imminently.
Here we go. So Kev, as Beast has again, as you know, has Awaken the Beast, Swarm of Insects, Totemic Summon, and Break the Spirit. Very standard setup for a master on shamanism, I would say. And then he's actually got his totems, which I think are set. Bloody Horn, and I think that's it, but there might be one other. And then for Jack, he has got Ancestral Aid and Whispers of the Veil, and then obviously Hellfire and Breath of Corruption.
Okay, so on his Exalted Herald, we'll have Breath of Corruption and Hellfire, I imagine. We might have one other. And Ancestral Aid and this was on the Evo.
He might not have picked his
manifestations.
Exalted Herald,
Sure. But yeah, very interesting there. Interesting selection. So we'll see, we'll get some updates as and when they get cast as well.
I'm going to stick my neck out here and say big win to Jack.
Big win to Jack. Oh, Matty's face dropped when you said that. Matty.
It's I mean, Mr. Minor and the Miner is going to have to do an awful lot of lifting, and he's got all of the tools to give him a hard time on the way in, then chaff him up. So
yeah, it's not just they've got to do the lifting; they've got to get to the right place. Right, the Warriors list has no center, and I'm not sure how you play a Minor Death Star against a list without a center. And on top of that, the objective being center of the table is the worst for the ambushing.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's why he's got that for the breakthrough, etc. So, do we think there is just too much work for these Minotaurs to do then, as well as getting in the right place? When they do, they've got to wipe through things very, very quickly, right?
Well, I mean, it looks like Jack is setting out his Lust Warriors right up the middle. So it's going to be fleeing shenanigans ahead of the Mino Star, isn't it? And then counter punching with what looks like he's setting up with the Chosen counter punch. It's a fairly standard setup. It's just worth noting as well that Kev was bloody unlucky in the last round, because of course the one secondary he really wants is Breakthrough. And of course, it's the one time he won't be playing his army versus it. So I think that's really unlucky for Kev. Because that would have been an almost guaranteed secondary against pretty much anybody.
And maybe another argument in favour of random army swap rather than swap with your opponent.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Or just not have army swap at all. It is a weird one as a spectator, honestly. Like, I can see the arguments for and against it. Am I right that the players have some say in that? Is it like a vote?
Yeah, so it's not just the players that go. The top 30, I believe, it might be 40, but 30 get a vote come November time, I think, when the planning is done. It might be December.
Right.
But yeah, so leading up to the Masters, those that have a realistic chance of getting into the Masters, I think get invited to vote on it, and they put preferences down. So there's a few things that, so army swap, if it is army swap, do you want it opponent or not, or random? So all these things are the preference of the top 30 come December time. So
I wonder how much of this. I wonder how much of this is places 17 to 30 voting to wind up the top 16.
Yeah, well, it does. I mean, listening to a lot of the interviews, I'd say it's fairly split on that, and people literally love the idea of army swap or not, and then when they do, they tend to prefer it to be random, like you've said, or you guys have said actually. So yeah, it is interesting hearing some of the interviews leading up to the Masters, and then who potentially gets done. But yeah, I don't know. But at that time, you don't know whether you're going to get into the Masters or not, right? So potentially could be, but.
So is this all the deployment going on now? Am I right?
Yeah. So
it looks like Jack's dropping for first. It looks like, which is a fairly standard move for a Rush Warriors list.
Yeah, we can confirm that as well because Kev has just walked past us to the toilet. Or a fag, I'm not sure.
So he's just. So I mean, I guess in this situation, you just say you're doing that, and your opponent can go and have a fag break or whatever.
That's it, man. That's it. It's a good point to take a break, I think.
Because it may take a little while. He's got to think about it. And this is hold the centre, right? So another objective I understand. That's very nice for me.
Yeah, well, very much so in terms of essence, isn't it?
You managed to pick the two objectives that I'm watching here today that are both in Essence of War Advanced. So I was like, yes, this is good. I don't know what the rest. Some of the objectives and deployments, I'm like, I don't know what this is all about. So is this slightly not standard deployment though?
So counter thrust is the deployment, I think. Was that right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So counter thrust is you have to be 20 inches apart, but you can be, I want to say 15 inches from the centre. Yeah, so I think you can be closer.
8 inches off the middle line, but you have to be 20 inches away from anything deployed.
So you can be closer. So, internet connection is unstable, so we might drop out. Yeah, so you can be closer to the centre line.
No,
but
I'll have a look in the rule book.
But you have to be 20 inches apart. That's for sure. So, what you'll see here, you have to put down 1 each for 3 each. So you take it in turns for 3 unit deployments, and that's why you can see a little bit of a curve on the Warriors side. So what I think Kev's put down quite early on is a Briar Beast, fairly central, so that, again, bearing in mind it is hold the centre, so that Warriors can't get too close to the centre. So there's a little bit of zoning from that point. And what Jack has done is replied by going exactly 20 in this sort of arc. What with Warriors and a lot of push lists, that's what you tend to find is that they sort of arc around, get literally as close to the opposition as they can by getting like that.
Yeah.
Why you see that sort of shape going. I think Jack also deployed one of his chimeras, I believe that is, in that purple sort of insecty looking thing is a chimera. He's put it side on, which is another thing that's quite interesting actually, because of the base. Once he pivots him, he actually gains a little bit of extra movement. So why you see a chimera facing left, for example, and obviously he knows at that point if he'll get the chance to drop for first or not. So whether it'll matter that he presents a flank to his opponent. So at that point he's put it down fairly centrally, and Kev's tried to put his Briar Beast down as centrally as possible to that, meaning that he knows that he'll be able to swivel his chimera and won't offer any flanks from the charges. That hills. Go on, sorry.
Cool. I'm just going to chip in and say that is probably not the Briar Beast.
Okay. It might be the Predator. Sure.
And the reason for that is where Dan was saying the Warriors don't have a centre. At the minute, there's a big opportunity for Kev to pick the big Warrior unit that's in that wood as a centre, sit across from it with the Minos and charge it. Because the random mover Briar Beast as a sleeper ambushes from the forest. Right. If that forest stays forest and isn't changed to become ruins, Kev can push at the warrior block, get them to flee, and then random move and wipe them out in a following turn. But it's hard to tell. Like if we find out if that forest that Jack's deployed in is actually ruins, ignore everything I've just said.
Yeah, you would probably imagine.
It must be, because the other thing that he could turn into ruins is the field, and if they'd done the field into ruins, then Kev wouldn't have his chariots in it. So I think you're right. I was very surprised to see him. I do think that's the Briar Beast, and I was surprised to see him drop it first, but I think that's the logic behind it. It would be. I think it might be useful for people to just.
It has to be deployed as a sleeper.
Because when Kev was swapping with Ali, Kev told Ali that he couldn't deploy the Briar Beast.
So there you go. So it has to be ambush. So it can either come on as a normal beast head or from a forest. Is that right? Or does it have to come on to a forest?
Has to come on from a forest.
Has to come on, yeah.
So what does that mean? It's gone out of the game?
I believe Kev's brought a forest with him.
Oh,
forest.
sure. Right, yeah.
That means it's coming out of that.
Sure. So, so Sea of the Dark Forest is you gain a bit like the Sylvan Elf one as well. So
it isn't then. It's the
yes, that's the Razor Tusk herd. Then, yeah.
So that'd be a razor. But importantly, the Beastman artifact is placed at the end of deployment Scouts Vanguards, which means it can't be targeted by the Warrior's Wasteland Torch. Whereas in the Sylvan matchup, the terrain is placed first, and the Wasteland Torch can counter it.
Very interesting. So, Wasteland Torch, I've always liked it, to be fair, but it does have some other uses outside of the obvious, right? Like you're saying. That's really cool.
Just for understanding's sake, I think it might be quite useful for us to just run across the units and just make sure we know who's who in the zoo. So if we do Jax from the top left, I think that's the Barb Horse. Then is that an elder he's got in the woods? Sorry, in the water. In the water.
I think the two Dragon Ogres on their own are giants.
Okay, that's a giant. And then is that the Exalted to the right of the giant? Okay, and then he's got the two Lust Blocks. With the right-hand Lust Block's got the Sorcerer in it. Then the Chosen Knights. Then what's that?
The Ancestor.
That's the Ancestor. Then we've got another giant, and then on the extreme right, is that a Forsaken one?
It's a Chimera.
Oh, that's the other Chimera, right? The Chimera.
Yeah, I think he's obviously moved his Chimera. Jack's already started the movement.
Yeah, and he's bunged it. Yeah, he's chucked the other one forward.
Out of line of sight. So that's a mistake on Kev's part early on, is it?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah. And then at the bottom, I think from the left, it looks to me like that's the giant down there.
Yep. So
on
in
Kev's
side, we've got giant. It's a little bit out of things, so I don't know what that next one is. Let's get Kev's list up. So if I move.
Yeah, and then he's got the raiding chariots with the wild horn in behind them. Then the
mongrel raiders with his wizard in the field.
Yeah, mongrel raiders in the field. Yeah, okay. And then it's the pig, then the minotaurs. So what's in behind the minos?
The chariot, the bigger chariot.
Razor Tusk, yeah.
Razor Tusk chariot. He must be ambushing everything else.
Yeah, I think he will. You see, that's actually in that case, I don't think it's too bad that he's chucked the Chimera over there because he can bring on some ambushes to deal with it. But
I think in this game you'll find the Chimeras are going to be an absolute nightmare because the
20
wizards can't really hide anywhere.
Yeah,
it's already threatening the mongrel raiders next turn, which means the chariots have got to be sacrificed to chaffing, or else the wizard goes very early. Unless the wizard goes and joins the Minos, which takes 3 pips of movement off the Minos, or the equivalent. It slows them down a lot. So this is going to be a nightmare. The two Chimeras and the Giants are going to present real problems for Kev to deal with. I'm surprised he hasn't deployed more of his units, given that it's capture the middle, and ambushers getting to the middle is, 3 turns walk from when they arrive, if they're not harassed and if they arrive straight away. So this to me almost looks like he's giving up the mission because he probably won't score the first 1 or 2 rounds, after which point the Lust Warriors are going to be running all over the place anyway.
Sure. Yeah, so it's that's really interesting. Go on.
I'm sorry. One last thing. So I'm assuming the Giant deployed over as part of the counter thrust deployment, and then vanguarded to the wide part of the board out on the left for Kev. So it's currently sober, knowing that he can turn it drunk with the booze to stop it panicking and the like.
Yeah.
But in doing so, is trying to widen the board out there. But he's being stared down by the Warrior Giant, which will quite happily eat the Beastman Giant for lunch because
Sure.
we're doing D3 week.
Yeah. So, I mean, we sort of alluded to it, and Dan especially alluded to it being a big win. Is the matchup not great, and then deployment has followed it through a little bit?
That would be my comment. For me, Kev should have gone much more refused flank here and tried to fight half of the Warriors army first.
Yeah.
I would probably have gone bottom right as we're looking at it, because the Chosen Knights are the closest thing to a not maneuverable unit in the Warriors army, right? And the Minos can beat those. It's one of the things that the Minos can actually smash. So I would have played more towards bottom right, swept in towards the middle, tried to trap the Chosen Knights while they were trying to take the middle of the table, and tried to deal with half of the Warriors' army as quickly as possible, whilst leaving the other half out of the fight as much as you can ever do against a Warriors list like this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, very interesting to see movements done. You can already kind of see the, surrounding that the Warriors are trying to do, staying fairly back with the ruined, units. And we're on to Magic straight away. Any updates, Mr. Hyper G?
Yes, I do. So Jeff Keeling versus Hristo has resulted in a 10-10 as a result of Hristo not feeling great with a migraine.
Oh,
so
right.
that is a
There we
result
go.
already in.
Result, breaking news, is in 10-10 for Hristo and Think. We'll see have a quick look while they're doing Magic at what that potentially does to both players. Hristo going.
Hristo's average score so far.
Yeah. So that puts Hristo. Oh, they're both 5th and 6th. So 33 and 31 after turn 3. So that's interesting to think. But yeah, we'll go to back to the game. And what do you guys think? I suppose that's a talking point about shaking on games. Is that something you guys do, or is that frowned upon, and is it something that happens a lot in tournaments?
Matty, do you want to take this one?
Well, I mean, it happens. It happens more in team tournaments if you've essentially if two players have been told to go in and not lose, then you will see that sort of thing happen. And the other time you see a lot of it is when someone's unable to continue because they're incapacitated. In general, though, I'm not a fan of it because, particularly in a tournament like this, I just think it removes an opportunity for a player to do really well, but this one's obviously unavoidable. But what do you reckon then, Tim?
I hate it. We go everywhere. We travel. We pay huge expense to do the hobby. Put hours into building the hobby. We travel to events, be it here or foreign countries, to play a game. And then, you're instructed either to offer a result, shake on it and be done, or your opponent goes, oh, no, let's not. Anything can happen in the game. It's why we play it. It's why we do it. We don't do this hobby just to meet up at weekends and shake 5 sets of hands and go home. As much as I will shake hands with everybody and it's a social, we're here to play the game. So I'm not a massive fan of it. I know that it happens in team events a lot more because people don't want to pile pressure on themselves, but all it does is it puts more pressure on the members of the team who haven't agreed a result, because now everybody is depending on you because they've opted out of getting a score. Not all results are agreed 10-10. Many times people will sit and agree and say, I think this is a small win to you. You think it's a win to you. I'm not well. Let's agree a score. I know what Matty says there, that it takes somebody else outside of that game out of all consideration because nothing can change. I don't like it. I appreciate if Hristo's got a migraine, he's unable to play.
Yeah,
maybe they want to play before.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Hristo didn't offer more like an 11 or a 12, given that he potentially can't play the game out, and if he did play with a migraine, probably isn't his best.
Yeah.
So surprising to hear that it was a straight up drawn result for him, but maybe Jeff was like, oh, actually, no, I didn't think I win this, so I'll take the draw. But
sure,
overall,
yeah.
no,
I mean,
I don't like taking.
do we think that dwarfs versus we sort of said it'd be quite hard for Jeff, so maybe he did sort of just say, look, I think it's a bad matchup, you're not very well, let's call it 10-10, it's fair on everyone.
I mean, purely from a completely objective opinion on this. If you would say, I would imagine that Jeff would be delighted with this. Really, I know Jeff, and he won't want to take points that he hasn't earned. So, I agree with Tim. It's it never ceases to amaze me that people will will do this. I mean, it's why would you travel and pay? I saw people doing it at the ETC 3 years ago, whenever it was in Serbia. You've literally flown around the world to get there, to line up, to then not play. I mean,
Dan, what do you think about this?
Yeah, so I think it's, at the risk of hedging a bit, I think it's quite contextual, right?
Yeah.
There are different kinds of shakes. So a lot of the times people shake on a 10-10, at least one of them's made a mistake, right? That means someone has misjudged the match, right? So as a general thing, if I was coaching an ETC team, they would only be allowed to shake if they predicted like 15-5 loss or worse. And if they shook having predicted anything less than that, I'd be shouting at them, right? Because it means they've misunderstood something. One of the players has, right? That said, there is a time when I think it's totally legit to do. And that's where the game is utterly, utterly predictable.
Sure.
Right? Now, this is less common because of secondaries than it was in Legacy, where we didn't have secondaries, right? But there are times where the right way for both players to play is to put them in the corners. There are some matches where that is the right play.
Okay.
Now, the thing in ninth is that it also requires it to be the right objective as well.
Right, sure.
For example, in those situations, it will sometimes be the case that the two players deploy, look at how they've deployed, and there is no point them wasting 3 hours of their life. They might as well just go to the bar and watch their mates play.
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
So I think it is contextual, but generally I think in teams, people misunderstand it and people are too quick to do it, and it's an error more than people realize. And then this specific instance we now have in the Masters is kind of a different context again, which is that a player's ill and how do you handle that? And that I think is going to come much more down to gaming culture. I think I agree that I would put the matchup in the Dwarfs' favour, and in that case maybe the 10-10 is fair given that the player that has the advantage is winning. If my opponent was ill and I thought the match was good for me, I am not sure what my response would be.
Sure,
if you said, what about a 10-10? Because at the end of the day, I've taken a list knowing what I think the good and bad matches are for that list, and I would want to play.
Yeah.
So I think it's
really interesting. Yeah.
I'm being sort of very verbose here. It's contextual.
No, yeah.
I think the others are right in that it sometimes happens too much because people don't understand and make mistakes, but there are contexts where it sort of makes sense and is inevitable.
Yeah. Well, we're saying this now, and I can just see Jeff with a Jägermeister so maybe he's not too unhappy about it. But either way, it's really, I think it's a really interesting discussion. Perhaps one for a pod or anything, something as well. Oh, and we have a potential update.
Just a tiny one from Ed versus Craig, which is that Ed dropped for turn 1, but obviously with Ed's dark hired scouting list, Ed really didn't give much away by doing so.
There we go. So he's dropped for first, do we know? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's an interesting thing. Going back to this game as well, Matty, as you said, by the way, I love the you seem like you've got a new look, which is interesting.
I was about to comment on that as well. Is this showing your support maybe for one of the teams?
I'm sorry, it's terribly cold here, and it's getting colder by the minute. So very interestingly, Kev has obviously responded to the challenge of the Chimera by bringing on one of the ambushing units and chaffing up He's also then popped the giant down there to give it some flank protection. So I think he's dealt with that pretty well, to be honest. I think you know what Dan was saying earlier. Now Jack needs to make difficult decisions.
Yeah, and he seems to have he's pointed the Razor Tusk at the Chimera on the right, and doesn't seem to care whether he goes into the Minos. Probably rightfully so on that front. He may have changed his character setup so that one of his characters, Mr. or Mrs., is on the right hand side. So if the Chimera does come in, there's that as well.
Yeah.
But how do we think of it?
I'm swapping that around still.
Yeah, how do we think about a potential Ancestor and Chimera charge? Is that more terrifying to the Minos, or do Minos actually not mind an Ancestor coming in?
Well, he'd challenge out the Ancestor, kick the shit out of the Chimera, and then Mr. Mino will do him in the next round, won't he?
Yeah. I think you're right. Depending which way around he's put his characters, if it's the combat lord that's on that right-hand side, the Ancestor comes in, he through the challenge to take it out. Chimera's fighting a Minotaur, Minotaur's fighting a Chimera.
Yeah.
That won't bother the Minos because they're going to be steadfast, going nowhere.
Yeah.
And then eventually they grind out the Ancestor. It's not very nice. So I'm not too dissuaded. I can't imagine Jack's going to be piling into them.
Sure.
I think Jack's just going to sit, wait it out until he can get into the chariots or take the magic away, and then Jack will commit to a fight because it's then unfair. Like the Minos are solid when they're not being outmaneuvered. When it's just a fair fight, the Minos will kick the teeth in. If this becomes an unfair fight, Jack's basic statistics on his models and play knowledge of knowing what to put together will come to the fore. So I think you might just see a turn or two of the Minos half inching forward each turn and the Warriors half inching back until something else has happened, and then you'll see the meat of the game develop.
I think that Ancestor going into the Minos is a very fast way for Jack to lose a game he should win.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, apparently not that it was a choice anyway, but they do have Blackwind Totem on them as well, which probably any sort of choice then is taken away from you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well then he probably wouldn't challenge. He probably, if he did challenge, he'd take it with the Minor Lord kick.
I mean, or the Minor Lord challenges, right? He feels very confident at that point. So fair enough. Interesting that the Herald in the middle of the screen next to the hill is sort of like getting a lot of cover. And do we think the Herald can have quite a big part in this game?
What was his spells?
Good question.
We think Hellfire and Breath, don't we?
Yeah, I think those are two. I don't know whether he gets three potentially, but
yeah, because I think from his positioning, he's got the flank of the Minos, which is a threat, but it's not what he's there for. He'll go there to take out the Briar Beast or the Razor Tusk herd that's in the flank of the Minos, because if he connects, he's out of arc of the chariots. And then it's a reform to decide whether or not you're going to kill the wizard or flank the Minos, and that's how Jack gets in and amongst Kev's bunker, as it were. So I don't know whether you'll see the value of him until he kills something, but his presence there is keeping Kev penned where he is. Like Kev's not expanding out; he's curling up and defending a corner, but it's not a corner; it's the middle, which is a bit different, but I also, just for reference, I can't see Kev's giant anywhere. Is it dead?
No, it's to the left of the ambushers that have come on. It's moved back towards the centre, right on the edge of his table, just out of arc of our camera. So
because I can't see it. I know that there must be a couple of inches. The only thing I'd say, guys, if at any point our roaming reporter can we put a coin or a marker or a coloured dot where the middle of the board is?
Sure.
It will make talking later about who's close and who's not a lot easier.
We'll see if that's okay by the players and stuff. Another thing, a question we had earlier, the Herald also has Rot Within as a spell. So it has Hellfire, Rot Within, and I think, was it Whispers as the other one? So, to answer that question. Getting quite aggressive with the Herald and Chimera. Chimera chaffing at this point, right? But is there a? Oh, there's the coin that's starting to go. So actually, a little bit lower than we think than the screen shows. So there is a maybe 6 inches or something on the edge of the board that we can't see where that giant is currently. Do you think we could tell Kev to move his giant just so it's on screen? Is that is that fair? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think playing for the streaming is important here. Yeah. But, so in general, though, this looks like the whole initiative is in the Warriors player here, right? Oh, sorry, the Demons player, Jack, right?
No, it is Warriors. You're right.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Warriors. Yeah, I get confused.
That's good.
Yeah, no, because it's he seems to like Kev's just having to respond to everything he's doing, right?
It seems so. Yeah, I mean, Jack is putting the pressure on, and Kev is, I guess, trying to defend. We've got to attack and defend, really, haven't we?
Yeah.
Which is odd from Kev's list, which is all combat.
Yeah,
to be in that situation, but it's just the nature of the matchup. As Dan was saying, the 2 warrior infantry units that are going to win this game for the marker, they can melt away and then be back again each turn with the way that their forward left works.
Yeah, and also he's got the barbarians behind him, right, as well, for later on. So.
Yeah, this is a big surround now, isn't it? Really.
So I mean, sorry, Tim. Yeah, I was gonna say. So we're sort of if we sort of look at our predictions, a lot of us said Warriors to start off with. Then we've got probably deployment didn't really help Kev, and Jack is really piling on the pressure again, like we were saying earlier about those players that they're seeing an opportunity and going for it. What can Kev do then to put the pressure back, to get control back of this game, or is that already lost?
He can complete a very long charge and get blowout combat, but Jack's taking it away from you. So Jack can into this game as he is doing on the stream at the minute.
Yeah, Kev's sending messages as well. Matty P sucks, which is great. Great to see. Matty's lost for this, so we'll tell Hyper-G to tell him to send it in a minute as well, just when Matty's here, so that he can. It's good that those two can communicate through the stream. Go on, Dan.
I was going to come back to this question of what Kev can do.
Yes.
So I love that. Matt, you suck apparently. Anyway, my stream is maybe behind everyone else's. Anyway, so one thing you can do in these circumstances, and something I'm always talking about players not doing by default, is where your characters are, right? Just because you've got a unit that you've planned to put your characters in doesn't mean you have to put them there. And it doesn't mean they have to stay there. And one of the things that Kev can most do at this point to change how the flow of this game looks is to do some clever moves with his characters next turn, where he bails them out of the Minotaurs and puts them in some key places. So one thing he could do, for example, I'm assuming he can't hear this. Someone stop me if I'm about to say something.
No, there's unless Hyper-G is relaying the information dead on.
So, for example, he could put Mr. Mino in front of the Exalted Herald, which doesn't just chaff the Exalted Herald, but I think the Exalted Herald lose that fight. So suddenly that initiative that Tim was talking about of how Jack is going to get in and amongst the beasts is taken away from him. Now, I'm not going to say that this move is going to outright win him the game, but it's those sort of moves at this point are his way back into some sort of control.
Sure, so it's basically telling him, if you want it, you've got to get through my biggest units, your biggest units.
Yeah, he's got to turn, because if the characters are in that unit, there's one threat in Kev's army, and that's why Jack can run around them at the moment. So Kev needs to turn that one threat into 2 or 3 threats, and do so cleverly in a way that Jack doesn't have easy counter moves.
Sure, yeah.
Without weakening it so much that the Feldrak ancestor then does go in and plough through him. So it may be that only one of the characters comes out rather than both. So the Minos still prevent that colossal threat. But yeah, what Dan's saying is exactly right. It's now time to add another. If it's obvious here, Jack doesn't want to fight the Mino Lord, and use then the Mino Lord Jack, and then the Minotaurs, and maybe the BSB still hold your line or do something else. But it looks like Jack's got enough movement to make that more difficult and delay it another turn. and you'll start to see the magic come through. I imagine this turn with sniping and things starting to make a difference.
Is the Chimera into? It's just moved around the chaff unit, hasn't it? It's not into the chariots, is it?
It's chaffing the chariots.
Okay.
So, as much as the Feldrak Ancestor going around the edge of the Minos looks like a really aggressive play, it might actually be an error and give Kev a different way to play the game here. Because there's nothing in front of the Minos. So the Minos can now march out of the arc of both the Feldrak Ancestor and the Exalted Herald and go and sit towards the center of the board in front of the scoring units that are the less maneuverable parts of the Warriors' army. So that's a really interesting move by Jack. And I think Kev's going to have a big decision now on his next turn, right? He's probably got 3 or so different things he can do with the Minotaurs, and each one ties into a different macroscopic plan. And I think Kev's going to have a really interesting choice on his next turn.
Do we know what Kev's beer count is so that we can decide which one he's going to go with?
Whatever's the most aggressive option, I'm betting on.
But
says to fight, Mr. Mino, go on Exalted, fight Mrs. Mino, and the rest of the block just marches forward. I can see him doing that.
That's a very bold play, but at this point in the game, if he's here because he wants to try and win the Masters, that's probably his best route to a big win. I'm not saying it's likely to get a big win, but it's probably the play he's got that has the most chance of getting a big win. It's probably also the play he's got that's got the most chance of getting him 20'd as well, right? But this is where you get into really interesting discussions about what is the right play, because sometimes the play that gives you the highest average tournament point score is not the right play, and the right play is the play that gives you the small chance of winning the tournament rather than the guaranteed chance of finishing 5th.
Otherwise, it'd be easy.
Yeah, that's interesting, because this game often comes down to those kind of risk management and how risk rewards and how you perceive it, and then you're perceiving that on a whole other level beyond the game itself as well, into the entire tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've actually done things with some teams at the ETC. So, for example, I played for Canada one year, and we had some weaker players on the team, and I know them well. They won't mind me saying that. And we deliberately gave them really swingy lists. The swingiest list we could find, because they were going to get outplayed, right? I know that sounds really harsh, but they were going to get outplayed. But by giving them a swingy list, we brought it as close to a coin flip as we could that they would win their game, right? So you can sort of start going into some very silly kind of meta decisions about lists you take and your approach to the game.
Sure, that's cool.
You write me one of those lists, Dan.
Haven't you got one already with your Feldrags?
Yeah, I have.
In August, the Nation of Nam is coming.
12 wretched ones, that's pretty swingy.
To be fair, the kind of lists I'm talking about don't really exist so much anymore. They relied on some of the very sneaky stuff.
Jank stuff. I'm going to shout out to the chat, by the way.
Absolutely, no, definitely a shout out to the chat, guys. Obviously, you probably noticed that Lucky Sixes just had to take a breather. He is actually back now, interestingly, considering this is the first thing I've said since he's gone. So we are going to be changing seats again in a moment.
No, you keep going, Staff. Make him force you out.
You guys are doing it. You guys. All right, Tom's going to be the man on the ground for 5 minutes. He's going to have a little wander. He's probably getting bored of sitting down, to be fair. So there you go. We're adaptable.
PTG switcheroo.
Yeah, definitely.
No, we got Goblin's Grotto in the chat, and we got RH World Building Rob in the chat. He's asking how did I sneak onto this? So,
but you hacked in, didn't you, Remy?
Yeah, I just asked, and it looks like you've volunteered for Rob on as well. So,
well, yeah, it'll stop him. It'll stop him spending his time playing Essence of War anyway, won't it? If he's on here, so
it will. So the Americans are joining us now as well.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, actually, funnily enough, considering we're obviously live streaming Table 1, I don't have a clue what's going on Table 1. I've just been watching the other games. So the next report I was going to give was that Tanker versus Mikey, Tanker's Queen's Guard, removed about 14 ghouls in one round of shooting. which was incredibly good considering there was only 18 shots, I think, in that particular.
About average for tanker dice.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So by all means, guys, continue talking about this game because I don't have a clue what's going on here.
Well, there was quite an interesting thing earlier with the Exalted was sacrificing one of the Barb Horsemen, presumably for breath. I didn't see him do a lot, but did he take out the pig? Is the pig still in there?
It looks like it. I can't quite see too well in that forest, but
It looks like the Briar Beast is on as well, doesn't it? So,
yeah.
And is that an ambushing unit that's come on the extreme right-hand side as well?
Yeah, could well be. Yeah.
And here come the rest of the lads.
The only thing, of course, with sending Lucky Sixes to do the man on the ground thing is he has no earpiece, so we cannot direct him to do anything useful. so yeah, there is that.
Just let him roam free for a bit.
Well, exactly,
mate.
yeah.
He'll find his home. So it looks like Kev's now doing the ambush shenanigans. Obviously, bringing on. Is that one of his Longhorn herds coming on there?
The smaller unit would be the Longhorn unit, definitely. Is the larger unit a Wildhorn unit? Because there's 15 of them. So both those units at the top there are going to be ambushers coming on. And we have Lucky Sixes back in the seats. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, very good.
Good.
Very good. Just around the tables. I don't know whether we're at a point where we can change, but around the tables we've got Ed versus Craig. Ed's done really, really well in his deployment. I don't know whether he did it in the ambushing, but he's got he's covering the whole of the table. So he's been able to push Craig's really, really light troops back into basically a central area. He's really surrounded the whole thing. He's got the whole table board. Really interesting to watch. He's got, if you sort of look, it'd be like a line on the centre, and he's really controlling that well. How long that line will stay, I'm not sure, but that looked good. Tanker versus Mikey. I guess what we were talking about with the secondaries. Mikey is a bit of a standoff, and they're both trying to get each other from range. So not too much in the way of those two, especially happening. But it's nice to go and see all the armies on the table, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go. And I'm going to hand the headset back to Lucky Sixes because I think that man on the ground report was far too good. I'm going to stop him.
Yeah, you want to get out there, Staff.
Absolutely. I can't have him showing me up like that. So yeah, I'm going to switch places again and let him get back to the day job.
So suddenly I would say this is looking much, much better for Kev all of a sudden. What do you reckon, Tim? The beast's turning up now?
No.
Throwing weapons in the back of those Lust Warriors, that'll thin out their ranks a bit, won't it?
I can't see everything because I can't see what Kev's doing underneath himself, like where the giant is and why he's had a day off. But if I'm right in thinking that's the Mino Lord stood in front of the Feldrak Ancestor, that's fine. Jack doesn't have to charge it, can just run around it in circles all day. The Minos, depending where they're about to go now and what they're about to do, we'll see. But he's obviously got to try and think about contesting the middle. I'm not sold on the ambushers in behind the Warriors list because I think if they want to, the two Lust units of Warriors can turn around and go and kick their teeth in. Yeah. Or if Jack is confident he doesn't need them, the Chosen Knights can just go and sweep those away for points. Because Beastmen generally into the back of the Warriors when they haven't got a reliable Primal Fury and magic support, because it's a hell of a long range away, I'm not convinced they're going to do much. They'll throw some darts in, they might do a wound or two, but I don't think that's enough. The only other thing I can't see is I can't see Jack's second giant. I'm assuming it's somewhere over on this right-hand side next to the Feldrak Ancestor, but that's a terror bomb that if he decides to redeploy that to the back of his battlefield can push Kev off as well. So I think all that's happened here is potentially Kev has, I'm not going to say thrown away because they have to be killed or pushed off, but there's 400-ish points of ambush that has been put directly behind the Warriors line. And I think the Warriors are sat on the marker already. I don't think the Minos are. So the end of this turn, the Warriors will go 1-0 up. and then those Lust Warriors can flee away from the Minos and concede a turn at 1-all, at which point the single models that the Warriors have got in and amongst Kev's, let's say, supporting stuff, the Gargoyles, the Chariots, the Wizard Bunker, that's all getting pushed around at the minute, and they haven't got the Mino Lord in a fight. So until that's in a fight, I'm not going to say Kev's ahead, because at the moment I still like Jack's position on all of this, but we'll see. You know, it's going to come down to whether Jack's successfully pushed Kev's core around enough to cause chaos with what he's planning. So it's hard to say at this point, but I'm not entirely convinced I like where the ambushes went.
Yeah, okay. So it looks then like he's doing some shenanigans. He's passed a march test to get his ambushes out of arc of that giant's coming on from the bottom left, and then his giant is now threatening the flank of the Barb Horse, which is a good move. I like that. Chariots have obviously gone into the Chimera, and it looks to me like he sent the Briar Beast in and the pig into the Exalted. Is he not just throwing stuff away there?
I think possibly, because if the Briar Beast dies, which that's what he has to kill to Unbreakable, I think the pig runs away, and then Jack's got a free charge at what looks to be a wizard stood all on his own, or the flank of the Minos, or the flank of the Chariots. So I don't like putting both in.
But it's even worse if he doesn't kill him in this turn, because
this is Kev's turn, so it's worse if he does kill him in this turn.
Because then he's just going to get his choices, isn't he? And he could be without magic by the end of this, and he needs the magic, because shutting down those totems is easy peasy. Yeah,
so it will be interesting to see what we're looking at. This could be, what's this, swarm against something? Maybe, I don't know. Or this might be shooting from one target or not, but it's gonna. I can't quite tell where Jack's second giant is. Oh, I'm about to lose power, so I'm going to join you guys again shortly, because I think I'm about to die before my connection gets back.
All right, mate.
Yeah, no problem, Tim. Thanks for that. And so it's a very interesting.
Update that Jack's second giant is currently in combat on the opposite flank to the first one. It is actually in this light spot. Lucky Sixes might be able to point it out a little bit easier. That light spot there.
Yeah, sure.
You can really not see the giant, but it is basically in combat with the Razor Tusk Chariot, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of light going on. Maybe we'll get some shade for tomorrow. But so it's very interesting to see that. We've coming back onto it. I appreciate what Tim was saying. Is Kev trying to force Jack into mistakes by doing the ambushing? Whether it's good or not is another thing. Is it like a ploy as well as trying to surround, or does he think that those units can take the Lust Warriors and Barbs particularly?
I think he's looking to whittle them down and to turn them round. Although I think the Minos are a little bit too far away for it, but he's got to make some moves, or he's just going to get pinned. I'm interested to see which combat this is now. I think that's thrown weapons at the Chimera, isn't it, at the back there?
Yes, it is, Matty.
Okay, and then I think he's now choosing combats, which is impact hits, because Kev loves his impact hits.
Well, this is
can I just chuck in that I think you're right, Matt. I think what Kev's trying to do here is make a game, and in that sense, I'm not going to criticize any of his charges, because I think you're right. There's no point losing big slowly, right? You might as well make a play that if you get lucky changes the game. Is the Mino Lord standing in front of the Feldrak Ancestor, did someone say?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, not sure about that. I can go and have a look.
I just quickly did the maths on that. I think the Feldrak Ancestor loses that. Sorry, the Mino Lord loses that.
Oh, right.
So, Yeah, I think he definitely dies in 2 rounds, and the Ancestor might die in 2 rounds, and they go at the same time in the second round. So I don't know. Maybe I've misunderstood, or maybe that's not what the model is. I can't see very clearly.
Is that potentially, if that is the case, is it potentially another ploy from Kev to just go, let's go odds? You know, he's got 4 up ages, is he, with that? Destiny's Call, is it?
Yeah, and he's
okay. So we're getting some live feed here from the on the ground camera. So it looks to me like he's got a totem in the rear of. Okay, and then the Beast Chariot is fighting the giant, and it looks like Mr. Mino is into the Feldrak Ancestor.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've put it up on the screen as well. So hopefully some better things. Thank you, Hyper-G, for showing us that and keeping it as still as you can.
Thanks.
It looks
so
like
Mr. Mino charge.
It looks like, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting because the impact hits. If the impact hits do a wound, that basically the most likely outcome there is that in the second combat round we have a double KO.
Right. Okay. That's really interesting because they go at the same time.
My favourite.
Wow.
Assuming I've not missed something, I only had a quick look, but the Ancestor's got the supernatural dex, right? Which means both models will be agility 5.
Yeah. Wow. That's mate. Action packed. All happening. Yeah, thanks for that, RPG. We'll go back to the overall now. We've seen that and some more dice rolling. So this is actually looking at that combat now. I would imagine. How many attacks does the Ancestor have?
5 paired weapons, 6.
I think 7 in total because it's an Ancestor. If it's the Ancestor that's fighting, right? 6 base and paired weapons.
I have to say those models painting and that terrain's looking very lovely on those close-up shots.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, very much so. Again, we'll see.
You should see his army. It's absolutely insane.
Oh, don't worry. I've been looking at all the photos, been retweeting him. He's been putting some pictures up on Twitter. If anyone's on the 9th Age Twitter, go and have a look at that. We've seen some very nice stuff coming from Kev on the painting front. And I'm just going to say I'm joining you on the drinking front as well. I saw Matty P with a beer. This is Agona's streaming, so you know it means cheese and wine. So I've got some camembert and some wine going now. So.
Oh, you're so classy, mate. Honestly.
This is my streaming antics, Matt.
De fromage, honestly.
It's tradition. Whenever I do a stream, I have to tell the people what wine I'm having and what cheese I'm eating.
Yeah, which wine did you say it was?
Oh, it's actually a bit. This is the last of the mulled wine that I haven't drank at Christmas. So it's just some standard red mulled or mullered wine, as I like to call it.
Mullered. So where are we at in terms of the actual point of the game? I must admit I've come back and I've not caught up yet.
Yeah, so I think we're still in combat. Yeah, we should really. Oh no, hold on. It looks like Jack's into charge phase.
Charges.
Right. Would it be possible to have a little catch up on who did what to whom in the combats?
So looking at the wounds for Mr. and Mrs. Mino against, we think, the Ancestor and Herald, respectively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like the chariots have only done 1 wound to the Chimera, or is that 1 wound left? Because
yeah, so whether or not he's counting down on the dice as well with the Chimera. But the Lust Warriors are coming in again, I imagine. I mean, that's just for combat res, so a charge and a rank, because they'll be in a challenge. Or he's looking at it anyway.
He's thinking about it, isn't he?
So presumably there was a bit of a fluff, or they blow for blow with Mrs. Mino and this Herald, but luckily we have Mr. Hyper-G coming back.
Anticlimax, the Feldrak Ancestor and the Mino are not in combat. They are literally an inch apart.
Ah, right.
In terms of the, what is it, the other thing, the
Herald.
giant, the giant fighting the chariot, which is very close by. The giant has taken 5 wounds, and the chariot has taken 2. And then also in the middle, you've got the Briar Beast is now dead, which means it's just the pig alone against the Exalted Herald. And we're now into Jack's charges.
Right, fair enough.
Jack hadn't yet declared the charge with the Featherwork Ancestor.
Okay, so we've got Mrs. Mino still in the pack with the Razor Tusk holding them up, so that's interesting. And Mr. Mino didn't charge; he's just baiting. Very interesting. So he wants Jack to make some charges on their own. So Dan, you said if Ancestor, we'll go back to that original thing that you said. If Ancestor charges, he probably gets the nod.
Yeah, I mean, I only did the math quickly, and I don't know the full distribution. So he looks to do 3 or 4 wounds a turn, and the Warlord has 5. The Warlord looks to do 3 or 4 back, and the Ancestor has 8. So I think the most likely outcome here is that the Warlord goes down in the second round and leaves the Ancestor on a wound. But, I mean, this is, a Minotaur Warlord with battle focus, which means that if Kev decides to roll a bunch of 6s, the game ends.
Absolutely. And that's it. And again, I guess the other main difference is Aegis versus not Aegis, right?
Well, yes, but the Ancestor has more attacks, right? So it's so like I say, the number of wounds they do together is about the same, right? I think, which is why if the Minotaur Warlord charges, it matters because those impact hits could have made the difference.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's chosen not to go in and to move around him, which is an interesting call. Perhaps he just doesn't fancy the spike potential.
I don't think it's a stupid decision here because, one, the spike potential you're saying, but I assume that the Minotaur Warlord is basically looking at nothing now.
Sure.
Right? So he's out the game for a turn, right? Whereas all of the warriors are converging on the remaining Minotaur unit. And it looks to me like the warriors that have joined the Exalted Herald have an overrun that might be into the flank of the Minotaur unit.
Yeah.
When the pig goes down. And so I think that's Kev probably missed that. And having set that up, Jack wants to have the Feldrak Ancestor ready to pile into that combat because he knows where it will be in the turn after.
Yeah. So, what can Jack do against these ambushes? Is it just a case of turning round to face? I mean, he's doing it now, but can Kev do anything against those Lost Warriors at the back? Is Jack worried at all?
I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, I'm not sure I would be putting the lust in the way. Someone would have to do the maths on the combat. I don't have it off the top of my head. I'd be tempted to play this a bit differently and basically march the warriors onto the objective and put the chosen knights between the warriors and the ambushing units.
And just say, do what you want.
Because basically, I think the chosen knights win that, particularly when the ambushers are charging through the ruins, right? We think that forces the chosen knights, the unit with the wasting torch, so they don't care about it. Yeah. And then you've got the lust knights, the lust warriors, just spectating in the middle of the battlefield, standing on the objective. And the chosen knights have kind of blocked off that avenue for Kev. But, I mean, it might not have been possible. I'd have to be at the table myself to see if that move was possible.
Yeah, I think Jack here is sort of going for the former option and trying to make sure that his unit boundary is not in the arc of that second ambusher unit as well. Even for people watching, even if you've got that model of the back rank right over to the right, he would count as having another rank fully, right?
Yeah. See that one going on.
Yeah.
I have to admit, this is a completely different game to the last one in terms of like following it. It's so tricky for me, not knowing what all these units are, and also with beast herds with that ambush rule, that's a bit wacky to me. I can't. So you had the warriors kind of surrounding the beast herds, and now the beast herds are brought on another piece to surround them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Kind of the gist of it. But yeah, it sounds like a lot of it's going to come down to these sort of characters versus monsters and characters versus characters, and who can get the roles.
Yeah, and say it does look like, as you say, that perhaps Jack's caught Kev out a little bit with a potential flank charge on the Minos, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Hyper G could check. I don't know exactly where he is actually. But would Mrs. Mino be on the left side matter for the Warriors going in, or are they just there to hold that unit up? So don't know whether Mrs. Mino, if Mrs. Mino was on the left, say, of that unit, does it matter? Does it change things?
My hunch is this is a sacrifice play, so you don't care, right? You're pinning the unit in place, you're taking options off it, but also the Warriors in the flank, can kill a Mino or two, right? The Minos aren't that well defended, and once the Mino unit starts taking hits, then when the second unit or third unit charges it, that's when it's going to evaporate.
Yeah, sure. So just
this is kind of a bit like the reverse of how Tanker played against Ali in round 1, right? Those Swordmasters were there that the Orcs went into, and it looked like it was good for the Orcs, but 1, the Orcs took damage, and 2, it took the Orcs away from the main part of the rest of their army, so that then those Orcs got beaten and the tempo was with Tanker. And I think this is a semi-similar play here. I mean, again, if it's in the front, it might be a bit riskier and a bit less advantageous. I'd have to be exactly at the table to be sure.
Sure, fair enough.
And we don't want to ask them to clarify it, right? Because one of them might not have spotted it.
Yeah, right.
Mrs. Mino is on the left of the Mino unit.
Fair enough. So there we go. Yeah.
Jack turned down the charge with the Feldrak Elsister, Antrester, as you probably already figured out.
Yeah, no, sure. Is there any update on the other games?
Sure, yeah. So I went over to see Craig versus Ed, which is obviously probably the top of the chart. And Craig shook his head and said bad. I tried to clarify whether he meant it's going bad for him. And I looked at the table, and it didn't look like anyone had lost anything. But so whether Craig meant bad as in it's going bad for him, I'll try and find out. But yeah, that was Craig's update. It was just bad and shaking his head.
I mean, that means anything between it's going badly for Craig and he might only get 18.
Yeah, right. In his own language. Yeah, so it's not as good as I thought.
But it does sound like Ed has played the early game right from the reports we've got, and that is crucial. If he played the early game wrong, Craig would not be saying this is going bad.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it. Well, I mean, yeah, that's a mark of respect in itself, right? But it certainly looked like it earlier when instead of Ed maybe being... maybe wanting to use the ambushes to get around him and surround the surroundable, which Dread Elves is, he actually just put sort of like a barrier in front to say, look, you're not going to get behind me. So stopping his game. I guess that's fairly pretty well proactive from Ed's point of view, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably also just the right way to play, right? And against an army like that, you sort of need a unified run in front, and you can try and be sort of really clever about ambushing the ambushes, but generally you're better to just make a battle line and keep his army in your front arcs at all times.
Yeah, no, and that's certainly earlier what it looked like it was doing, so fair play to Ed on that. Going back to this one, there's a bit of magic going on here. Yeah, I mean, has anything changed in the last 5 minutes, really? That Chimera's been a bit stubborn.
Chimera won't die for a kickoff.
Looked like it was still a standoff between Mikey and Tanker, by the way. Not a great deal happening there yet. Just as another side thought with Hugh and Kingdom of Equitaine, he seems to be using his men-at-arms unit as a bit of a forlorn hope, really, throwing them forward and letting the enemy deal with them so that his knights, his auto sergeants and his resplendents could then clear up late game. Whether or not that's a trend that we'll see in round 4 or 5 if Hugh ends up on table 1, could be wrong, but it seems like he's doing that every game, which is quite an interesting feature of Hugh's tactics.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout with the current book. I mean, I said this briefly on the kind of list review show. I think people haven't quite understood that KOE book yet, and I think Hugh's probably doing something quite sensible there.
No, fair enough. With Razor Tusk Chariot seems to have gone down to the Giant as well, which is a bit
Giant's
of a blow.
heavily raged at the moment.
Yeah, who is gearing up for some more charges. Does Mr. Mino, who's looking at that way, does he get rid of the Giant or does he come back to the battle line? Is that too much of a distraction for him?
I think he probably has to take him because he gets he'll kill him and he'll get a free pivot anyway. So he probably just does that, doesn't he? Rather than just turn around and then get a Giant in the arse anyway. So.
Could it potentially not be a thing where he sort of ignores the Giant or turns his back to the Giant and says, if the Giant comes in, fine, I'll kill him, and if not, I'll do in this in the centre. Would that be a good play?
So I think this is where the Warriors play matters, because if that unit is in combat, if the Minos are in combat at the start of Kev's turn, he can't rejoin the big Mino to them. And so I think, he's sort of in a bit of a lose-lose here, right? In the sense of, as Matt says, he can go and kill the Giant and get the pivot, and then he's sort of out the action. Or he can hang around and sort of be relevant for the action, but he's only going to be half relevant for the action. Yeah. So I don't think it's like a great choice for Kev in that regard.
Yeah, no, sure. Chimera looks like he's charged, and the bunker unit has fled. I think that is. And then we're into combat here. And yeah, exactly as we said, he was lining up for. He puts the Warriors into the flank of that unit. Sacrificial lambs, and then this is interesting. So we've got a bit of a movement thing. Just had enough space, I guess, to wheel round into the flank. Again, quite hard to tell when you're not right up close, but otherwise, yeah.
So here, I think it's kind of quite crucial that the Chariots didn't kill that Chimera they went into, because if they'd killed that either last turn or this turn and had a pivot, they could have, for example, gone into the Exalted Herald or looked to go into the rear of those Warriors or something like this. Whereas I believe they've already fought that combat this turn, right? So those two Chariots are not going to be useful to Kev in his next turn. So that Chimera surviving has been, I think, quite a cascade effect here.
Yeah, sure.
I can't.
What we'll do is we will have a quick look at the Masters Open and see if there are any results in. They're not, so we won't look at that.
Worth having a line-up, maybe?
Yeah.
Or is there too much going on?
I think what we'll stay with it until we see what's going on. I think I'm worried if we leave this and we might miss an action. Like I went for a break and Mr. Mino left the unit, so interesting to see what he's doing here with the Bab horseman. What do you think his idea is with this? Is it to pin the Minos in, or what's he going for here with this play?
I wonder how many panic tests that 9 barbarian horsemen have had to take.
Yeah, so is this them taking a terror test from the Giant? Is that what's going on? Or?
That's quite possibly what's happened. So he's charged the terror and terrored the things off you. So you're both right, really.
Fair enough.
With that though, obviously it means that they might have even chose to flee so that the Giant over here can mop up. Tim, you reckon that the Warrior Giant just absolutely obliterates the Beast Giant?
Yeah, within reason. Like it will come down and go who goes first. Like the Beast Giant certainly doesn't want to charge it, go first, up its rage, knowing that every attack back is doing D3. But the Warrior Giant, for the same reason, doesn't want to go first, pump the opposition full of rage, not utilise D3 and then get clobbered. So it is quite a standoff, but the Warriors Giant wins it if all things go neutral. But yeah, I'm watching the big screen, which is like 15, 20 seconds behind what we're talking about at any given time. So I'm trying to patch together exactly where everything is. But
yeah, so I mean, regardless of whether he chose to flee or not with that Barb Horseman, they're not particularly in a bad place, are they? I guess unless something crazy happens with that warrior unit in the next turn, but even then, the Barbs aren't that much out of play.
So if the Barb Cav are fleeing, they're in a danger here of being caught by one of those Wildhorn units that are going to then sit and plonk themselves on the objective and get a free reform to turn and face and be useful. Because the Wildhorn are getting their movement plus Swift Stride to get to the Cav. Well, actually, they won't get Swift Stride anymore because they're fleeing. So yeah, it'll be interesting whether they're caught when all the charges are completed, because that will teleport a unit to the middle of the board and help Kev with scoring the secondary. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's going to come down to what the combats do at the bottom of the screen and the things that I can't see on the screen. What's happening with them?
Yeah, that Chimera, that stubborn Chimera, eh, Matty?
Yeah, he's been a real pain in the arse at the moment, that Chimera. I must say, this is Kev's looking on the back foot here, isn't he? So.
We'll sort of. I have sent Hyper-G over to see that it does look like they're talking about something maybe with the gargoyles and how far they can move.
I think it was maybe whether the gargoyles caught the barbarian horseman.
Yeah.
Or could charge them.
Okay, so potentially he charged both, right? So he charged the gargoyles and then charged the giant as well. Could that have been a thing?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. I was just trying to guess from the hand actions what was.
Yeah. If that is the case, and that did happen, with the barbarian horsemen going to where they are, would it matter that they moved out of arc of the gargoyles, just rules wise?
No. All that matters is you can complete with a legal charge move, right? So that's move forward one wheel up to 90 degrees, etc.
Yeah. Okay. So, which is kind of what they've shown accidentally. So what probably had happened is that the gargoyles charged, they held, and then the giant went in. Either failed a terror test is probably more likely, or also could have fled on their own, and the gargoyles it looks like, just about caught them because of what they were talking about. So maybe it was just on the line sort of thing. And then, as you say, they could complete the charge legally, so it didn't matter that they were out of arc and everything. I'm sure Hyper-G will come and tell me I'm wrong if that's the case.
Oh, Mr. Mino's going to go and do a giant.
Yes, so he's gone in, killed the giant.
Done straight away.
There we go.
I didn't hear the question, Lucky Sixes, but as an update, generally, as the Barb Horsemen actually didn't fail a terror from the giant. They had a charge from the Wildhorn unit that ambushed at the top of the screen. They fled that, and that meant the gargoyles could then also charge them, and the gargoyles completed the charge to remove them. And then the gargoyles failed their reform, which meant they're now like so. And yeah, Mr. Mino has charged the giant. I think the giant, unless they've removed the giant, Kev's taken the charge with Mr. Mino anyway.
Yeah, well, it looks like they've removed him already, so I think that was that had been done, and then turned to face in. So yeah, there we go. So it was actually a triple charge with the gargoyles finishing up. There we go.
Did the gargoyles need to take a reform test, or do you not get a free pivot if you catch a free
test?
No, you need a test.
Sorry, he actually passed on the reroll. He got a BSB reroll with the gargoyles, so they did do a reform.
But you do need to take one though, yeah. I always thought it was a freebie.
I think is it free if you go into a fleeing unit? Oh no, I suppose that's exactly what it did. So yeah, it's still on the test.
I don't think there's a freebie unless you win the combat in the combat phase, and then you get it for free because there's no one with you.
Yeah.
It's a freebie in the sense that it's sort of out of sequence, right? It's free in that sense.
Yeah. No, great. So, I mean, so he has moved his wild horns back rather than charging the warriors as well front on, which is probably a wise choice. Can Jack ignore them and turn around, or is he going to have to deal with them with that last warrior unit?
I think he'll deal with them and just take another 170 points. Yeah. It doesn't cost him anything. He can hit them, kill them in a turn, and get free reform anyway. I don't see any reason not to. If he's coming out of the forest, he might even have cover on the way in, because I can't see where the forest boundary ends of his unit. So there's no downside to it if you're going to take the points for them. Where Kev got a bit unfortunate is, for me, where he moved the gargoyles charge first. If the wild horn had have gone first and connected, they'd have teleported themselves to the middle of the board on the token, had a reform to face whichever direction he wants, and been scoring for this turn to get the scenario for the turn.
Sure, yeah.
He should have rolled them simultaneously, right? So I presume that the wild horns failed.
I thought you roll, because it's completely charged, so you roll each one at a time, because if the gargoyles whoever gets there first removes the target unit. So the other one is an automatically failed charge, because you can't have two units catch a fleeing unit.
Well, I mean, you certainly see the two sets of dice, right? So I'm presuming that the wild horn didn't roll high enough.
The wild horn rolled afterwards, but they did roll 3 dice for Swift Stride against the target that no longer existed, so it didn't have a flank to roll Swift Stride.
Would you roll the actual charges at the same time and then potentially see who would get it? And then if they say they both got it, would you be able to choose who doesn't catch them?
Yeah, with multi-charges, you see all of the distances before you decide which ones to complete in the case where you can't complete them all.
Sure. So it might have been that did he roll it afterwards? Perhaps he got it with the gargoyles and he's like, you know what, I'm going to get it with the gargoyles anyway.
I think he rolled it afterwards because they did a lot on the gargoyles and then afterwards moved the wild horns after a dice roll. Because Jack was pointing out that it's a failed charge to the spot that the cavalry were at before they were removed.
Yeah.
I just think it would have been more beneficial for Kev to have a scoring unit for the mission.
Yeah.
To get, because that would have put it 1-1 at this point. But it is what it is where we're at.
So at the minute, I mean, the warriors look like they're within 6 inches. Could it go 2-0 if the warriors hold? We're probably likely to hold.
If the warriors hold, I think that'd make it 2-0. And then I think it becomes dicey for Kev after that because the Minotaurs have to do that and they're still not in position because they'll be in a combat with more efficient killing machine warrior units coming to the middle. Because I think, am I right in thinking the Mino Lord is currently out on the right-hand side of the screen, so he's a long way out of being a threat to the stuff in the middle at the minute.
Yeah, it sort of took the bait, if you will, of the giant, or had to deal with it either way, and he's well out.
Because I think in Jack's next turn, the Ancestor, which if I'm right in thinking is paired weapons super dex, it will go into the back of the Minotaurs and we won't have many Minotaurs left.
No. It's
Halberd, actually.
Oh, Halberd, actually, but it's not a nice place, is it, for your Minos to be?
So I think this is where we see that the move of Kev to put the Mino Lord in front of the Feldjack Ancestor and then was incorrect, and the reason it was incorrect is exactly because of the move that Jack did in response, which was to not charge and to set up this board position.
Yeah. And it forced Kev into a decision where does he have to ignore the giant, in which case the giant might be important later on, or does he go for it, get it, and then get his Minor Lord out of the way? Again, as you were saying before, that creating those decisions where both are wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. And out of the lesser evils, is that the lesser one?
Probably. I mean, I'm not sure how important it is at this point. I guess is more honest. I think what's really interesting though here is that, like I said, the Feldjack Ancestor actually, on sensible dice, actually beats the Mino Lord. So perhaps someone not as experienced as Jack might have taken that charge and gone, oh, well, on average dice, I come out ahead in this combat, I get to kill his general. But I think it's really interesting that even though maybe that fight's in his favor, by declining it, he's set up an even better board position.
Yeah,
so that's
sure.
something for people watching to think about.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So rather than just, I can kill you, so let's take that opportunity, actually looking and seeing if there's even better opportunities than what you've been presented. That's a really good point.
Yeah, and this is where you start seeing the difference between the micro decisions in front of you and what they do in and of themselves, and how that ties into the whole board.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I really like that, actually. Not something I would ever think about. So there you go. Hashtag the difference.
Can I give an update on the Luke Williams versus Tom Clews match? Luke Williams indicated that it was going well for him, and I asked Tom Clews whether he agreed, and his response was, yes, I agree. So it is indeed going well for Luke Williams and UD on the table 3.
We'll go 4 dice silver squares from these boys. Get the man back up. Which one you want? I left you installation with 10 as well.
So we have
go
on. No, yeah,
guys, random comment, not about the game, but I'm appreciating from all the shots that we are going with 3D terrain at this event as well, and painting standards, I believe. So
yeah, it's the painting standards has been a really hot topic actually through a lot of the pods and things like that, and because in terms of standards, it's very, very similar to a lot of events in the 3 colours and based. I think the difference between this one for the Open as well, I believe, is the cohesiveness, and we've touched on it a few times, which is kind of, I guess, is one step up, right, from what the usual thing is, and with 3 colours and base. So that's a really interesting thing. I mean, as we've seen from some of the close-ups as well, it can be noted that we have some of the finest armies on display here. But Kev, no exception, for sure.
Mino's just died.
Oh no! So this is, I mean, super bad. The throwaway unit of the Warriors beat them in combat and overran, and is that game.
So, I think something to think about here as well. Sorry, I'm just going
to
throw something else out for the people on the stream who are trying to learn from this. So what was really clever about this play with these Warriors, because Kev didn't see it and Jack could get the overrun into the side, it was a sacrificial play where if the dice went against Jack, he still gained board position, and if the dice went for him, he got a big advantage in the match. And if you watch the top players, a lot of times people play against top players and they say, oh, he was lucky against me. But if you look at the amount people say that, people say it far too much for it to be just luck. And what's happening is, if over the course of the game, you give yourself lots of chances where bad luck doesn't hurt you and good luck really helps you, you only need one of them. And so one of the things top players do is constantly try and set up those sorts of situations like Jack did there, where bad dice, fine, I've still got a board advantage from the play I made. Good dice, game changing.
Yeah. And is that sort of the difference between going from, all right, I'm going to have an advantage, probably push for a small win, to actually now at this point when the Minotaur brick and Mrs. Mino are gone, the big Minotaur's out the way, this is the chance now that I need to capitalise on for a big win.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, if you keep giving yourself chances, some of those come off, right?
And it's the reliability in what Dan's saying. You know, Jack's creating opportunities here to stabilise or stay ahead in the board. That maybe Kev missed, maybe Kev saw it, couldn't do anything about it and fell for the trap anyway. But Jack doing that is the reason why Jack is at the Masters.
Yeah.
Because his reliability through all the events he's been to has been to get ahead in games, and we saw it earlier with Craig, knowing exactly what he's doing to create chances to stay ahead. Makes it very difficult to shift because you have to outplay someone who is giving you 2 poor options, pick the worst or pick the best of the worst, and at all times they're thinking about how they can stay ahead and how they create chances that we saw with the dice. We're not necessarily going to sit and go, oh, he diced him off. But he put himself in a position where if the dice didn't go well, as Dan's saying, he's up in board position. If the dice did go well, he's now up heavily in the game with the foot down, going for big points now. And that difference isn't a fluke. It's why Jack's at the Masters. It's why Kev's at the Masters. Kev's list puts people in awkward situations and punishes them. Jack's put Kev in an awkward situation here and is now punishing him. Why they're here at this event.
Kev has joined me, and I'll ping the thing this way. In one word, sum up the game that we've been putting on the live stream.
Bollocks, mate.
There we go. So Kev, just taking a bit of a break.
Yeah.
We'll have some drinks tonight.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Kev,
nice glass of wine, Kev.
What did you roll on the Mino break test?
Everyone else has let him down.
We know you tried to communicate with Matty before, but if you want to say anything, now is your time as well.
Matty P sucks.
There we go. It's official.
How are those chariots still fucking there? How have they not killed that thing?
Yeah, he's not best pleased by the Chimera. It's the stubbornness of the Chimera over here. We mentioned it a few times as well.
Shit, I can't kill it. I'm so angry.
So but Kev's really enjoying it though.
Oh, having a great time. Right, I'm going. I hope I was enjoying it.
Yeah, no, it's a great game, mate. It's a great game. He's gone off now. We hope we'll see him again in the rest of the stream, but we will see. We will see. Not best pleased to bring you the headline of that mini interview for you.
That looked like that cheered up you anyway, Matty P. Just a little bit.
That was hard. That was hard, wasn't it? It was harsh.
Out of interest, guys, I don't know what you've got planned for this evening, but I know in previous years, I remember Bad Dice has done an interview with the overnight leader, which could be a really cool interview if you've got time to fit that in later on.
Yeah, I think, have we got any updates on the other battles?
I do. Craig is not looking very happy at all. Ed is looking almost apologetic. Obviously, we've seen Craig get himself out of tight spots before, so I wouldn't like to say anything at this stage. But Craig, when I was watching, he could not roll above a 3, and Ed was not rolling below a 5. And that was
and that's a problem with Demon Aegis.
Yes, demons are particularly susceptible to that.
So, if it continues that way, I think we could be seeing Ed at the top, is what I'm saying now. But whether I'll be right or not, based on what I've seen, is yet to come.
Very interesting. So yeah, no, we do plan on seeing if we can get a few of them before everyone goes off to the pub or the curry, or in Kev's case, more fag breaks than he can need. But we will try and get that with you. As you see, we've got Kev. We had Kev on very, very briefly, and we're hoping to get as many of the players as we can. So that would be really cool. Again, it's been a very, very, very long day. So Matty Paris, well done. Guy, Dan, Tim, Rick, thank you very much for joining us. We'll try and get Jeff now as well while we're talking. A fellow Beast player, but it's looking quite bleak for Mr. Kev, right?
Stonebanks, mate.
However, we are here with Jeff. Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, mate. You?
Yeah, very good. I saw a Jägermeister in your hand.
No, that was not Jägermeister.
Oh, was it?
Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels. Okay. Oh, well, equally as good.
That was a free Christmas present. That was.
Was it?
On the Christmas raffle. So.
Very good. Very good. How's your day been so far?
It's pretty good. I played Kev round 1. That was a lot of fun. It was just a bit of a Mexican standoff, and then eventually when I managed to somehow get a 23-inch charge off from my chariot. Yeah. So he was not very happy.
So a highlight of the day.
I think so. Yeah. So that was a lot of fun, and then round 2. I managed to get Tanker, which, bearing in mind that Hugh said before the start of the tournament, your list is a very good counter for tankers, and then I drew him in the army swap. That was a little bit unfortunate.
That's a shame.
Yeah, because about 12 chariots doesn't go very well into a load of swordmasters.
No.
So I got 5 points out of that, which I think if I'd have been offered that at the start of the tournament, I probably would have been pretty happy with in the army swap.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, in the last game there, Haristo had a raging migraine, so we shook hands and.
Overall, would you have been happy with a 10 from that matchup, or what were your?
I'd have been happy with an 8 from that matchup.
Okay.
To be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. He offered me 13, but I said I don't want to be hard about it. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I think. What is it? 24 units of 23?
4 units of 23.
Yeah.
Some cannons.
So
probably.
Yeah, like what 92 hammers and hold the centre, and a couple of cannons to take off my characters. 10 points is fine. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Fair play.
Fine, yeah.
But enjoying it so far, and looking forward to day 2.
I think so. Yeah, I think it'd be. Just got to try and claw back some points now. I think that leaves me on 31.
Yeah, right.
So I'll be mid to upper half.
Yeah.
I think the games at the top are normally pretty tight as well. So they're probably going to be 15 points clear. But nothing stopping pushing for a podium, right?
No, absolutely.
So,
and I want to apologise for how close I'm having to get with this one.
I know.
I just like
the
it.
chat's loving it.
I just like it. I know.
What can I say? It's the cheesiest car.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. But no, thanks very much for coming, and well played so far, and good luck for day 2.
Thanks very much, mate. I'm going to get a drink.
Yeah, please do.
Cheers, mate.
Right, that was good. See me get close to every single player for the rest of for the next hour and a half. We'll try and go for that. But yes.
And just following up on people's comments about sportsmanship and agreeing scores, fair play to Jeff there, right? That Haristo offered him 13, presumably basically saying, look, if I hide, you get the objective as 13. And he said, well, actually, this is an unfavourable matchup. Let's do 10. Fair play to him.
No, absolutely. An all-round, right? So, granted, Haristo just can't play. He's offered the 13, like we were saying as well, is that actually it's surprising that he hadn't offered it, but he did, and Jeff right back at him. So, I can't say anything bad about this community. They're all a good bunch of blokes, and he likes drinking as well, which would be nice for tonight.
So yeah, chat's enjoying RH World Building's enjoying you two getting very close on the mic there.
We've certainly got to think of a different way, because I'm going to start hugging people, I think, when they come in.
You better not have, as long as you better not have COVID. Lucky Sixes,
well, thankfully I'm completely positive, negative tonight, this morning. So yeah.
Positive attitude, negative testing, right? That's what we want to hear.
Always. It's all in the mind, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at this game, obviously it's coming towards the end of the actual matchup in terms of that. The Chimera is still there, which I know is one of the particular bugbears. We're sort of looking at a big score for Jack, which is what we sort of predicted. I'll say we. It is definitely the royal we in this case.
The royalty.
Yeah. Any sort of things we can see happening that might still spike the matchup and get a few more points for Kev?
Not from my point of view. I mean, I find this one. Admittedly, the coherency thing has meant that most people have got standard bases, which really helps actually for the streaming as well.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Because you've got the white bases of the Warriors there, and Kev's got the brown bases, so that kind of really helps you out to see what's going on a little bit.
I remember, as well as seeing it in real life, but I remember seeing on Twitter a lot of Ed's stuff has these sort of it looks like a marble base with patterns on it, which is really cool. Obviously, Kev's
he told me he did all that.
Yeah. So a lot of the armies are actually on Twitter. Jake's looks fantastic, all in a line. And he was actually saying when I had a brief moment over, he said, "Yeah, I really like how this army looks. It's the first time he's had it cohesive in that regard, and actually the battle line looks even better." So I think, a bit more immersion as well, maybe at this Masters.
It's good. Although I think Kev needs to upgrade his free wood, because he's got a flat wood, but he needs to bring himself a fancy, terrain piece with his army.
Yeah. No, very much.
So I've got one, but when you've got an extra bit of terrain to stick on the board at last minute, I can understand that. That makes things a bit more difficult, doesn't it? And you've got to transport it and all that kind of thing.
I believe Kev's working on a masterful wood, or has been working on a masterful wood, but standing models on it left, right, and centre is difficult. And I think for this event, we're trying to get what he's got for this event painted. So I can't hold it against him because it's an item, but I know that Kev has been or in the past was at least working on a wood for the display purposes of the list as well that suits the rest of the style.
That would look absolute. That would be the finishing touches, wouldn't it? That would be beautiful to see.
And if I'm lying, then he's got to do it now because it's on the internet.
Yeah.
No,
he's
committed. It's going to be sort of like their sort of camp, and they're going to have like butchers, like Minotaur butchers, like chopping up huge sausages.
Very, very nice. I try and do my woods like the one at the top of the board, although the trees have been removed right now. I try and make the trees removable, so you can always, trying to mix the kind of practical, practicality with looks is always a thing in these kind of games, right? So
yeah, absolutely. And no, I think I would say on all of the things, I know you can't see it right now, and maybe some of the Hyper-G shots will show it as well, but the terrain looks pretty cool, and Jordan's done a really good job of getting the terrain on the most part.
Yeah, it's
up to
excellent.
scratch.
Yeah, because it's not just this table as well. When we've seen on the roving camera reporter, we've seen good stuff looking on all the tables, looking very nice.
I switched to Hyper-G at the wrong moment there. It was watching back rather than looking at it. So yeah.
Sorry.
We've seen a few of the last dice rolls. The wild horns succumb to the warriors, which as expected, right?
Yeah, and it looks like the chariots have died without finishing the chimera. So a moment's silence for them.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll particularly hurt Kev.
In
that
looks
way.
like it's going from bad to worse.
Yeah.
I have an update on the Hugh versus Ali match. Ali is looking to go to the pub very soon as a result of the big orc unit failing a rerollable 9 discipline test and running off, followed by the next biggest unit of orc failing a rerollable 8 and running off the board, and then another unit of orcs, I think he's only got 3, failing a 7 rerollable discipline test and rolling off the board.
Oh man!
So
well, there we go. Discipline.
Yeah.
I saw a thread on the forum a few days ago saying discipline doesn't matter anymore. There you go. It does.
Oh,
Discuss.
if you should come to the Orc and Goblin forum, mate. You'll hear the other side of that.
Yeah.
This is the thing, right? Everyone wants discipline to matter, but they want it to matter for everyone else.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's particularly cruel. But yeah, it looks like in that one, Ali going down hard as well. So yeah, really interesting in terms of the things. If we have a quick look, if I can do it, at the Tawny Keeper thing. This is before any other results other than Haristo Jeff 1 comes in. If Ed does get a big win here, that it depends how big the win is. It's not looking good for Craig, but as Dan said, that could mean he only gets a 10. So if he does get a big win, that puts Ed pole position and looking very nice.
Yeah, particularly if the Tanker Mikey game is pretty flat.
Yeah, so that would be interesting, Hyper-G, if we can get an update on that game as well and see if that's... we've still got over an hour, so still a fair amount of time for things to drastically change, especially towards the end of most of these games. But yeah, seeing how the Mikey versus Tanker game goes would be an interesting thing to see, if Ed can capitalise and get a bit of a lead. And that'd be nice for you, Matty, seeing your captain... and Tim, actually.
Well, yeah, we'd be delighted to see that, wouldn't we, Tim? Ed's certainly got it in him. Yeah, I'd be really excited to see that. It's an interesting list he's got as well.
Yeah.
So I think.
I
think Hyper-G is at the Craig versus table, so Ed table. So if we see that, you see Ed getting quite. If you could turn it the other way up. Maybe I don't. Perfect. There we go. And it is a little bit of surrounding from the demons. There's not a lot of Craig left on the board, it seems. Little bits here and there.
Do you want to put that on the full stream as well, so the viewers can see that?
Yeah, that should be on the stream as well.
There we go. Oh, it's coming up now. Great stuff. Wow, the lag is real on my stream. Yeah.
Oh, it is. From when we're actually, it's about 15 seconds, I think. So apologies for that for anybody coming. What about the Mr. Hyper G? What about the Craig versus thing, which is just next to it? So a lot of stuff still on the table, sort of turned into a different ends, basically. So a lot of edging, I would imagine. Yeah, careful.
Yeah, easy.
It's been a long day, okay?
It's been a long day. We're getting some energy.
Yes. So yeah, a lot of.
There's some beautiful models there as well. My goodness.
Oh no, like
I'm liking the painting there.
Really, really good. And yeah, still lots on the board though in this one, and going forward. I quite like Mikey's ghost themes that he brings out as well for the VC. Really cool. But yeah, so looks like, as you said, a fairly flat game by all accounts at this point, but we do have an hour left. So Ed looking to really get a bit of a lead. What we'll do is this one sort of come into a bit of an end in this game. It looks like the giant is being a little bit surrounded by the Chimera. Oh, the Chimera's gone. Oh, that's good. That's a moral victory. Is that? Mr. Mino looks like he's just seeing it out and just staying out of the way now and just sulking a bit in the corner.
Right, I did wonder if that was his only option, was to get Mr. Mino back into the action somehow, but he's been pulled out of the centre and not making a huge impact.
Yeah, it looks like Kev is just trying to preserve as many points now as possible, so that it's as small a win as it can be.
Yeah, I think the other thing is the Mino can't really force an engagement against the remaining warriors. It can't really. There's nothing it can trap.
Yeah.
Right.
So you risk giving up the points without gaining anything. Whereas in other situations, if the warriors list was perhaps a bit blockier, then there'd be things even at this stage of the game that maybe the Mino Lord could trap and try and chase down.
Yeah. Those wild horns that have ambushed and come on, obviously one lot have been polished off by the warriors. Can they do anything? Can they get out the way? What are they sort of looking at now?
I mean, it looks like the Chosen Knights are staring at them, which I don't think is going to go well for them.
Yeah. No, that's... I mean, dice, right?
Wow. Some extreme dice needed, I would guess. Yeah, these mop-up stages, when these games swing and you just see these mop-up stages, there's not too much you can play for, I guess. If you're the one being mopped.
Yeah. So during this mop up, and while we've still got a little bit of time left, I think I'm going to go over to some of the lineups that we've done. I hope you've been enjoying it. If you've been with us all day, fair play. You've done very, very well. But if you've seen some of these, we've got a video of them separately as well. Have a look at them. It's a good bit of fun, if nothing else. So we're going to go to who should we do? Should we do Kev's one? Let's do Kev. Let's cheer him up maybe with a lineup of his own from in the style of Match of the Day.
Kev Stonebanks shot to stardom last year with the release of his nudist calendar. However, the latter part of the year saw it shouted down as being a fake, somewhat reducing the impact it had on the crowd. In response, the Paired Weapon Podcast superstar turned instead to air guitar, and are we glad to see it. But enough of all that, we have a team focus to talk about. Hang on, what on earth is this, Kev? Is this a 5-5-1-2-1 formation? Someone get Kev on the phone. His agent has really done it this time. Kev's appearance at the Masters last year was akin to seeing that team you've never heard of getting promoted to the top league, with every little bit of success leaving a nice warm fuzzy feeling. This year he brings a giant in goal with a beer barrel. We can see how success has gone to his head. There's a couple of interesting choices from Mr. Stonebanks, and having a soft spot for the Razor Tusk herd means we couldn't possibly disagree. Looking like all he needs is an air guitar, the Briar Beast is another one who wasn't expected. However, when interrogated on the subject, Kev simply replied that they were so cheap that it was worth a punt. Matty P, eat your heart out. Mongrel Raiders can hardly be relied on in defence, but when you've got a flat back 10, it might not matter. Another couple of entries into Super Sub territory. Kev will be looking to make a double change at just the right moment, and with the numbers on their side as well, it'll give him a good chance. Here we go, as Lucky Sixes would say, Minotaurs. In some ways, we didn't see enough of these last year, so Kev doubles their number and tries again. Whether they will house their beloved character duo for long, or at all, remains to be seen. Raid! 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 I'm sorry, I got distracted. Perhaps this is why there's a Razor Tusk herd at fullback, because one of them had to pull this chariot into the wing slot. We all know I'm talking out of my ass, it's just about the hunting horn. Mr. and Mrs. Mino, they deserved a picture separately, but considering Kev broke all the financial fair play awards with his formation, they'll just have to settle for being inseparable. Mr. Mino strikes fear into the hearts of most defenders, it's easy to see why. Mrs. Mino, on the other hand, may be slightly less of a beast, but only slightly. Which one of this partnership made in heaven is Kev, and which one is Matty P? You decide. 5 gargoyles can't compare to a picture of the most iconic couple in the 9th Age. We move on. Just so Jeff Keeling didn't get the only pair of ambushing longhorns at the tournament, Kev calls this his opening bid. This could escalate into a war that only a non-league team with the next big thing on their books could possibly enjoy. Finally, a soothsayer sporting the seed of the Dark Forest. Well, it's one kind of seed. Moving past the outright cheating with the formation, Kev definitely has the hearts of the fans when he comes to the table. But just in case he needs a bit of extra motivation, didn't Matty P say something about finishing above him in most of the events last year? You're welcome, Matty. Back to you in the studio, boys. We have breaking news for you with this next one, folks. We have been told that Jack Payne has recently stepped down from Team England, and we have the reason. It's... Hang on, that just says insert reason here. Well, that's not breaking news. On with the team focus. Another 4-3-3 approach. As is tradition, Warriors know what they do, and considering last year's second-placed Masters finisher has been drawn to face off with last year's winner in round 1, they'll need to get on with it quickly. Exalted Heralds sit in one of many camps. You like them, you don't. You take them, you don't. Jack has brought one. With the newfound tax on legendary beasts, Jack looks for his captain choice to rally a demoralised army into moving into the new year with a different approach. Poor Kev thought he'd see the end of the Lust Warriors. He hasn't. Assuming he draws Jack at some point, that is. Or possibly other warrior lists. A centre-back pairing that everyone knows about now. You can expect a few yellow cards from these two, as opposing strikers look to wind them up at every opportunity. Jack's last press appearance left reporters bemused when he refused to answer the question about whether giants are crap or not. 2 tribal war spears and 5 rounds of Masters later, maybe we'll ask him the question again. Poor chimeras, they don't have much love these days, not even getting to use their wings on most occasions anymore. However, they've taken not being included in the Champion League squad of legendary beasts remarkably well, and look to these 2 flanking monsters to do whatever they can to stick it up to the doubters. Jack goes with 5 chosen knights as his centre brick. No one blames him. This unit just never underperforms, except for that League Cup third round match against Stalybridge that we're not allowed to talk about anymore. Insert a number of your choosing for how legendary this beast is. He'll be aiming to keep as quiet as possible while also smashing as many opposing units as he can. Is a turn 1 charge on the cards for Jack's gigantic beastie. An interesting choice of 9 barbarian horsemen that this reporter just can't put his finger on. But that could be because he's down at 80 in the rankings, so the less said about that, the better. Evocation isn't a surprising choice here. Oh, and look at that. Whatever he's seen in the sky must be his crystal ball. How he can tell it from everyone else's, I just don't know. Jack knows what he's doing with warriors, whereas other veteran Masters generals have swayed into different armies. Last year he was the bridesmaid. Will this year be the wedding of the dark gods for Jack?
And there you have it, some of the lineups. Thanks particularly to Hyper-G for doing them. They've been a lot of fun. And we're on the back on the table, and we've just seen it. I don't know whether you just saw it as a stream. The other Longhorns are gone from the Chosen Knights. To be expected, I'm afraid to say. Mr. Mino's still out the way, just watching as his army crumbles. And there is the handshake. Unlucky Kev, but perhaps the writing was on the wall from an early point.
So, are we sure that when the Mino star broke, it broke on a rerollable 9?
Don't know about
goodness.
that. Yeah,
Don't
know the actual
know.
things. It would have been. It potentially
probably
wouldn't have
wasn't
been.
Steadfast.
Yeah.
It potentially wouldn't have been 9.
I know that the Warriors lost. The Warriors are, as you can see them, so they lost 4 in their number. They must
Yeah, so I see. I don't think they were breaking Steadfast though. So.
I think they killed 1 Mino, which meant they would have only
Yeah.
had 2 in the back, which means the Minos didn't have more than these guys, so they would have broken Steadfast by going.
Okay, well in that case that was fairly standard.
So I think I don't think it
The
was
Mino Lord was possibly too far away to be passing on his discipline as well.
Possibly, yeah. So and even then it would have been an 8, maybe a 7. Still fairly unfortunate, you'd say, and I don't think many people would bet on those Warriors breaking the Minos in 1 round. But as Dan pointed out, I guess it's the luck when it spikes for you in that sort of way.
Well, like you said, you've got to give yourself chances, haven't you? You know, if you create opportunities to be lucky, yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So that is the end of that. Obviously, they're doing the count up now and having a probably a bit of a debrief as well. In terms of our point of view, seeing that we probably the Mino Lord's still around, probably 18 plus. Would we dare to say 19?
Would it be possible to get the tripod over to the Ed Craig game for the last half hour?
So I think for viewers that are still with us for the mains, we should say, guys, what a fantastic thing. We've had 20 plus throughout the whole day. Amazing support, guys, from people watching. I know we've had, I think our peak was about 40 as well. So really, really fantastic. Cheers for joining in. Cheers for commenting as well. Thanks, obviously, to you guys. I know Dan has to go fairly soon, so let us know, Dan, when you do. And we just want to say thank you for coming. And thanks to all our guests, really.
Welcome. Thanks for having us. Just one interesting thing that you guys talked about earlier, why you've got the screen that you've got showing the secondary points.
Yes.
And the importance and why some people don't like the agreed shaking hands. Looking at this, you've got, I think, Hristo and Jeff agreeing a large volume of secondary points on their score submission.
Sure.
And whether or not that shakes up the leaderboard later in the day on tiebreakers and things, which is difficult to do on an agreed score, even though they talked about how they think the game would have ended up and what goes on. But obviously, if they just nil it, then they penalise themselves for having instead agreed score. So that's another reason stacked in the column of why I don't particularly like it.
a fair comment, and again, I think I can't remember who said it, but that is really hard for someone to judge because you can't leave it solely down to the players to decide that, could you? So as a TO, that's when perhaps things get a little bit tricky for you to decide and actually do it accurately.
Sure.
It looks like on the other, I'll take the Tawny Keeper down for a second. Hyper-G is over on one of the tables.
That's Jake's.
That's
sure,
Jake's one.
yeah.
Hyper-G, if you could go over to Ed versus Craig, that would be really useful. So just seeing, we'll sort of, and he's doing a really good job of keeping it as still as possible. So well done on that front. We'll stick with this as much as possible while we go through the things, but yeah, a big
looks like Craig's doing his nut.
yeah, if only we had sound, but maybe we shouldn't. I think is the thing there.
Keeping it PG.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so there's a lot of sixes on that dice, I think, so it's interesting on itself.
A break test then.
Yeah, probably right. You're probably right.
Maybe he's casting something.
Has he got thaumaturgy? No, he hasn't.
That big guy. To be honest, this guy just rolled.
We're getting some Aristo coming through there, is that? Tell that accent.
No, it's I'm very close to some of the other tables, so apologies if you get any things through, but it is what it is.
That looks like that might well be the most unfair fight of the day. Did you see that Greater Demon there fighting the single rat tonight? It was, that's gonna be a tough day. Tough day at the office for that young lad.
On that point,
the snacks.
That fight between the Dread Knight and the Demon Prince or whatever the Demon whatever it is. The sixes that you saw Craig rolling were 4 6-up armor saves to keep the Dread Knight alive. The problem being that him staying alive is actually bad for Craig because it means that the demon can reform in Craig's turn and then charge in Ed's following turn. So and then obviously Craig immediately followed it up with 2 more sixes, which was a failed fear test. So Craig rolled sixes in a row,
I'd just like to point out to the viewers that Staff and Tom have got a trough full of crisps.
It's surprising it's still here, actually. We need to polish it off in the last hour. But yes.
So is this right? That Rick is eating pate and wine, and I've got Dr. Pepper and a box of crisps.
The class could not tell more. You're right.
I appreciate a good crisp, okay, but I mean, just not right now. It's not streaming food. That's the trouble. You eat crisp on a stream and all you hear is crunching, whereas you can eat cheese on a stream and no one knows about it, right? You see, it's all part of the plan.
I'll get a really big crisp. Oh, Kev's here now. He's come to join me. I've got to get in close
thanks.
as well. So, Kev, give us
Kev,
a bit of
Kev, I've got a question for Kev.
His army is just too quick and refuses to die, and mine loves to die.
Well, there you go. Matty has a question for you. Matty, if you ask the question, I'll relay it.
Hey, Kev, are you having fun, buddy?
He says, are you having fun, buddy?
Yes, of course I am.
That's the main thing.
He always is. Oh, he's been given an earpiece, so I don't have to get so close. I'll do with the mic.
Technology.
Hey, Kev, how are you, man?
I'm all right. I need you here, Matt. I need a hug.
Well, buddy, do you know what? I'm sending you virtual hugs right away because, oh, mate, when the Mino star pops, someone's actually put in the chat, cheer up, Matt, and I'm like, no.
How the fuck? I hate Lost Warriors. It's bent.
And Chimeras, right?
Yeah, Chimeras. They're a lot better than I thought they were.
Yeah, how come that Chimera didn't go down under the chariots? I'd have thought you'd have gone straight over the top of that.
I thought I would. And even after combat, I thought, Longhorn on the chariots and all the piggy attacks, they'd do it, man. But no, I just couldn't roll the hit. That's all.
Right. So a couple of chimeras in the list, then, is it?
Yeah, like they're really good. I can't stop them. They're too quick. Oh, I should have just castled up in a corner, but what's the point?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the guys, to be fair, were saying it was a fairly bad matchup from your point, and what you would have to do to sort of push the game, which was interesting. So, do you feel like, other than cornering up, do you feel like there are any other options for you?
Not against Warriors. Just too good. Look, me ambushers do nothing. I should have just shoved them in a corner.
Okay.
Should have shoved them here and been like, I'm not playing this game.
Yeah.
He's going to hide from you.
Fair enough. Well, I'd say, sum up your day one.
Could be better.
Could be better. Okay. And day two will be.
It will be, yes.
So,
I'm sure. I'm fucking on for the spoon at the moment, though.
Hey, well, there could be worse things, I think.
I suppose so.
Yeah. But no, say thanks for joining us on that, and yeah, good luck for game 2 if I don't see you.
Alright then, thank you. I hope everyone enjoyed that.
Very much so, very much so. We really do.
Were they slagging me off?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing more than slagging me off. Yeah. No, yeah, good fun from Kev, a really, really good sport, so thanks for coming on. Yeah, so we're going to send Hyper-G back to the tables where we can.
Hyper-G, can you do me a favour? Can you find Josh and see if he's drinking any crapples yet?
Crapples, yeah. Where are the crapples? We'll see if we can go over to that.
There it is.
Pin that in.
And on crapples, I'm going to call it there, guys, and leave you to wrap up the round.
Yes.
And wrap up the day.
No, thanks very much, Tim, for coming on. We really appreciate it, especially through the content as well, being able to see the live stream and pop on just out of the blue, which is amazing. So thank you very much for your expert opinion.
If you're around tomorrow, Tim, jump on, buddy.
I'm not sure my partner points are going to qualify for tomorrow, so assume not. Enjoy the day, and I will catch the coverage best I can with wherever I'll be. But well done, guys. Great work today.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks, eh?
Catch you later.
Take it easy. Dan, are you a similar boat?
Yeah, I was going to say I'll scoot as well. But yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for having me on. It's been really fun. I don't know about tomorrow, whether I'll be able to jump on at all, but I'll keep an eye on the YouTube and send someone a message if I can jump on.
Yeah, no, that's great. I say thanks very much for your chat, and it's really nice to have you on the stream. And I think it's the first time for the YouTube channel as well. So thanks, and here's to more in the future.
Yeah, excellent. Right, well, have a good one tonight, guys, as well.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, thanks to our guests. Rick, you okay to stay with us for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm going to stay with you for a little bit. It's interesting watching this one out. So yeah, while the band's still playing, I'll be here, basically.
Yeah. No, this is a really good angle from Hyper-G because we get to see both those games, really, as much as possible. We will get a close-up of Craig versus Ed later on, but I think this is a good point. Okay, good point to sort of look at both armies and both tables and stuff. It looks like
Tanker. Is Mikey dancing, or does he need the toilet?
Maybe both. We'll see later. If he's doing that in the club later, then that's his dance. But we will see. It looks like a fair amount is still on the board. You've got a Swordmaster's unit for sure, the Spear unit, and a Queen's Guard at the back. Obviously, that means from Tanker's point of view, all characters are probably okay. If we go to the left of that thing, so the other side of Tanker, there are 3 bolt throwers on the side here, which I thought was really interesting. They're not dead; they're actually just placed there. So I guess with deployment, I would assume that Tanker went second and put them there for, come at me if you want, but 3 bolt throwers are going to shoot you every single turn when you do. Excuse me. It looks like another Swordmaster, a slightly depleted Swordmaster unit are there as well. So not a lot has been killed from Tanker's point of view. From Mikey's point of view, he's got a lot of stuff still on the board, a lot of trays. I'd say it looks like Tanker's edging it. I would say if there's still that many elves on the board at this point, I'd say is in favour of Tanker, but obviously not sure, and we'll get an update exactly on that. But yeah, really interesting to see there. I guess previous England captain versus new England captain as well, which is
it's a bit of an England ETC skipper off, isn't it? There, you know, I just love watching the really top players play as well, because it's the speed at which they play as well, isn't it? You know, that they just they know the rules, they know what each other person's thinking, and it's really great to see them play. To be honest, you know.
It'd be interesting if Hyper-G could find out what round they are, so how long they've got. We've got about 40 minutes left of the round, so seeing what turn they're on would be interesting. And then going over to the Craig versus Ed game, and seeing they're going getting a bit close, and seeing what we're doing there.
Oh, do you know what? I think that was Warren. I haven't seen Warren at a tournament for ages.
Yeah, it was Warren. He's back. Obviously had a kid quite recently as well. Congrats to Warren.
Yeah, congratulations, Warren. Get him to give us a wave.
Yeah, we will in a sec. But in this one, obviously it looks a bit of a central thing. Demons seem to be getting their heads up, and top as well. So yeah, like Dan was saying earlier, a bit flatter with Craig versus Mikey. Mikey versus Tanker, and then a bigger score probably in the other game. While Hyper-G races towards me, as you can see on the camera, I'll turn to the table because it's a bit nicer. Hyper-G, what are we at?
Craig says it will be a 20 to Ed.
Okay.
But they are still carrying on at the moment. So
okay, right.
It looks like Luke Williams is closing in on an 18-2 victory over Tom Clues. No points score for Hugh versus Ali, but Hugh is very much on top. I think that's about as much as I know.
What round were Mikey versus Tanker? Do you know?
I'll find that out.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I mean, if that is the case, let's go on absolutes, shall we? If Craig takes a big loss, obviously that's a big shock. I don't think anybody would ever put him down
that's massive.
For a shock.
Yeah, that's massive.
Matchup wise, it'd be interesting to hear what he thought of the matchup in the first place, Demons versus Dread Elves. I guess what we heard and what we saw earlier on is that Ed played his early game really well, and that put Craig in a corner, which not many people do. So something to commend him on.
Yeah, it won't surprise you to know that the Scotland team chat's going bananas.
Hmm.
I bet. Yeah, and
talking about the speed of play though, Lucky Sixers, you're saying these top players can play these games very quickly. But the one thing I've noticed here as well, that the ones we're watching on table one, they were even faster. Both games kind of went, immediately straight into it. And do you think maybe there's a bit of pressure on those players, thinking they're on stream and all that kind of stuff? Or
quite possibly, and that's one thing I'm really keen to get some questions and answers on how the coverage affects people, and it will affect people differently, as I'm sure you know as well with the stuff that you do.
I've done it in video gaming, and I personally usually. Well, it depends on the game. I like being on stream when it's in real life, weirdly, but when it's an online thing, I don't know what it is.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That is, I definitely think it's a factor. I think it might also, a few people have said it, Haristo being one, it might be a factor in there being no dropouts whatsoever from the top 16 this year.
Yeah,
I know that
people want to get their time to shine.
Yeah, so people want to be here, which is really cool. Maybe it is. I think there's an element of those games that we saw, Craig versus Warriors. Let's take the players out. If we have Warriors versus Dread Elves, tends to be a punch up anyway, and punch up if people both want to get into combat, that's going to end up finishing earlier anyway. Beast Herds versus Warriors, there's no shooting hardly at all on either side, so that might be a factor. Whereas the first game we saw High Elves, who don't really want to, as you can see from this, don't want to engage early, don't want to commit anything early. They want to, especially this list and especially Tanker's list, wants to get as much range damage in as possible throughout the whole game and for as long as possible, and then commit the Swordmasters. It turned out that Ali had to force it a little bit and saw his opportunity to force it when he had that flank charge on the on the Lancers, but still, it was interesting. High elves don't technically, especially this list with 20 Queensguard, right, don't want to be in combat if they can help it.
Yeah. So maybe just the fact of the matches we happen to see then, basically, what you're saying.
Yeah. I haven't. I say apart. There's been no other games that have finished before the streams. Maybe it is the stream, maybe it is the matchups, but it'll be interesting to hear for sure. This one, to be fair, after we're saying it's been a bit of a standoff, seems to be getting going as well. So there's a bit more. It looks like the ghasts. So those models in the middle, I think, are the 8 ghasts, are going against the spear unit. It seems, which is probably the best matchup for the ghasts rather than the swordmasters as well. The ghouls look to be chaffing the swordmasters, so I think Craig's perhaps going for a bit of a play here to get the swing the game from maybe a small win either side to a bigger win his side, or a loss to a win, which is really interesting to see, and I think is in Mikey's locker, right?
No, Well, are we heading towards that possible 9th Age staff battle at some point? Because if Mikey does pull this one out well, and it doesn't look too sure what's happening there, it looks quite close.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think what we'll do is we'll leave Hyper G on the table for a little bit longer, just to soak up what's happening, and then maybe get him back for a review of what we are looking at in maybe 5 minutes' time. So maybe we'll let him absorb what's going on, and he can come back and tell us and summarise what we've been watching, basically. In fact, we'll do that now. He's racing his way. You can tell.
Oh, hold on, that was Tony Hale.
Yeah, absolutely. See who can spot on the way back. But we'll stick with him, and we'll stick with the crisps, I think, in our setup. But yeah, what's going on, Mr. Hyper G?
Bottom of Mikey's 5. So bottom of 5, basically, Mikey's turn.
Yeah.
So Mikey's declared a fair few charges, Gus getting into 1 unit Swordmasters, while the ghouls chaff another unit Swordmasters, which is pretty much exactly what Lucky Six has just said not so long ago.
No, good. It's good that I'm getting it.
Yeah, so obviously I can't be here on camera, so let me know where you want me to be.
No, I think do that, go there for another player turn, and then come back.
Yeah, in the other game, Craig versus Ed, there really isn't a lot that Craig's got on the table.
Yeah.
So that looks like a conclusion, pretty much. It's really hard to tell what's going on between Mark Greenstill and Jake Courtine, though. Literally, just there's so much going on that I couldn't tell what's going on.
No, thanks for thanks for that update, and we'll get another one on the way. We'll sit with his camera because otherwise it's just dead table. But yeah, it's thanks again. Good crisps, by the way. We're nearly there. We've got 31 minutes. I'm pretty sure we'll polish it off. Don't worry, chat. What we'll say as well, while he's sort of still watching that table, getting back the setup for it, we do have a competition running as well that we've been running all the way through the Masters coverage. Also, all the other podcasts and things have been delightful enough to play it as well. We're going to play that for you now, and if you do have do get a chance, please enter, because we've got loads of awesome prizes, and including some money off vouchers and things like that as well, on top of what you're just about to see. So do get involved in the competition. We've got about 20 people already vying for it. We're going to leave it open for maybe another week or so before we do the review video. So yeah, take a look at this and get involved. Hi guys, it's me, Lucky Sixes from Proxy Table Gaming.
And me, Maddie P from the Paired Weapons Podcast.
The Masters competition is back. For your chance to win a selection of these prizes, including gaming accessories, 3D print vouchers, the Breach introduction game, and commissions from the Gobbo, simply answer this question. Which army was placed at the top of the latest tier list, released in December 2021? Was it Orcs and Goblins,
Demon Legions,
or Beast Herds?
To enter, simply send your answer to the following email address: pairedweaponpodcast@gmail.com. That's the pairedweaponpodcast@gmail.com. Don't forget to include your name, contact details, and your answer. check out the Masters Review Show on the Proxy Table Gaming YouTube channel shortly after the tournament itself.
Thanks to all our partners and sponsors.
And good luck.
See you later. So there we go, a decent competition, lots of prizes, and we're going to send, as you can see on the stream, send Hyper-G back to the table for some goodness while we talk over it. So that would be cool. Yeah, what we'll do, as Matt said off stream, we'll get some more people for a chat if we can. I'll get close up and personal, as seems to be the case.
Very
at the
close.
minute. Yeah, it's good. It's not something I imagined before the weekend, but hey, it's a perk. Yeah, nonetheless.
People giving shout outs to Tim and Dan in the chat, and I'd like to echo that. That was really nice to chat to those guys.
Yeah,
I've chatted to Dan a little bit on the forum before, but not in sort of in person, so to speak. So that was really cool, and yeah, brilliant insights from those guys. It's exactly what you need.
Yeah, it's
not this newbie chat from me, but
no, it's all we've got. As we said, we've got all walks of life coming in, and that's the whole point of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So it's amazing to have anybody's support. So thank you guys, and thanks to Shane as well, also that we had on the commentary.
Shane, only crossed over him briefly.
Yes, yeah, very brief. So yeah, it's been really good. Looking at the tournament, Ed going, let's say it's 20. Puts him on 53 out of 60. That is not a bad day.
Very nice. Not bad at all, is it?
No, I mean that's brilliant. That's brilliant. And given that just gives him options, doesn't it? I mean, he can start playing to not lose now. It's just so deployable. The deployment phase is so important, and I think Ed has stumbled. Well, not stumbled, because that would imply that it's not cognizant, because he's a thinker. He thinks about this a lot, and the deployment is so important that essentially he said, "All right, fine, I won't actually deploy. I'll wait till the whole thing's down and then I'll deploy." And having all of that strike potential as well, because he can drop for first. And then still position his killer units.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's an absolute masterstroke. I really do.
Yeah, no,
it's kind of like what Dan was talking about with the Ranger block, with the redeployment item. It's and the Vanguard banner.
Yeah.
They can just you can put them where. You can put them wherever your opponent.
And those sorts of lists and those sorts of thinking about it catches people out.
A very powerful option. And one of the most interesting things that Dan's taught me is actually a real life military metaphor that in effect what's important is force concentration, not necessarily force projection, but concentration of it into a given point. And therefore, bouncing characters around and into a unit suddenly turns that unit into a machine. Whereas, with the demons, the greater demons do that on their own. And the Scourge in particular, obviously.
Yeah, and I say I'll put briefly put Ed's list up while we're talking about it. It's just so much Dark Hide.
It's very, very mobile as well. I mean, what isn't Dark Hide just gets dropped in the middle, and then if needs be, it can run one way or the other.
Yeah, and obviously we've got the Eidolons that aren't Dark Hide but are Scout by their nature anyway. And then there was a talk about the Hellhounds not taking a free upgrade as well. So he's doing it and hampering himself.
Yeah, he's doing it with one arm tied behind his back, isn't he? So it's
Yeah, so really interesting list, and say away from the norm, and fair play to him. Very cool to see that doing well. Looking at, we'll go to I've explained Tanker's list quite a lot, but we haven't really touched upon Mikey's too much.
Oh, don't do that, mate. I'll have to let you deal with that.
No, please. So, in terms of that, we've got some stuff going on. Those gas are one of the main ones, but the spawn as well are going to be quite important. I'd say probably Mikey's done well at this point to actually stay in it very much so, and have so much on the board. High elves tend to, with this much shooting, vampire spawn and flaming shooting, gas, wouldn't hang around for long, even with the heals. So Mikey's sort of done well to prolong the game quite a bit. I'll take it off because we've got it on. We're talking about it on the stream as well. But with that much shooting and not much in the way of shooting to return, I think Mikey's done really, really well. I think this list is almost designed for killing this vampire army. So I think it's done. I think a lot of props has to go to Mikey.
Yeah, well, he's a good player. He knows what he's doing. I mean, his magic setup is brutal. Blood magic just means he can be single dicing stuff. And, you know, I mean, Ghasts are good, but Ghasts buffed up are just absolutely brutal. You know, and Mikey knows what he's doing. He plays the game. You know, I mean, he gets all the synergies going. And I mean, when he surges late game, and what we're seeing at the moment here is this classic late game surge, and you know, he could still win this. He could still really make a dent here in Tanker's Dough.
Yeah, I think so. I think we were going into turn 6. It sounded like I think this is Mikey's 5th. Yeah, literally anything could happen on the turn, and that's a really interesting. I think that happens quite a lot in a lot of games as well. There's not a lot of things decided before turn 5, and there can be plays that get you, like Hail Marys, as Dan alluded to earlier, that actually swing the battle completely.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's shoving the court up on the side as well. I mean, maybe he's left it a little bit late. I don't know, but you know, obviously we haven't seen the game develop. But you know, it's very traditional for Mikey to swing in from a flank. You know, he's that's kind of his sort of, you know, calling card, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, seeing this, I mean, we know Haristo's looking at the back of the table. We know Craig. Let's say Craig gets 0 points, which is a rarity. He's on 36. Haristo's going to stay on 33. Jeff's going to stay on 31. Edward goes up to 53. Potentially, what's that? That makes it a 17-point gap between him and Craig, which is insane anyway. Tanker, let's say he gets 12 points. Based on the thing, I have no idea how it's going to go, but let's say he gets 12, goes on to about 40, 42. Mikey goes on to about 30, 32, so around the same sort of mark as Haristo and that. Someone needs to come up with a big win. A couple of big wins, don't they, to really get towards Ed? If that, okay, 17 points, maybe, let's say 10 points clear with day 2 coming up. That's not a bad place to be.
No, it's a very, very, very good place to be. I can't see that. I mean, Ed's not a drinker anyway, but I imagine he won't be out on the beers tonight.
Yeah.
He'll be tucked up nice and early, I would have thought. Because he's in a very strong position here, and as I said earlier, he's got the sort of list that, you know, he might decide if he's got enough, you know, clear blue water between him and the field, he might start playing avoidance. At which point, you know, the demons can still hit you from distance, still pick up 11 9s, 12 8s, you know, force you to take risks and then pick you off. You know, Ed is sitting in a very, very good position here at the moment, and unless someone submarines like mad out of the middle of the pack, which is always a possibility, you know, I think Ed's sitting in the chair.
I mean, let's not forget as well, not only is Ed in a good position table-wise, he's already played Mikey, I think, and Craig. Right, so I mean, you'd imagine at some point that means he'll come up against Tanker, because Tanker's doing all right, especially if he gets a win. I mean, bar maybe Hugh or Jake, who are a lot further down the table than they perhaps would have liked. He's played all the big boys already.
Oh yeah. You know, I mean, to be fair, if you play Craig and table him,
you might deserve to win the event, right?
That's it. The double master, yeah. I mean, what I would say, if we're bringing it back and being objective, I don't think demons like this high elf list. I think the high elf list having so much shooting from so much range, there's only if they deploy right, I don't think there's much the demons can do to actually force the game. And then when they do, they've got 2 units of 23 swordmasters. So I think. I don't think that's a good matchup for demons on it. Be pleased to be wrong if the chat want to say whether they think that matchup, because this is probably a likely round 4 or round 5 matchup is that Ed is going to play
Yeah.
tanker at some point. I think both of them will be looking at each other's lists and saying, how do I beat that? How do I work that? Queen's Guard are insane. 20 strength 4 shots hitting on 2s to start off with is insane.
Wow. Wow.
So then get that in the Essence of War. You think Flame
Yeah,
Wardens
no.
are bad? We've got an update as well.
Just to bear in mind with the Mikey tanker game, we believe Mikey has won the objective. So if points are close, bear in mind that Mikey has won the objective, we believe. That's people watching. So
Okay, so the sneaky feeling is that he's won the objective, Mikey. So that puts him in favour of that. So perhaps it's going to be 11-9 either way. We think. By the looks of the board, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big win. I think that's safe to say for Craig.
Unless it suddenly swings.
Unless there's a big swing, unless someone gets it. We're just looking at Luke's army there. Very, very nice UD army. Interesting colour scheme as well. I approve of the colour scheme in blue base with all the snakes and stuff like that. That's really cool. We'll see if we can. Obviously, we've got Best Painted coming up tomorrow as well to look forward to. So we'll definitely get a bit of those, a better shot of those armies as much as possible. But very interesting.
And the chat's saying that highborn elves are overpowered.
Yes.
That's what
Absolutely.
This goes back to our last Essence of War tournament where the highborn elves did win it with a certain pilot, Lucky Sixes, at the helm of the highborn elves patrol, proving they were so good that it was very well played.
Could win it. Yeah.
Very well played, but you did the classic thing that you got your elves nerfed, didn't you? So
I did, yeah.
Eventually,
I'm not sure there was many eyes from the executive board looking at the Essence of War tournament for.
We're the executive board of Essence of War,
exactly,
so you know.
Exactly. So, but yes,
it's me and you.
But yeah, no. So that was good. I say high elves are very good, and this is probably, I mean, not your absolute typical list, because you'd say a few Phoenixes could go in there, but it's one of the lists that you get some background noise. It's very cool. It's going to do so much damage, and one of the play styles that I think high elves do really, really well.
I've got a question. I should have asked this one earlier. Really, it's a bit of a deep one. Really, I should have asked Dan Thomas and Tim to comment on it. But like we're talking earlier, that certain players have a kind of play style that they're known for, and I was saying that Che wanted to play more of a smash style, and that perhaps Kev likes to play a very aggressive style as well, and things like that. Whereas we've got players like, say, Tanker, that I've heard, they've got a wide variety of styles that they're able to bring, depending on the list and maybe the situation, things like that.
Sure.
And it reminded me, there's a thing in fighting games where it's saying that a play style is actually a bad thing, right? You actually want to be known not for a play style, but that you can do everything, right? That's so almost
sure.
It's cool. It's cool from a flavor perspective that players are known for certain things. That's very interesting. But I think to be maybe the top players, that being known for a play style could be a bad thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, mixing it up, and I guess it's that thing of play style versus army list style, which I think can be different.
Yeah.
So I mean, typically.
Definitely.
Tanker has taken a very anti what you would say is a tanker list. He loves a good spam, and is known for, say, like excuse me, there was a Warriors list a year or so ago that had about four chariots, 4 warrior knight units, 4 warrior units. Had so many units and was just completely MSU. And I think that Tanker tends to spam the right unit, a lot.
Right, of course.
Craig is known for his playstyle as fire exit. Known his playstyle in the movement phase, and I guess you couldn't pin that down to a army, really. I think most armies can have a decent amount in the movement phase as well. So I guess it's the definition of what people say as their style sort of thing. So whether it is army list style and build, or if it's how you play the game. I don't know whether they're different things.
Yeah, I think I'm more talking about how you play the game really, because
Yeah.
but I suppose in Ninth Age as well, most of the factions, they're kind of wide enough that they've got different ways you can play them, like different ways you can build your lists.
I think
Perhaps.
so. Craig, to
Yeah.
be fair as well, I don't know whether it should be mentioned, but Craig did come under a bit of scrutiny for taking that style of list with Dread Elves, who typically shouldn't be able to do lots of shooting and standoff and things like that. So, or weren't designed to do it, should we say?
Yeah. But then I think people were saying it's nice that these different things are it's nice to have a bit of variety within an army list, right? And different things you can do.
Yeah, and the fact
Well,
that
how
he
would you?
found it and can do it is a skill in itself.
Yeah. So how would you guys categorize your style if you have one, both in sort of list building and in terms of play style? Have you got one, Matty P, that you kind of lean towards?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends what I'm playing. I mean, with my warriors, I started playing warriors to practice playing very aggressively, because previously my empire lists were all about defensive counterpunch. So and that's kind of the military theory that I'm really interested in. Sort of the Duke of Wellington sort of classical sort of tactical tactics and strategy. But I've never mastered.
Oh, I've lost Matty P.
Was the most difficult. What
was that last bit again? You've never mastered, and then it cut out.
Never mastered MSU really.
Sure.
So it was I like the sort of big blocks in lines, mutually supporting units. Shoot as they're coming in and then counter charge. That's my style.
Sure.
What about you, Lucky Sixes?
I don't know, and I think that's something I have to work out because I play 5 different lists really, like High Elves, Warriors, Beastmen. Who I guess have very High Elves want to sit back and do all that stuff, but Beastmen want to get in the action, and Warriors especially, sort of thing. So I don't know actually. I'm yet to find out what my actual style is, which perhaps is part of the issue, right? As well. What we'll do is while we're waiting on other things, Luke is here, patiently waiting. Take a seat, my friend. I'll get uncomfortably close, as I have done with everybody else, because we're only on one mic. #tech. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. I had 3 really fun games.
Yeah.
Played all the Warriors.
All the Warriors.
All the Warriors.
Have you played 3 Warriors?
Well, I played and won.
Yeah.
And then I played 2. So I played.
Sure. So you've played on both sides of the Warriors.
Yeah. And I won. I'm on 36. I got an 18 this last round.
Yep. Oh, very good. So that scores in on the doors as well.
Yeah. I got 15 while playing Jack's list into mine.
Yeah.
And I got 17 by Shay. The disaster.
So bigs. You love a big way. Either way.
I do.
Okay. Again, it's been a long day. I don't know what any of these innuendos actually mean. But yeah.
Question for Luke, if I may.
Messing with me.
Sure. Question from Matty.
Yeah. So in your profile picture that we had with your fantastic haircuts. Where was that photo taken? It looks like you were somewhere exciting.
Matty is asking specifically about the photo you brought to our attention. How amazing it was, and where were you in life at that moment?
I was in lockdown.
In lockdown? So recent.
I dyed my hair purple.
Oh,
and
cool.
I put it. In there.
If I've got it, I'm hoping I've got it on here, so you can relive that magic actually as well. There we go.
Yeah. Well,
we've got, and actually because of the way it is, we've got a before and after.
Oh, that's a mess. I hadn't seen that bit now. Now I'm feeling self-conscious.
Oh, fantastic. And so so you went through lots of hairstyles.
Oh yeah, it was just like something to do. Caroline, my wife, was there, and she dyed her hair purple. I dyed my hair purple. So I was like,
cool.
Shall we do something? Yeah, braid it for sure.
Back to the Masters. I know you want to talk about hair mainly as the thing, but going back to this, day one, that leaves you on 36 points. Pretty good from from 3 games at the Masters. Are you happy with today's performance?
Yes, I've got nothing to complain about. Last game, I think the rub of the green was in my favour.
Okay.
Especially, it was a good second game. I probably wasn't brave enough with the Ancestor, the Feldrek Ancestor, shoving it in my own army's face. But
okay.
I got 15, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
The first one smarts a bit. I felt like I was in a good spot, and it kind of fell apart. But it was, looking back at it, it wasn't as sure a thing, because it was this one combat, and I had buffed it. I think I was in a good spot to win the combat, but if he didn't break, actually, a similar thing would have happened.
Yeah.
So, it blew up in my face because I lost, or drew the combat or something, because I rolled badly.
Sure.
But realistically, it was maybe a bit more of a risk than I should have taken. Anyway.
Okay. Cool. So on a different day, it could have gone your way, but probably.
I would probably put it at a 75% chance as a random number.
But you played for that chance to get a big win.
Yeah.
Round 1.
Yep.
So okay. So 36 points at the minute.
Yeah.
Stop the presses in second place. Obviously, there's about eight results come in.
Yeah.
But
a second to Craig as well, who hasn't even put in his next result.
No, Craig actually has. Craig lost 20.
Oh, he did lose the 20.
So
oh my God,
Ed is sitting currently on 53. We have Luke yourself on 36, equal with Craig. So provided that doesn't change too much, what are your day 2 goals?
Well, Craig's going to be a tough match. I mean, you definitely can do it. I've got to pin him down.
Yeah.
I've got to remove his choices.
Pin the Dread Elves down.
Yeah, they're just so mobile. And if I sit off, I mean, I won't take too much damage, but I'll take a small loss.
Sure.
I don't know what the objective is actually. So
the objective, I do have it actually. The objective is looking at marching columns and capture the flag. So flags might be a decent one for yourself.
How weak is his stuff? Flags is pretty good. He's got, I think, probably about 4 scoring pieces.
Yep.
My weakest is my Shabti archers, so if he can shoot them off, which he definitely can, it's about getting in the range.
Sure.
And the magic and everything.
Yeah.
If he can do that, and then just not fight me, he'll win.
Sure.
I will try not to let him do that.
And you will try and fight him and win.
I will try and
Oh, good
get
man.
in some big fights, and we'll see.
Oh, brilliant. But enjoyed the Masters experience so far?
Yeah. It's been great. Like, they are intense games. Everyone's here to do it, but it's great.
Oh, okay.
There's no like trouble. There's no bad luck or bad.
It's just intense.
Exactly. It's just you just got to keep your eyes open.
No, fair play. One question we had earlier before you go, I know you're itching to get a drink or whatever. Has the coverage or potential to be on a live stream affected you in any way, would you think?
Yeah, no. What, in the game?
Negatively, positive? Like, do you feel... we know that obviously people take coverage and pressure differently. Do you feel like it's a good thing, or have you noticed any pressure? Or
only good thing. Yeah. No, that's fine. Like, honestly, once I'm in the game, I'm in the game. I'm not going to change the choices. I'm far too focused. I mean, I see you wandering around, but like, no, that doesn't affect me at all negatively. It's all good. So because I've just sent the link out to some friends and family, and it's like,
well, being in second place at the minute, there's a good chance we'll see you on the live stream, and we hope we do.
Fingers crossed.
Well done for day 1. Thank you. Get a good rest.
Yes.
You can.
Yeah.
And we'll see you for day 2, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
Good luck. Congratulations, Luke.
They're echoing my good luck. But yeah, lovely interview there with Luke as well. We'll try and get one with Ed as and when as well before we sign off. There is 5 minutes left of the round. I'll do another refresh because a few of the results have come in. A few. I'm gonna.
A few more, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over from the table at the minute to the pairings, so that we get the results. There's only 3 more to come in. One of them being Tanker versus Mikey, which we're seeing, which is cool. So, Kev, obviously, we saw as a 119 in the end, points-wise. Luke, who you've just seen on there, got a big 18-2 against Tom Clues. Tom Clues starting off the day well and ending with a couple of fairly big losses as well. So that would be interesting to see how he can recover. Ali, as you said, discipline might have been the issue there against the Kingdom of Ectane and Hugh capitalising to get a 19-1. We did say a few people needed a few big wins, so that probably mixes up the table quite a bit.
Yeah, you'll see in a minute.
We've seen that. Well, we've heard from the 10-10 of Hristo and Jeff, and obviously Craig, the shock of the round for sure, getting 20'd by Ed. So
I think that's the shock of the tournament and possibly the season.
Maybe. I mean, everybody has a bad game, right? That's the thing that you know. We don't know exactly what went on, but maybe a few bad dice mixed in with some really, really good play from Ed just made it collapse. Really interesting to see. So while we do wait on those last thingy results, we'll go back to the leaderboard. Hugh and Luke, obviously, with those two big wins, careering up the table to second. That might change who Luke plays depending on this game. You'd say, and yeah, I guess a little bit more to play for, and it's not all going, even though it is going Ed's way, it's not a foregone conclusion whatsoever.
No, you wouldn't know.
Far from it. Yeah, we're a long way from this being over yet. We all know the story of Icarus, but this is a very I'm pleasantly surprised, but a surprising position at the end of day one.
Yeah.
We've got Ed, who's going to be clear by possibly as many as 10 points, and that's huge. It's huge in the Masters.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and in any tournament really, and in terms of getting to that point, he's got to be, regardless of what happens from here on in, he's got to be proud of what he's done today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
A comment in the thing, Swagger McDaddy coming back for a comment. Thank you very much. Just seeing that Craig got 20. Can we get an interview, some more information on what happened? I'm gonna see if we can get Ed on it to start off with. Get Ed involved. Maybe Craig as well if he's feeling up to it. We all know how it's like when you get 20'd. But Craig is a good sport enough to come on as well. So maybe we'll get Hyper G to ask Ed and or Craig to come on as well. Yeah, it's all looking good. While he's doing that, and while we're waiting for the results to come in, there's only about 2 or 3 more. I should say that if we've got a sort of sponsor for the live streaming, we've got from Chaos Cards, I think it is. It's been a long day. Oh, here we go. That's the alarm. I think it's Chaos Cards. I'm going to double check before I carry on.
Well, that's what you've been saying all day, so
yes,
I hope it is.
Chaos Cards, yes. So we've got a sponsor from them. They get £5 off at the checkout if you spend £40 or more. If you use the term Chaos-PTG. So that's really cool. Gaming accessories and everything from that. Thank you to them for offering us that. But I will stop talking because we've got the man of the hour, and I'll even get you in a bit more. I've got to get quite close. I apologise in advance.
That's all right.
But
I'll allow it.
Really, I just I want to get close to top bin this of the Masters so far. How has your day been?
Surprising, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't really anticipate being anywhere near here, so
mate, yeah. We were saying about perhaps the list design is allowed you a bit of flexibility and maybe caught a bit of people out, and in the army swap, do you think that was a good one, a good list for you to run for the army swap to catch people out?
I didn't necessarily plan it that way, but I think in the end my opponent struggled with the magic setup, and I think he said so himself, so it probably did play into benefiting me, which was nice.
Yeah.
But I think it gave me options, more options than some of my opponents have been able to deal with, which is nice.
Yeah, and one thing I sort of saw your game with Craig, which we'll come on to in a sec. early on, and I think when you see a list like yours with Darkhide and Ambushes, you assume you're going to be coming on for more angles. But do you find that you are able to change your playstyle depending on the game and depending on who you're against and all that stuff?
Yeah, definitely have to. Usually it's about being able to apply pressure at a very specific point on the battlefield, and against Jake that was a big deal because he's got some very, very difficult things to deal with. Being able to put the Scourge in particular in the right place is a fantastic combination, and I think, to be honest, the Scourge has probably been the man of the tournament so far. He's either caused more problems than he can deal with, or he's earned back his points. And either way is a good outcome. So yeah.
And talking about that. Sorry, Matt has got a question for you.
Ed, it's Matt here. First of all, congratulations, mate. Fantastic performance day one. You must be absolutely delighted, and I know that Team Scotland are absolutely steaming for you. So well done, mate.
He's saying Team Scotland have got your back very much so. I don't know if you've seen the group chat.
I haven't really been looking at my phone very much, I'm afraid. So.
But when you do, you'll enjoy it.
But congratulations on a fantastic day number one. Is your list with specific reference to deployment? Is your list just completely, blitzing people's brains? Or is this is there something else that's the secret to this today?
So saying congrats first of all, and is your list? Have you stumbled upon something fantastic? Is it blitzing people's brains, or is it just a case of you're able to get a niche list the best out of it?
I think it causes problems for certain builds. I think it's had a lot of luck in its last game. So the main thing I would say is that full credit to Craig for playing through that game, which was very painful for him. Sure. I got every rub of the green that I could have got. So it's difficult to make statements about the list when it's a dice game and the dice favoured me really heavily.
Okay, well, for reference, for anybody watching that hasn't seen that, I mean, we've just been talking about it, but you 20'd Craig, and that is no mean feat. Luck or not, that is no mean feat.
It's not, but yeah, I mean, every risk he took didn't work,
sure.
And essentially my list was able to punish him for that, which is no indication of his abilities or lack of, but it's just the way that matchup was. He had to take risks, and none of them worked. And when you're in that situation, it's very difficult to keep going, and he did. He was trying his best to eke out every possible point. So full respect for that.
Fair play. And I don't think anybody really questions Craig's ability, being the double chance master coming into it.
No.
So on that, obviously, he's taken this. I would say though, when I came over early doors, you created a very good line to what from an outlooker's point of view, to stop him getting around your lines. Was that ever in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. The ability of his list to sneak into gaps and get round into awkward places is the worst possible setup. Now, I can deal with that to an extent, but me being able to limit that ability and press from a longer distance is the strength of my list. I keep people at 18, 19 inches, and I sort of hurt them for sitting at that distance. So that's basically how it played out. But he took lots of efforts to break through that line and to make a much more difficult game of it. And if any of them had come off, I don't know what the outcome would have been. So.
Yeah. No, great. And I say, it perhaps a bit of a silly question to finish, but have you enjoyed your Masters experience so far?
I have. I'm feeling a little bit guilty right now for having scored a 20 in my last game. So, once that wears off, I'm sure I'll be feeling better. No, I'm content that I've done what I could do. So yeah.
No, absolutely. And I think from all the guys, you've definitely put yourself in a really good position going into day two and looking to capitalise on that.
Yeah.
Just one more question, Lucky Sixes, before you let
to appear overnight, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Matty's got a question. I'm going to pass you over to Matty. So you've got the headset rather than me badly paraphrasing whatever he has to say. So I'll pass you over.
Hey, Batty.
Hey, Ed. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It's a weird
Awesome,
day.
awesome performance. We are absolutely loving this. This has been brilliant. It's been absolutely fantastic. So, going out for a big night tonight, or are you gonna be tucked up in bed in 45 minutes?
I will be drinking as much as I drink before every event, Matt.
Oh, that's traditional. Okay, and then my final question, and I will let you go. So you've now got a buffer. You're top of the Masters. You're going into day 2. You've got a buffer. Are you going to change your play style?
No. No, I'm not going to change my play style. I'm going to continue looking for every opportunity I can find. And if I get a big win, great. And if I don't, then I'll probably have earned lots of victory points and lots of things will have died in the process.
Well, we've got your back, Skipper. You keep going, eh?
Cheers, man.
Okay, right. I guess then we're going to. Are we going to start wrapping up then, Lucky Sixes?
Ed. Great interview with Ed, the leader of the Masters Day 1 so far. Fantastic work. That sort of puts. We just got a few more results to come in. The bell has obviously gone. I'll move over to the pairings leaderboard. We've got a few more, including Tanker, Mikey, as well. So I'll just move over to. You know what? Let's put me and you, Mr. Hyper-G, on the screen, because why not? In that point of view, here he is. It's him or the trophies, really, which is what you're looking at, but more. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like Mikey and Tanker the last game going, doesn't it? And I just saw them take the court off, so that looked to me like a bit of a big swing. I don't know if that's an accurate description.
Yeah, so we got the latest score to come in, and actually I think they have finished, but they're still going. But the latest score is Jake versus Mark 10-10. So that's the ID versus Highborns. I guess in that one you'd sort of imagine the ID did a lot of the range damage, and the Ancient Dragon got as much as he humanly could in that matchup. So very interesting, and they've sort of blow for blow there. Just waiting on the last thing, and then we'll get the table up. But yeah, really interesting. Really interesting day. Hyper-G, well done for your work on the ground. Certainly very, very helpful for a bit of insight. And how have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been good fun. I think it's a real good experience, and something that PTG will only get better at when it comes to reporting live streams. Completely different game to last year's on UB, but I think the fact that it's worked, and we've got a few people watching, and we've had great commentator support, so thank you Remy, thank you Matty P, and everyone who's been joining us. We really appreciate it. Thanks to the players for coming in for their interviews, and also for the players who haven't been bothered by me hanging on their shoulder and putting a camera over their shoulder, that sort of thing, and asking them questions about what stage of the battle they're at and stuff like that. It's been really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're coming to the end of the streaming, and Matty in particular being here the whole time, Rick for 2 of the games. Thank you so much, guys, for all of your support.
Hey, it's our pleasure. Sitting around drinking beer, talking about Ninth Age.
Yeah, right.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome. That was fascinating. Hope tomorrow goes just as well, or even better. To be honest, it's been cool, and this level of coverage is really cool. And it's hard to do it well, right? It's very, very tricky. I know the tech issues. I've done things not quite like this, but yeah, you're doing a fantastic job there. All the Proxy Table Gaming, I love it.
And not only say you guys and everything going on, thanks to the chat as well, because you've been pretty good all day and like keeping up the comments. So that is awesome. Thanks for the subscribers as well. Reaching 1,000 is definitely a landmark from our point of view, and we'll definitely do something in the way of videos to celebrate after the Masters, after we've slept. I think is one of the things we'll be doing as soon as we can. But yeah, it's been really, really, really fun to do. I hope the tech issues aren't too much of getting away, and sound and stuff like that. But the last one is in, and it was what seems like an objective win to Mikey. That's really interesting. We'll see what that does to the table before we go. So looking at the leaderboard, without that being a big win, it does kind of put a bit of distance between Ed and the rest of the pack. There's certainly a hell of a chasing back with 3 points separating second and sixth. So anything could happen podium-wise, but I know Ed is very grounded in himself, but he's got to be looking at that 14-point difference and really having a little smirk and a smile behind that cool face of his.
It's almost his tournament to lose at this point, isn't it? I don't want to put pressure on himself, but that's the way it would feel like to me.
That is pressure. But yeah, no, it's that's really interesting. It's something we'll probably get onto early doors tomorrow. Is how it's all started and how it's all looking. The matchups. It looks like potentially Hugh has leapfrogged everybody as well from a cagey start to getting a big win in that one. Obviously, with the discipline issues of Ali being one of the things. But Hugh, I'd say one of the people were talking out. Obviously, number one ranked player as well. Good to see him up there after that start, and going for the title. It's all kicking off in here a bit, which is fantastic to see. Really good atmosphere. Thank you guys. We'll take lots of pictures and maybe a video of tonight if we're able to.
You guys have a good curry and
yes,
a few
absolutely.
beers, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, absolutely. A quick one before we go. We'll look at the Masters Open because I know there's some people on here watching and wanting to see for that. We've got Artem continuing his good run with Sylvan Elves. Matty Pell. Really good to see him up there. A big friend of the channel with 3 wins and 49 points. Looks like Leggy did really well after those 2 games and then didn't have so much of a good third game. Paul up there in 11th, one of the other ones. Our mate Tezza in 5th, which is nice to see. So some really, we'll pick that up as well in the morning and have a little look at the Masters Open and see who's the ones to watch, etc.
Tomorrow we've got to get Tommy Tucker on as well.
Mate, we absolutely do for that. But alas, we are coming towards the end of our journey this morning. I'll take that off the screen so you can see me in my full glory. There we go. Guys, thank you very much for coming on. We've said thanks loads, so I won't do it too much more. But really good day of coverage. I hope everybody that's watched it, if you've watched it, if you've commented, if you just had it on the background, thank you so much for your support. It's been really fun. It's been really intense from our point of view, but it's been really fun. We hope to do a bit more of it in the future. And obviously, we've got day 2 to look forward to.
Yeah, we're nowhere near finished yet, are we, Lucky Sixes?
Nowhere near.
We've got the culmination tomorrow. Is Ed going to go for this mad scream dash for the line? Can anyone stop him? Do you know what? Tomorrow's just going to be insane.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Rick, thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope it was maybe helpful for someone from your point of view.
Learned a bit too. Thanks very much, chaps.
Absolutely. And for everybody joining in, watching, go check out Agonas on YouTube. You're also on Twitter and all that stuff as well, right?
I'm everywhere under that name, yeah.
Yeah.
Gaming stuff, Agonas.
Yeah, man. No, as I say, really good channel, especially if you're interested in either the Essence of War or getting new players into it. I know your channel really focuses on that at the minute as well, so that's really cool. And something pleased to have you on board and involved in the setup.
Oh, thanks you again.
Matty, thanks very much for your help, and I will see you tomorrow.
We will, buddy. We will. I'm not sure I'm going to sleep tonight. It's too exciting.
Absolutely. But yeah, thanks again, chaps, and viewers. See you later.